Not all men are created equal. It all began in China in Qingping City. There was news that a child had been born, who gave off a bright light. Ever since then, these superpowers were discovered in various places more and more frequently. Time passed, and yet no cause was ever determined. Before the world knew it, the supernatural became mundane and dreams became reality. The world has become a superhuman society, and now 80% of the population of the world had some unique trait. In this world, naturally whirling with chaos, the profession that many once dreamed about came into the limelight. That profession is superheroism. Along with the superpowers came an explosive increase in crime. As the nations of the world were stuck in the slow process of drastic law reforms to accommodate these abilities, courageous people started performing heroic acts like the ones in comic books, guarding against superpowers and defending against evil. Heroes were soon accepted by the public, and it was established as an official position of law enforcement. Based on their performance, they were paid by the government and gained renown among the masses. Of these masses, there was one boy who wanted to be a hero more than anybody else. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Kaken, please, stop this, or I won't forgive you. A small boy with green hair stood between a group of 3 kids and another one who was on the ground, crying. Yeah, or what? The leader of the group, Katsuki Bakugo, laughed, slamming his fist into his other hand's palm and releasing a small explosion with it. The hell are you gonna do about it, useless Deku? The boy on Katsuki's left extended his fingers to be as long as his whole body, while the one on his right grew red wings out of his back. Why, you'll see, the green-haired boy Izuku Midoriya shouted defiantly. When I get my quirk, you'll regret this. Oi, you still think you'll get a quirk, Deku? Katsuki yelled, eyes bulging with amusement. You're the only one in our class that hasn't gotten his quirk yet. I haven't ever heard of someone's quirk manifesting at your age. So just face it, you'll never get one, and you'll be a useless Deku for your whole life. Katsuki began lazily walking towards Izuku. No, you're wrong, Izuku screamed, tears poking at his eyes. The doctor said it should appear any day now. Katsuki broke into a run at Izuku, followed by his 2 partners in crime, laughing. Then stop me with that amazing quirk that you don't have. As they approached him, Izuku shut his eyes and held up his arms to brace himself. Kaken, stop, go away. Without thinking, Izuku shoved his arms out at his classmates in an instinctive reaction. He was surprised when, instead of a burning, blunt force to his face, he was only met with screams. What the hell? He heard Katsuki's voice yell. Izuku was so in shock of the unexpected turn of events that he couldn't even open his eyes for a few seconds. When he did, though, he saw his 3 preschool classmates floating in midair, surrounded by a soft green glow. His own hands were also surrounded by a similar glow. He couldn't see it, but his own eyes shined more brightly as well. Izuku became aware that he could feel some sensation from somewhere he hadn't felt before, deep inside. Deku! Katsuki yelled. What the hell is this? Is this? Izuku's face slowly lit up as he realized. Is this my quirk? But, at that moment, the glow disappeared from his hands and the group of bullies, and Izuku's fate was sealed. Really? Katsuki teased, laughing. After taking so damn long to get your quirk, I was expecting something decent at least. You postponed this for a few seconds, but you're still not worth anything in the end, Deku. With one stride forward, Katsuki drove his fist into Izuku's stomach, releasing a small pop against him. Laughing, the other 2 ran up as well and began to kick at Izuku's prone body. Izuku could barely see from between his hands and with the occasional foot to his face, but he made out the figure of the other boy running away. At that moment, Izuku smiled. He smiled because he knew that now he had a quirk. He had a quirk and he used it to help someone in need. Even if he had to be hurt himself, he still had a quirk that could be used to save others. He could be a hero, like he always dreamed, and save people with a smile on his face. That is why Izuku Midoriya smiled through the pain of being beaten by the other kids. Because he knew that he could be a hero. Even though the origin of quirks was unknown, the world was able to learn plenty about quirks and how they worked. In very rare cases, individuals could mutate a brand new and unique quirk. It was rare, but it could happen. More often though, quirks were passed down hereditarily. Children normally would manifest their quirks by age 4, and they could be passed down from either parent or a combination of the two's quirks. If the quirk was a combination, it would be its own unique quirk, of course. But if the quirk was passed from only one parent, then it was usual for the child's quirk to be stronger in some way. This was the case with Izuku Midoriya's quirk. He got it from his mother, although her telekinesis was very limited. She, at most, could make one small object move towards her at a time. She couldn't push them away, she couldn't hold them in place, and she couldn't do it to anything larger than her purse. But since Izuku inherited only from her quirk and not his father's, which was the ability to breath fire, his telekinesis was much more advanced from the start. He could pull things toward him like his mother, but also push them, hold them in place, raise, lower, twist, and turn them. He could hold multiple objects in midair at once and move them independently of each other. Of course, he still had his limits. Those limits were determined by the weight of the objects, rather than something like the size. When his quirk first manifested, he was able to lift up 3 preschoolers for a few seconds. As he grew up, however, his quirk naturally strengthened and he became used to using it. At the time of his 3rd year of attendance at Aldera Junior High, lifting up something like the kitchen table for an extended period of time wasn't too much trouble. He could even almost lift his mother's car a few inches off of the ground for a second. And that's where this story began, Aldera Junior High. Well, you're all in your 3rd year, so it's time to get serious with thinking about your futures, the teacher announced. I have the course recommendation forms right here, but, oh, who am I kidding? You're all going for the hero course, right? He was met with an enthusiastic "yes, sir," simultaneously from every student, who began showing off their quirks. Even Izuku, who enthusiastically raised his pencil and his notebook, which was titled Hero Analysis for the Future, along with his hand. Ah, very good, the teacher exclaimed. You all have such wonderful quirks, but just remember, it's against school rules to use your quirks in the classroom. Izuku was the only student who seemed to notice the reference to the rule being broken, immediately deactivating his quirk. You all have wonderful quirks, eh? Katsuki Bakugo, who was in Izuku's class, remarked snarkily. You shouldn't lump us all together like that. I'm not gonna stay stuck at the bottom like the rest of these rejects. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. How rude. Arrogant bastard. The whole class exploded in anger at Katsuki, while Izuku just sighed and ignored his usual cockiness. You should all shut your damn mouths. Like the extras you are. Katsuki laughed mockingly. Oh, you're applying for UA if I remember. Isn't that right, Katsuki? The teacher remarked, flipping through a clipboard. The national school? They were in the top 0.2% this year, but their acceptance rate is super low. The anger towards Katsuki quickly became admiration, while Izuku suddenly became scared that his teacher would mention that he also wanted to attend UA. Exactly, and that's why you're all extras, Katsuki announced to the whole class before jumping onto his desk. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one from this school who has any chance at getting into UA. I'll surpass All Might and definitely become the #1 hero. My name would be inscribed in the list of top earners. Oh yeah, the teacher said, looking at his clipboard. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. No, 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 no. Izuku screamed inwardly, dreading the inevitable. Midoriya wants to attend UA too, right? Shit. Looking around, Midoriya saw many looks of shock. What surprised him was that a few of his classmates were smiling at him and giving him thumbs up. That almost made up for what Bakugo was about to do. Hooray! Katsuki screamed as he slammed his hand on Izuku's desk, cracking the wood with an explosion and causing Izuku to fall out of his chair. Hey Deku, you're the worst of these rejects. You can't even fight back with your damn stupid quirk. How could you ever stand on the same level as me? Wait, Kaken, Izuku sputtered, crawling back against the wall. I'm not trying to compete with you or anything. Honest. It's been my dream to be a hero since I was little. Following that dream still? Katsuki said mockingly, smoke coming from his hands. Are you taking the exam just for fun or some shit? What the hell can you do? Make shit float. A few chuckles came from the mass of students behind Katsuki. I can at least try to be a support hero though, Izuku tried to reason. Yeah, sure. Try getting into UA's hero program with a damn supporting quirk. Katsuki grinned and laughed uncontrollably. Yeah, this'll be a fun day, Izuku thought. After the school day, which seemed to drag on extra long, Izuku was finally almost ready to head home. Wow, that hero MT lady's debut from this morning is all over the news, Izuku muttered to himself. I'll have to write down everything about it when I get home. Izuku finally got up from his desk and was about to put his notebook into his backpack when Katsuki grabbed it right out of his hand. Kaken, Izuku gasped in surprise and confusion. We're not done talking, Deku, he grunted, staring Izuku down condescendingly. Katsuki, what's that? One of Katsuki's lackeys, the one who could extend his fingers, asked in reference to the notebook. Ha! Hero analysis for the future? Seriously? He laughed along with the other one of Katsuki's lackeys who just sighed. Midoriya. It's fine, isn't it? Izuku said, putting his hand out to Katsuki. Please, give it back. Katsuki slapped an explosion onto it between his hands, burning the outside and edges of the notebook. Ah! Izuku shrieked in panic. That's mean. Katsuki threw the notebook out of the window, not even looking back at it. Izuku lunged at the window, holding his hand out and catching the notebook with his telekinesis before it hit the water below. As Izuku brought the notebook back up to their classroom, Katsuki went on, most top first-string heroes have stories about them from their school days. I want to be called the only student from this mediocre junior high school that has the stuff to make it to UA. I mean, I am a perfectionist. Katsuki gripped Izuku's shoulder tightly as the green-haired bit still looked away, heating up his hand to make smoke rise from it. So, don't apply to UA, nerd. Izuku couldn't say anything. He just stood there, shaking from what Katsuki wrongly thought was fear. Come on, you should at least say something back. Lackey number 1 laughed as they all walked towards the classroom door. Nah, he's too pathetic. Lackey number 2 laughed as well. He can't even respond to reality. Katsuki suddenly stopped at the exit and turned around. You know, there is a quick way to become a hero if you want. Just hope to have a useful fucking quirk in your next life, and jump off of a building. For a split second, Izuku's restraint snapped, and he quickly turned toward Katsuki, raising his hand. Katsuki raised his own hand, setting off explosions as he grinned and slowly said, What is it, Deku? Izuku reined in his anger for the moment. He'd show Katsuki, just not yet. Not now and not like this. Katsuki scoffed and walked off, once again mistaking Izuku's shaking for fear. Izuku examined his 13th hero notebook as he walked home. Thankfully, all of the pages were intact, so Katsuki had really accomplished nothing. Even though it turned out fine, Izuku was in a bad mood. Even though he knew that Katsuki was wrong, the fact that he hated Izuku that much still hurt, so he decided to take the long route home. Damn stupid Kaken. I'll show you how stupid you are. You'll see. Izuku wanted to chuckle a little at the thought of Katsuki finding out about how he was training his quirk. As he approached an underpass, he forced a laugh, and, in the hopes of raising his spirits, he decided to imitate the laugh of All Might, the number 1 hero and his personal idol. Through the echoes of his laugh reverberating in the underpass, he barely noticed the clanking of metal as the manhole cover behind him was rattled by a strange green liquid. Ah, a medium-sized vessel. A raspy, cold voice sent chills down Izuku's spine. It'll do. Izuku whipped around, raising his hands in defense instinctually. But, before he could even think, he was covered and wrapped up in a green, sticky goop. Relax, kid, the voice said, prompting Izuku to look up and see 2 eyes floating in the fluid. I just need to borrow your body for a moment. It will only hurt for a minute before you stop feeling anything anymore. A villain? Izuku started panicking, groping at the goo that was trying to flow into his mouth. You can't grab me. I'm fluid, the villain exclaimed, laughing. Then, I guess now is the time to see if my quirk training has paid off. Izuku closed his eyes, relaxed his arms and legs, and stopped gasping for air. Oh, I really like the submissive type, the sludge villain chuckled. It's a shame I need to stop your life right here. Izuku clenched his hands, focusing on his own body. After only a moment, he got his grip and a light green glow formed around him. What's happening? The villain gasped, trying to hold Izuku in. What's with this force? Use my telekinesis to grab myself and push with everything I have. Izuku pushed his body out of the fluid with incredible force, still glowing and floating in the air for a moment after, before deactivating his quirk and landing on the concrete. Why you? The villain stuttered in disbelief. You shouldn't have been able to escape. Without saying anything, Izuku reached out and gripped the villain with his telekinesis, restricting his movement and stopping him from escaping. What are you doing? The sludge villain shrieked, struggling to touch the ground and run away. It's simple, Izuku said while catching his breath, keeping his attention on the floating ball of goop in front of him. If you were so desperate to get into a vessel, then I assume you were being chased by a hero. I just need to hold you until… Izuku was cut off when the manhole cover that the sludge villain came from was suddenly blasted up from the ground with immense force. And no, the villain shrieked, struggling even more against Izuku's quirk. This is bad, thought Izuku. I've held him up for a while and he's struggling a lot. On top of using telekinesis on myself, I'm running out of steam. It's easier to hold him because he's liquid, but still, I just need to focus. As long as the hero isn't All Might or something, I should be. I am here. All Might's unmistakable voice shouted out as his bulky body jumped up from the sewer. Then, he noticed Izuku holding the sludge villain. I see I've inconvenienced you due to my distracted heroing, citizen. Mayite. Izuku shrieked, losing control of his telekinesis for a moment and allowing the villain to flee. Oh, no you don't. All Might yelled as he rushed past the villain to its front and delivered a powerful punch, Texas Smash, that sent the villain splattering across the street. All Might? Izuku stammered, pointing at the pro-hero in disbelief. All Might took 2 empty 2-liter soda bottles out of a plastic bag, crouched down, and began to move around the street in blurring speeds. After about 5 seconds, the street was clean and the bottles were filled with green fluid, which All Might promptly placed in his pockets. Ah ha ha ha. All Might bellowed throatily, pointing a thumbs up at Izuku. I thank you for assisting me in capturing this villain. Of CC course. Izuku stammered, before realizing, I need your autograph please, and bowing stiffly. Of course. I'd be happy to give you my signature. As Izuku fumbled around for his notebook and a pen, All Might continued, I truly must apologize for getting you involved in that. I normally don't make rookie mistakes, but I suppose I was just overexcited as I haven't ever been around here before now. Izuku presented an empty page of his notebook and a pen to All Might, who signed it promptly. But instead of handing it back to Izuku, he hesitated. I have some time left, All Might thought. May I ask why it is that your notebook is burnt? He asked Izuku. That. Izuku glanced at the notebook before looking back up at All Might. One of my friends destroyed it by accident. What kind of accident results in fire? Well, it was a quirk accident. The quirk part wasn't an accident, but the notebook just ended up in between there. I see, All Might sighed. He looked at the front cover of the notebook, and his eyes widened in surprise. Hero analysis for the future, huh? Interesting. All Might flipped through the pages, much to Izuku's inward terror. Shit, these notes are really in-depth. These are 2. This is number 13? If a villain got their hands on these notes, and on the other 12, too. All Might, I have a question. Izuku stammered, ignoring the fact that his idol was looking at his most embarrassing hobby. Yes, of course. All Might replied, handing back the notebook. But, please make it quick. I'm actually running short on time. Izuku liked to think that he was confident with himself, with his quirk. But, even though he knew that Katsuki was full of shit, he was still affected by the constant berating more than he'd admit, and more than he knew. Alright, I'll make it quick. Izuku gathered up his courage and breathed in deeply, before asking. See, can someone like me, with my quirk, can someone become a hero with a quirk like mine? Is that what? All Might stared at Izuku in confusion, before letting out a hearty laugh. Ahahaha, is that what you're worried about? Of course. From what I've seen, your quirk is plenty worthy of a hero. I didn't just see you holding that villain. To be honest, I watched you for a moment from the sewer grate. Ahahaha. Really? Izuku yelped, thinking about All Might having seen his quirk completely in action. But the praise was too much, and tears of joy began running down Izuku's face. Even though Izuku already knew, to be told by one's idol that you can accomplish your biggest dream would be a life-changing experience for anyone. Yes, the way you manipulated your own body as well as that of the villain were each impressive on their own. However, you did both. You truly have great potential in that quirk of yours. Izuku collapsed to his knees, clutching at his chest and sobbing. Thank you, All Might. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's head, before saying, I must go now, but never give up on that dream. Achieve it. I hope to work with you as a fellow hero one day, so keep at it. I'll see you around. With a small salute, All Might launched himself into the air, leaving Izuku sobbing on the ground. That kid, he might be the one, but I don't know much about his personality. Besides, with that sobbing, he doesn't seem very courageous. Well, I'll keep an eye on. Wait, did I get his name? Izuku slowly rose and wiped his eyes dry on his sleeve. He could do it. For the first time since his quirk first manifested, he was sure that he could be a hero. He resumed walking homeward. He went slowly, not anymore because he wanted to settle down from Katsuki, but because he wanted his meeting with All Might to sink in before he went home to his mother. Izuku was just a minute or two away from his house when his attention was caught by an explosion. He looked to his right and saw a black plume of smoke just a few blocks away. Without even thinking about being late, he ran over to see what the commotion was. When he reached the shopping center, his heart almost stopped when he saw the sludge villain wreaking havoc on multiple pro heroes. He must have escaped from All Might, Izuku thought. Where the heck even is All Might? Izuku looked around, but the only person sticking out in the crowd was an emaciated blonde man that just happened to be wearing the same white t-shirt and gray pants as All Might was that day. Hey, why aren't the heroes moving in? The person next to Izuku asked another, catching Izuku's interest. Apparently, the other person said in a worried tone, the villain took a middle schooler hostage. Izuku immediately panicked and pushed through the crowd to get to the safety barriers. He looked for anyone being held hostage, but couldn't make anything out for a few seconds, until he saw Kaken. Without a second thought, Izuku vaulted over the safety barrier and ran towards the villain holding Katsuki Bakugo. He could hardly hear the heroes yelling after him over his heartbeat pounding in his ears. What the hell am I doing? Izuku thought as he ran. My legs are moving on their own. Stop, damn it. The villain spotted Izuku running at him and laughed. Oh ho ho, are you back for more? Sorry, but I've already found a better vessel than yours, so I'll just kill you instead. Shit, I gotta think. Izuku thought frantically. I'm so damn pathetic, thought the emaciated man behind the crowd. That's it. Page 25. Izuku took his backpack from his shoulder and threw it at the villain. Distract. I'm pathetic. As the contents of Izuku's backpack flew through the air, he used his telekinesis to aim his school supplies into the villain's eyes. Arg! I can't see, you damn kid! The villain yelled, momentarily removing the fluid from Katsuki's mouth to rub his eyes. I'm so completely pathetic. Kaken! Izuku yelled as he reached the villain, throwing his hands into the fluid. I got you. Dumbass Deku! Katsuki yelled furiously. I can't even blast my way out, So what the fuck can you do? Izuku didn't say anything else. He just focused on pulling Katsuki out, and a soft glow soon shined through the green fluid. I don't need your damn help, Katsuki screamed at Izuku, before being wrenched from the villain by Izuku's quirk. How can I deserve the title of #1 hero if this is how pathetic my resolve is? The body of the emaciated man, standing behind the crowd, began to fill with muscle and power as smoke flew off of his body. Izuku grabbed Katsuki from midair and pulled him with both his arms and his quirk simultaneously, which lightened the load on each. And then, Izuku smiled. He smiled because he knew that he had a quirk that could help others. He knew that he could be a hero. But then, Izuku saw a white blur flash by. He deactivated his quirk, setting Katsuki down on his feet, and turned around. Why the hell did? Katsuki started yelling at Izuku, but cut himself off when he also saw. All Might was in a lunge, reeling back his arm. Drew it. Smosh! All Might threw his fist into the villain, causing him to splatter all around the street and stores. The immense force of All Might's strength blew a huge wind pressure out in all directions, causing both of the boys, the other heroes, and the crowd to stagger back. The clouds whirled around in the sky and collected over the scene, before sending down a light rain pour. Is this rain? He changed the weather with his wind pressure. Well, that's All Might for you. The crowd outside of the shopping district cheered and gawked at All Might. Izuku and Katsuki, however, just stood in shock, staring at the large man. All Might slowly turned toward the two boys and gave them a thumbs up, showing them his wide smile. Quickly, the boys were surrounded by the press and heroes. Katsuki was praised for his bravery and perseverance, and for having such a flashy quirk. Izuku received some light scolding from the heroes for being reckless, but was also praised by them and the press for rescuing Katsuki. Could you tell us why you jumped in to save the other boy? One lady asked, holding up a microphone to Izuku. My legs just started running on their own and it just happened, he stuttered nervously. I see. Thanks for your time, Do you mind giving us your name? You don't have to. No, it's fine. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Well, thank you for time, Midoriya. Izuku wanted to talk to All Might, too, but he was surrounded by the news at the moment, and Izuku was already satisfied with their earlier conversation. So he headed home. Oi, Deku! Katsuki yelled, running up behind Izuku before he could make his way home. Yeah, Kaken? Izuku asked, turning around. He was in too good of a mood to feel intimidated or angry at his old friend. I'll admit that your quirk ain't completely worthless, but it still isn't shit compared to mine, Katsuki yelled, waving his fist at Izuku. I don't owe you shit, because I didn't need your help. This changes nothing. Katsuki turned around, hands in his pockets and grumbling to himself, and walked toward his house. Izuku once again wanted to laugh at his friend's attitude, but he held it in this time. He continued his own walk home until, at an intersection, he was met with the large form of All Might. I am here, All Might stated loudly. All Might? Izuku shouted, falling back on his butt. What are you doing here? I was not satisfied with our last talk, young man, and also, I don't believe I ever got your name. It's Izuku Midoriya. Well, young Midoriya, earlier I told you that you can be a hero, that your quirk was worth of being one. But having a strong quirk is a poor argument for becoming a hero. What do you mean? What do I mean? When that villain had taken the boy, there were multiple professional heroes there who hesitated to take action. You, however, did not. Even though you told me that you're unsure of your ability, you didn't hesitate to jump in and save a life. You know, most pro heroes have stories about their deeds before they were heroes. What do these stories have in common, you ask? They all happened when those heroes jumped into action before they even realized what happened. It was the same here, wasn't it? Your legs moved before you even realized. Why, yes, All Might. Today, you were the most heroic person there, young Midoriya. I said earlier that you can be a hero, but I now see that you have what it takes to become one of the greatest heroes of all time. So please, allow me to foster your growth. I can help you become that hero. So what do you say? Will you train under me? Wait, what? Izuku shrieked, perfectly aware that there was no way this was actually happening and he was probably dreaming. That's a lot to drop on me at once. Ahahaha. There's more to drop on you? But don't worry. Not all at once. Listen, here's the thing. All Might crouched down next to Izuku, who was sobbing now. I must know now. If you accept, then we will begin Saturday. I will also impart onto you a secret of mine, though I cannot do that if you decline. This is a lot, but Of course, Izuku cried, wiping his eyes with his sleeve before smiling up at All Might. I'll train under you, All Might. Very well, All Might thundered, standing back up to his full height. Saturday morning at 5 a.m. Meet me at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. You don't need to bring anything except for yourself. I'll go over the specifics of your training tomorrow, so that's all I have to say for now. All Might, thank you, Izuku said, his tears replaced with a look of determination. I won't let you down. I'll see you then, All Might said, as smoke started coming off of his body. Shit. Without another word, All Might rocketed away, leaving Izuku alone in his excitement and glee. At that moment, Izuku decided that, even if this was a dream, it was the best dream he'd ever have. But of course, this was no dream. This is the story of how Izuku Midoriya became the world's greatest hero, and also how he became part of the world's greatest hero duo. Some things are meant to be. Hey Mom, Izuku called out as he arrived at their apartment. I'm home. Izuku, his mother, Inko Midoriya, cried out as she ran to him and gripped him up into a tight hug. Inko Midoriya was still almost as youthful and fit as she was 10 years before. She had been worried about Izuku before he developed his quirk. In fact, she probably would have taken to stress eating if Izuku had remained quirkless. It was moments like these, though, that made her wonder if she should be stress eating anyway. What's wrong, Mom? Izuku stammered, almost having forgotten about the villain attack because of his encounter with All Might. Why you were late and the TV was on and there was a villain attack, and why you? Mom! Izuku cut her off, grabbing her shoulders to steady her. Calm down, I'm fine. They interviewed you, and I heard about everything. Oh yeah, I forgot that they asked me a question. How do you forget that? Inko shrieked. Were you hit on the head? Where is it, sweetie? I can fix it. And no, I wasn't hit on the head. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his mom's hysteria. Actually, today turned out to be one of the best days of my life. Because you were rescued by All Might. No, but that did have to do with it, I guess. Izuku proceeded to tell his mom about the events of the day. Of course, he left out Katsuki's regular stupidity, and instead began with his first encounter with the sludge villain. He told her how he defended himself against the villain and how All Might told him that he could be a great hero. He told her how he then saved Katsuki from the same villain, and the speech that All Might provided him just a few minutes ago. He's going to train you? Inko screeched in disbelief. All Might is going to personally train you. Yeah, isn't it great? Izuku beamed, unable to contain his happiness. That's amazing, Inko cried, hugging her son. I'm so happy for you. Tonight, I'm making the best katsudon ever. Oh, I can't wait, Izuku said, his mouth watering. Well, I'm going to do my homework right now. All right, Izuku, I'm going to put on dinner in just a bit. Inko patted his head before he got up and brought his backpack to his room. After dinner and before going to bed, Izuku stood in front of a punching bag, which was hung from the ceiling of the third bedroom in his apartment. At least, it was supposed to be a third bedroom. It was never used since Izuku was an only child, and was just filled with boxes as time went on. About a year and a half prior to now, Izuku decided that he wanted to develop his quirk in some new ways and converted the room to a training room. There was a weight machine and some dumbbells in the room that accumulated over time, along with the punching bag that Izuku stood in front of now. All right, I need to control this now, Izuku thought to himself as he breathed in. I don't know if I'll be able to practice this once I start training under All Might. Izuku brought back his right arm and focused on it with his mind. Slowly, his arm began to glow with a soft green light. He opened his eyes, which were also glowing, to focus on the bag in front of him. Move my arm. Right there. Izuku used his telekinesis to shoot his arm into the punching bag. The force of the hit generated a loud thwack and the bag was thrown off of the chain that held it to the ceiling. Izuku's hand barely felt it, supported by the force of his quirk, but the amount of focus it took to confine his quirk to just his arm and then to move it was very tiring. Damn it! How can I get more force into this? Izuku began rapidly muttering to himself, thinking up and swatting down ideas out loud. He didn't even notice when his mother walked in. Izuku! Inko tapped Izuku's shoulder, breaking his muttering. You should get to bed if you want to be rested for school tomorrow. All right? Okay, Mom. Sorry, I lost track of time. It's fine. Just get some sleep now. Izuku went to his bedroom and set his alarm. He fell into a peaceful sleep, feeling glad that he would be able to train with his idol, All Might. But he didn't know what kind of hell the next 10 months would be. Welcome to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, young Midoriya. Izuku, who had shown up to the beach 15 minutes early, was surprised to hear a voice. He looked around until his eyes landed on a blonde, emaciated man standing on the sand. His clothes were extremely baggy. I saw you at the incident with the sludge villain the other day, Izuku exclaimed in recognition. Oh, you saw me there? The man stuttered, obviously nervous about something. Yeah, are you a friend of All Might's? Izuku asked, approaching the man. Well, I suppose you could say that, the man exclaimed, laughing before coughing up a small bit of blood. Ack, are you okay? Izuku shrieked as the man wiped the blood from his mouth. Of course I am, young Midoriya. My name is Toshinori Yagi, and I'll be helping you train for this week. Toshinori held his hand out to Izuku. Oh, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Yagi, Izuku said politely, shaking hands with the man. I thought that All Might would be here, though. If you can make it through this week, Toshinori said with a grin, then All Might will come, and he'll share that secret with you then as well. All right, sir. I see. So, what will we be doing this week? Well, do you see all of this garbage? Toshinori asked, pointing behind himself at the beach, which was covered in what looked like a small dump. Yes. Well, for some reason, the tide washes up a lot of garbage in this spot of the beach park. People use that as a cover for their own illegal dumping, and it was just ignored for so long that it's ended up this badly. When heroes first appeared, they did mostly volunteer work. No matter how boring or tedious it may seem compared to fighting bad guys, we cannot forget those roots. By the end of this week, you must clear this entire section of the beach and restore the horizon. Touch this entire section, Izuku yelled, looking at the massive mound in front of him. Welcome to hell, kid. All Might worked out a schedule for you this week. Covers training, rest, sleep, school, and homework time. It's a tough schedule. I personally think he went overboard, but here you go. He handed Izuku the schedule. I can do it, but how should I even go about cleaning all of this? Well, All Might actually gave me a note for that. He took out another piece of paper. Ahem. Young Midoriya, you should begin by moving the largest objects that you can with your quirk. Keep going until you can't anymore. Then use your quirk on smaller and smaller objects until it's completely tired out. Then use your own 2 hands to move the trash until your quirk has recovered. You may only stop at the set rest times, or if you are completely unable to move your body, you can set all of the garbage in this truck, and we'll take it all to the dump bit by bit. I can do this, Izuku exclaimed, a determined smile forming on his face. I won't let you go back on those words, Toshinori said with a wicked smile, which was oozing blood. I'll work you to the bone. Put simply, Izuku was barely able to keep with the schedule all week. His muscles and quirk were worked endlessly. He had to work harder than ever before to keep up with his homework load in that short allotted time, as well. By the end of every day, he was exhausted mentally and physically, and his quirk was rendered useless until the next day. Each day, however, despite his fatigue, it seemed that he was able to clear more of the trash than the day before. Saturday, exactly 1 week after the training began, was the last day that he needed. There, Izuku sighed, letting his strained quirk drop the last of the garbage on top of the pile. I did it! Izuku turned to smile at Toshinori, who himself was gazing and smiling at the mountain of trash. Congrats, young Midoriya, the man exclaimed, raising his hand in a thumbs up. You've cleared away the trash from this entire section of the beach. It feels really nice to have that all done, Izuku gasped, panting and leaning his hands on his knees. So, Mr. Yagi, about All Might. Ah, of course, Toshinori said, chuckling. He shall be here momentarily, young man, but there's one more condition about that secret of his. How many more times is the deal going to change? Izuku asked, looking annoyed at Toshinori. Just this once more, and it really should go without saying. You will never write about this secret online, or share it with anyone without All Might's permission. Oh, that's what you meant. Of course I won't. It's a secret for a reason, right? Ahaha. Of course. I didn't need to say anything, Toshinori exclaimed, slapping his hand to his face. He looked around for any people before saying, well, here goes. Wait, what are you? Izuku started to ask, but was cut off by an explosion of white smoke. All Might's familiar booming voice came from the smoke, before it began flying away from his body as he struck a dramatic pose. AM here. What? All Might, Izuku shouted, more confused than he had ever been in his life. He looked around for the emaciated man who had been there a moment before. Where did Mr. Yagi go? And where did you come from? Young Midoriya, I am here to tell you my secret. It seemed like All Might completely ignored Izuku's question. Are you ready for this great knowledge to be bestowed upon you? Why, yes, I am. But where did Mr. Yagi go? Ah, yes, my secret, in fact, concerns that man, Toshinori. He and I are, in truth. All Might exclaimed as a large cloud of steam once again enveloped him. The same person. Izuku's eyes bulged as, undeniably, it was Toshinori Yagi now emerging from the steam in his overly baggy clothes. Why you? You're not really All Might. It was never the real All Might. Was it? You're an imposter. A shapeshifter. No. Calm down, young man. I am All Might, Toshinori yelled before coughing up a small amount of blood. Wiping away the blood from his mouth, he continued, I'm kinda like those guys that puff out their chests to look good at the pool. And no way. Toshinori walked over and sat against the railing above the sand before lifting up his baggy shirt, which revealed a large scar covering his torso. About 5 years ago, I had a fight with a villain that ended really badly. My respiratory system was almost completely destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I've withered away because of the after-effects of many surgeries. As of right now, I can only be All Might for about 5 hours per day. 5 years ago, Izuku repeated, tapping his fingers on his chin. Wasn't that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? Heh, you've done your homework, fanboy. More blood dropped from Toshinori's mouth as he laughed. But that weakling could never do this to me. No, the fight that did this to me, it never went public. I made sure that nobody found out. The symbol of peace that saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil. I smile to show people that I'm confident in my ability to save them. How could I do that if they know that I'm truly vulnerable? That's a lot to lay on me, Izuku sighed, sitting down next to Toshinori. Of course it is. I told you last week, didn't I? There's certainly a lot. The emaciated man stood up and turned around to face Izuku. Young Midoriya, heroes are constantly laying their lives on the line, taking risks to help others. That day, when you saw me in the crowd, I was out of time for hero work. But seeing you jump out inspired me. You saved me from being all talk, young Midoriya, from being a fake hero. I am honored, Izuku exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Ahaha, I assume that you are going to apply for UA. Why yes, of course. Izuku confirmed. It's because it's the school you went to. Well, I'll be training you from now until the entrance exam. Toshinori grabbed a packet of papers out of his pocket and handed it to Izuku. I'll be helping you train your quirk, of course, but I'm also going to push the physical limits of your body. Training my body? Why? Do you think a good quirk and conviction are all that make for a good hero? Your quirk may be very strong, but you'll need some physical ability outside of that. Toshinori grinned. Not to mention, I will one day offer you my own quirk. Izuku looked down at the packet of papers in his hands, which was a typed schedule for the next 10 months of his life. Every day after school and on the weekends, except Sunday, which was a physical rest day, Izuku was pushed past his limits. He cleared the rest of the entire Dagoba Beach Park of trash within the month, and then All Might started giving him specified workout routines for his body and also his quirk. Slowly, Izuku became incredibly adept at using his telekinesis. All Might put the quirk through many workouts, each one specified for improving different traits. Some helped him use it without focusing as intensely on it, as he had to work his body while also holding up and moving other objects with his quirk. He lifted many light objects or single large ones to affect the endurance and also the strength of the telekinesis. He rhythmically and repetitively moved objects in an attempt to increase the speed at which he could move them. For his body, he was given a different muscle group to focus on for each day, tearing apart his body as he did so. He even worked out during class with some forearm clutches under his desk and occasionally air sits during note-taking and lectures. 3 months into the training, Izuku once again stood before the punching bag in the spare room. This was his 3rd attempt in the last month alone. Focus! He repeated in his mind for the 10th time, before his arm glowed and he brought it back. Move it, there! Izuku's arm hit the bag, and sent it off of the chain connecting it with the ceiling for the 3rd time this month, although with admittedly more force. I'm not ready yet, damn! 8 months into the training. Move my arm, right, there. Ag! Izuku screamed in pain as his arm was popped out of its socket. After taking a moment to recover from the shock and pain in his arm, he looked up to see that he hadn't knocked the punching bag off of its chain. Instead, his arm had gone completely through the bag, and a pile of shredded rubber and plastic laid on the floor. I did it! Izuku exclaimed in happiness, before being reminded that he just dislodged his arm by a sharp pain. I guess it's a good thing that Mom is shopping right now, or else she would have heard that scream. I should probably fine-tune this move. I wonder if... Izuku started muttering, but stopped and almost threw up when he used telekinesis to pop his arm back into place. Then, after recovering, he grabbed a trash bag and cleaned up the punching bag's innards. The day before the entrance exam, Izuku collapsed on the sand, panting heavily. That day, he'd been put through one final full-body workout by All Might and a general quirk-out, All Might's designation for a quirk workout, before ending the day with a 2-mile jog. That jog ended up finishing right at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, the place where it all started. What a view! All Might boomed, pulling up Izuku's head so he would see the sunset. I wonder, who was it that restored this wonderful beach? Ha! I did, Izuku said through his panting. HM? I couldn't hear ya, kid. I said I did, Izuku yelled, looking out at the ocean. Quite the transformation from what it used to be, wouldn't you say? Yeah. You've gone through an impressive transformation yourself. Young Midoriya. All Might held up his phone, and on the screen was a picture of Izuku crying on the beach. When did you take that picture? This is you from 10 months ago. Izuku stared at himself in the past. He was incredibly more thin and pale, and it was obvious that he wasn't very physically capable. He looked down at his current body, which was tanner and built up entirely of toned muscle. He wasn't huge or even big for that matter, but he was definitely muscular. That's embarrassing, Izuku sighed bluntly, cocking his head to one side. Ahahaha, I like you, young Midoriya. All Might boomed with his hands on his waist. You are ready to ace the UA entrance exam. Thank you so much, All Might, Izuku exclaimed, smiling wide enough to rival his hero's own smile. This is the last time I'll be personally training you. I assume you can keep up this pace, and I'll be keeping an eye on you as a hero. Now go home and get some rest. You'll need it for tomorrow's entrance exam. Yeah, you have no idea what all of this means to me, All Might. All Might. The voices of 6 people running up the beach caused Izuku and All Might to turn their heads, and they both paled at the approaching group. Run, young Midoriya, run! All Might and Izuku each ran off of the beach, all the way to the Midoriya residence, before All Might deflated to his true form. I'll be seeing you another time, young Midoriya, All Might said, smiling down at the boy. You better get into UA. You hear me? All Might put up his fist. I will, All Might. Thanks again for everything. Izuku met All Might's fist with his own. This kid, he has a true drive to be a hero. One day I know he will be the one that I give one for all. I should probably wait until he's mastered his own quirk a little bit more, though. With a final wave, All Might walked off and Izuku entered his apartment. Hey Mom, I'm home, Izuku shouted. Hey honey. Inko ran out of the kitchen to embrace her son. I'm so proud of all the work you've been putting in, so I'm making some katsudon tonight as a reward. Thanks, Mom. I'll be ready to eat right after I shower. Okay, it should be ready by then. Great. Izuku grabbed a towel and a set of fresh loungewear from his room. Before walking into the bathroom, however, he stopped by the spare room once more. I might as well try one more time, he thought, stretching his arm out. Ever since the first time he dislocated his arm 2 months prior, he had been trying to feel out exactly where the balance lied between power and control. He hadn't yet successfully broken through the bag without dislodging his arm. If he was going to do it before the exam, he wouldn't have a chance after this. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. So he reeled back his arm, quickly bringing a green glow around it. This time, though, the glow extended a little past Izuku's shoulder. He used his telekinesis to launch his arm forward, turning his whole body with his arm. He felt his hand enter the front and exit the back of bag, and the lower half of it quickly fell to the floor. Stretching his arm, Izuku could feel that he probably overstretched it, but it was still all connected. He couldn't help but smirk as he left the room to take his shower. The morning of the exam. Outside the massive structure of UA, Izuku Midoriya paused and looked up, marveling at the grand scale of the high school. Oi, Deku! A familiar, angry voice shouted behind Izuku. Get out of my way! Kei Kaken? Izuku turned to look at his old friend walking behind him. Don't stand in front of me, or I'll fucking kill you, Katsuki said in a low voice as he passed Izuku. Morning, let's both do our best, Izuku muttered, but was only met with silence as Katsuki walked on. Hey, isn't that Katsuki Bakugo? The one with the sludge villain? Izuku heard one guy say. Oh yeah, he's the real thing. Oh, look behind him. It's that Midoriya guy that rescued him. Kaken hasn't tried to bully me since that day, has he? Who knows? Maybe he's turning his life around. Izuku shook his head and looked up at UA again. I've been preparing for this moment for the past 10 months. Now, it's time to take my first step to being a hero. Izuku took 2 steps before he tripped and began falling down toward the ground. Yep, this is how my life ends. It's over for me. Suddenly, he stopped falling and was floating in midair. What happened? Did my quirk activate on its own? How? Wait, no. This is different. It feels like I'm completely weightless. He slowly looked up to see an extremely cute brunette girl smiling down at him. Are you all right? She asked, using her hands to right him in the air. Why yeah, Izuku said, looking at the girl, confused. Is that your quirk? Yeah, I'm sorry for using it without asking, the girl said, touching the tips of her fingers together as gravity found its way back to Izuku. But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? Yeah, thanks for that. What is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? It's 0 gravity. I can negate gravity's effect on anything I touch, the girl explained as they both started walking towards the building. That is so cool. Izuku exclaimed excitedly as his mind instinctively wandered over the many possible applications of her quirk. "Why, you're muttering really fast," she said, looking at him wide-eyed. "Huh? Oh, sorry," Izuku said apologetically. "I didn't mean to. How heavy is your limit?" "Oh, I'm not sure really. I think it's around 3 tons. What's your quirk?" "Huh? Oh, mine is telekinesis." "Eh?" The girl stopped and tilted her head. "Do you need to touch something to activate it? And what's your limit?" "Ah, no. I can pick up anything within about 15 meters. I mean, I can hold things outside of that range, but it needs to be that close for me to activate it. And my limit is probably a little bit more than a car weighs." The pair resumed their walk. "Your quirk is way cooler than mine," the girl exclaimed. "Our limits are pretty close to the same, but you don't have to touch the things to activate it and you can move them around." "Well, at my upper ranges I can barely move things, but I'm guessing zero gravity affects everything the same, right?" "Well, I guess you're right. It's probably pretty hard for you to move a car, but I could just push it really hard and it won't stop." Wait a minute," Izuku said as he realized something. "If you make something like a car weightless, then I might be able to pick it up like nothing." "Oh, really? That would be really cool," the girl exclaimed, her eyes shining. "We could probably come up with a lot of combination moves. Now that I think about it, our quirks might be perfect complements, huh?" he pondered. "Hey, I'm Ochako Uraraka," the girl said, smiling as she put her hand out to shake Izuku's. "I am Izuku Midoriya," he said, blushing a little bit at her kind gesture. He noticed 2 things. Her fingers had little soft pads on their tips, and her pinky finger wasn't touching him. "Are those pads for activating your quirk?" "Oh yeah, it activates when I touch all 5 of my finger pads on one hand to something." "I see," Izuku said as they reached the room labeled UA High School Hero Course Exam Orientation. "I guess we should head to our own school's sections." "Yeah, I'll see you later, Midoriya." Ochako smiled brightly and ran toward where her section was. Left alone, Izuku suddenly realized that he and Katsuki were the only ones from Aldera who applied for UA, so he'd be sitting right next to him. So he went looking and eventually found his seat. As Izuku sat next to Katsuki, the blonde just scoffed. At least he wasn't threatening Izuku with death. A large UA symbol appeared on a screen at the front of the auditorium, and lights shined on the stage, where the pro hero, Present Mike, stood. "For all you examinee listeners, welcome to my show today. Everyone here, say HEY. Present Mike shouted enthusiastically, only to be met with silence by the crowd. Izuku would have spoken up if he hadn't been so excited to see Present Mike in the first place. Present Mike shrugged. What a refined response. Then, "I'll quickly present to you the rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready?" More silence. "Present Mike, the voice hero," Izuku excitedly whispered as quietly as he could. "I listen to him on the radio every week. I'm so moved. I guess all the UA teachers are heroes, huh?" "Shut the fuck up," Katsuki hissed, but Izuku paid him no mind. "As it says in the application requirements," Present Mike continued, "you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, head to the battle center that was assigned to you. Okay." "In other words," Katsuki whispered harshly, "they won't let people work with friends from their own schools, huh?" "You're right," Izuku said, looking at their exam tickets. "Even though our examinee numbers are consecutive, we're going to different battle centers." "Don't look at my ticket. I'll kill you," Katsuki hissed. "Damn it, now I can't crush you." Izuku held back a chuckle. Yup, he's still the same. "There are 3 types of foe villains in each battle center that you can destroy for villain points," Present Mike called out. "There are 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. Your goal is to accumulate points by immobilizing these foe villains." "Excuse me, may I ask a question?" A tall boy with short black hair and glasses yelled, raising his hand. "Okay," Present Mike said as the spotlight shined on the boy. "The printout says there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, as it seems to be, then UA, which is the most prominent hero school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. In addition, the boy said, turning toward Izuku, you with the curly hair, you've been muttering this entire time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Izuku hadn't even realized he was muttering. He quickly said, I'm sorry, and a few giggles came from the crowd. Okay. Examinee number 7111. Present Mike shouted, bringing everyone's attention back to him. Thanks for the message. The fourth villain is worth no villain points. He's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every center that'll go crazy in small areas. It isn't invincible, but there's no reason to fight it either. I recommend avoiding it. Thank you very much. Examinee number 7111 shouted with a bow. Please excuse my interruption. All right, that's all from me today, Present Mike said. Finally, I'll leave you listeners with a gift. It's our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond, plus ultra. Now, good luck suffering, everyone. What makes a hero? Izuku stood outside of Battle Center B, going through the warm-up stretches that he'd learned through his training with All Might. This is it, he thought, standing back up straight after finishing his stretches. All Might said that I have what it takes to be a hero, a great hero. Now it's time to prove him right. What's this? It looks as big as a real city, one applicant said. UA has multiple of these on campus? Amazing, another one exclaimed. A 10-minute mock battle, huh? Izuku thought, looking around. Everybody looks pretty confident. Looking around, there were only a few applicants that physically stood out to Izuku. One was a tall guy with 6 webbed arms. Another was a guy wearing a helmet, and there was also a feminine blonde guy with a fancy frilly shirt and metal belt. Then there was someone with red and white hair gelled into a single spike, and then he saw Ochako Uraraka in the middle of the crowd, fanning herself with her hand. I should probably thank her again for earlier, Izuku thought as he began walking towards her, and also wish her luck. Before he even took 2 steps, a hand grabbed Izuku's shoulder firmly. He slowly turned to look up at the tall boy with short dark hair and glasses, examinee number 7111 if he remembered correctly, who had called him out during the orientation for muttering. So he's here too? Izuku thought, narrowing his eyes at the boy. He's already getting on my nerves. Examinee number 7111 glanced up towards Uraraka, saying, that girl appears to be trying to focus. He looked back at Izuku, tilting his head and slightly narrowing his eyes. What exactly are you here for? Are you here to interfere with those of us who are actually interested in being heroes? What's that supposed to mean? Izuku responded coldly. I'm here to be a hero too. It didn't occur to you that I might just know her. It did, but the students here are all from different schools. I find it unlikely that you'd know her. Well, Okay, start. Present Mick's voice rang out over the group. As everyone looked up at the tower that he was yelling from, he continued, what's wrong? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Run, run. Damn. I can't let this asshole distract me, Izuku thought, starting to run into the fake city along with the other applicants. I have to pass, and not let All Might down. Students began splitting off of the main group as they ran, and Izuku followed suit by running alone into an abandoned side street. Suddenly, a large metal robot labeled 2 jumped out in front of him. Expecting it to weigh a lot, Izuku used his telekinesis to launch it into a cement wall that was next to the building it jumped from. To Izuku's surprise, the robot was lighter than he expected, so the extra force he had put in caused the machine to crush against the wall. Whoa! They must be made of a super light yet durable material. Leave it to UA, he thought before continuing down the street. Along the road, he encountered 2 1-pointers, 1 more 2-pointer, and a 3-pointer. Once he reached the end of the street, he looked back for a second at the robots that he had smashed against walls and the floor. All right, 9 points. He peeled off down another side street where he was ambushed by a group of 5 robots. a 3-pointer, a 2-pointer, and 3 1-pointers. They all trained their sights on him, but he gripped them all simultaneously with his quirk and, somersaulting out of the way, he made them all collide with each other. 17 points. Before reaching the end of the street, he encountered another 3-pointer, bringing his total up to 20 villain points. 6.5 minutes left. Present Mick's voice screamed out. It's been 3.5 minutes? Izuku thought, starting to run up another street. At this rate, I'll get about 50 or so points. That's probably enough. I need to keep this up. Izuku ran through another street. As he went, his motion activated several faux villains. There were 2 3-pointers, 3 2-pointers, and 2 1-pointers, which he all gripped with his power and launched into a wall at the end of the street, skidding to a halt himself. That was 14 more points, all in an instant. That's 34 in total. That was just a lucky street, though, so I can't let up yet. Izuku ran down another street, although he only collected 6 points in that one. He did this going down 2 more streets, amassing 11 points from them, before breaking out onto a main street that was full of applicants and destroyed faux villains. After doing it through those 4 streets, he felt a sharp pain in his side. 45, 47, 48. He heard and saw examinee number 7111 as he leapt from villain to villain, destroying them with great speed and powerful kicks. He then saw Ochako Uraraka with several robots floating behind her, before she released them to fall to the ground, yelling, 28! 48, 28, am I really doing that well? I already have 51 points. Izuku clutched at his aching side and started catching his breath. Then again, I'm really tired out from overexerting my quirk. There were a lot of robots, plus I was running the whole time. Suddenly, a massive boom shook the entire city, and a shockwave was sent down the street. Izuku looked at the source and paled when he saw a massive robot, which was taller than any of the buildings surrounding it. It had a gray 0 plastered on its shoulder. The 0-pointer? Isn't that a little bit too big? 2 minutes left. Present Mike yelled over the exam site. The entirety of aspiring heroes began running away from the faux villain. Izuku was about to follow them when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the color brown. He looked to see that Ochako Uraraka had her leg pinned beneath some rubble. She was twisting, trying to connect her fingers to the concrete, but the awkward angle with which it fell on her made doing so difficult. The 0-pointer was moving down the street, with her directly in the path of its tread. She wasn't going to escape with enough time to run away. She was going to die. OOW, she screeched, desperately fighting the weight of the rubble. Izuku's body, despite its tiredness, glowed with a soft green as he pushed himself towards the girl. As soon as he was within 15 meters, the collapsed piece of the building that had pinned Ochako's leg down flew off of her. Izuku knelt down and picked up the girl, pulling her arm over his shoulder before running away. As he did, though, he could feel that his quirk had lost most of its strength. Midoriya, Ochako said softly, before heaving from nausea. Thanks. Don't mention it, Izuku yelled. Can you run on your own? I think I broke my ankle, sorry. Izuku glanced over his shoulder. Shit, I'm not fast enough to outrun that thing while holding her, and my quirk can't handle any more, let alone using it on myself. If it comes to it, I guess I could use the last of my strength to launch her a safe distance, but then I'd be done. If only I could stop it. Maybe. No, that wouldn't work. I need to use my quirk to do that. If only I weighed less. Wait a minute. Uraraka, can you still use your quirk? I could probably manage it for a few seconds, she groaned. But using it on myself right now wouldn't work too well. That's fine. That wasn't what I had in mind. Use it on me, right now. All right. Maybe it was a stupid idea. Maybe it would have been smarter for Izuku to run away with Ochako while he was weightless. But that wasn't where his mind was at the moment. Maybe it was stupid, but he realized it after the fact. He was cornered, and his fight-or-flight response had chosen to fight. As soon as Ochako pressed her fingers to Izuku and he could feel gravity leaving him, he used his quirk to throw her about 15 meters ahead. Sorry about that, Uraraka. Izuku turned toward the massive faux villain that threatened to crush him momentarily. Without the burden of gravity pulling his body down, despite his weariness. He easily covered himself in a bright green glow. Leading with his right fist, he flew directly up and into the massive zero-pointer. He moved so fast that he generated a shockwave as he leapt up. He entered through the lower torso of the robot and exited through the back of its head. His body was mostly well protected by the force of his telekinesis, but the impact broke his fingers, dislocated his wrist, and broke his forearm. The bits of debris from the machine also ended up cutting him all over. He looked back down at the robot he had just ripped through, which was now falling backwards, exploding in multiple places. It hit the ground with a deafening thud, which let off a shockwave that sent Izuku back a little bit. He then realized that he was still weightless, and he used his quirk to float back down to Earth. Release! Ochako gasped once Izuku touched down, touching her fingers together before vomiting a good amount. Hey Uraraka, are you all right? Izuku called, making his way over to her as fast as his exhausted body would let him and wincing at the pain in his side. I am fine, Ochako started talking before resuming her throwing up. Hey, take it easy, Izuku sighed as he knelt down next to her, putting his hand on her shoulder. Once she seemed done with the vomiting, Izuku asked, How's your ankle? It hurts. A lot, she sighed, rolling to sit on her butt. But how did you do that? That was amazing. Izuku looked at her as she trailed off and saw that she was staring at him and blushing. He looked down at his tracksuit and realized that the upper portion had been mostly torn apart when he went through the massive robot, and his toned body was completely visible. Why, you're really fit, huh? She noted before chuckling nervously. Couldn't tell while you were wearing that tracksuit. Aha. Well, I guess. Izuku blushed a bit and looked away. Well, anyway, it's good to know what I'm capable of with my quirk eye if I use it on something that's weightless, he said, sitting next to her and laughing nervously as he went to scratch the back of his neck. Ouch! I think I broke my arm, though. Well, of course you did, Ochako yelled, gently grabbing his arm to look at his hand. You punched through that whole thing. I'm surprised that Cha didn't shatter your whole arm up to your shoulder. That was probably a stupid idea, eh? I probably should have just escaped with you once you made me weightless. But at least we confirmed that our quirks work well together. Right? Yeah. Oh hey, maybe we should become a hero duo once we graduate from UA. I mean, if we both pass the exam. Ochako laughed uncomfortably. She's really cute when she laughs, huh? Izuku thought, laughing nervously alongside her. And her accent is a little cute, too. I wonder where she's from. Time's up. It's over. Present Mike yelled over the exam site. Ah, man. Ochako sighed as she stretched her arms above her head. I got 28 points. I hope it's enough. I'm sure you'll pass, so don't worry about it, Izuku said, chuckling. I just have a feeling. How many points did you get, Midoriya? Before you saved me. Thanks for that, by the way. Ochako quickly jumped up and bowed to Izuku in thanks, but instantly fell back down due to her injury. Hey, don't overexert yourself. Besides, don't mention it. It's repaying you for stopping my fall earlier. The two don't even begin to compare, she sighed, rubbing her ankle. I'll make it up to you one day, I promise. Anyway, how many points do you have? I got Izuku looked around and noticed that everyone was looking at him and Ochako. Why is everyone staring at us? Who wouldn't stare when you just tore through the entire zero-pointer? Ochako sighed. Stop dodging the question, though. Is it low or something? And no, I got 51, Izuku said. Whoa, that's way better than my score, Ochako exclaimed, smiling at Izuku. You're definitely getting in. You did pretty well too, Izuku said earnestly. I'm sure you'll get in too. He looked around and saw, through the crowd, that there was a short old lady walking around handing out candies. That mademoiselle is the backbone of UA. Izuku could hear the feminine blonde boy say. He had a French accent. She's the school's registered nurse. The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl walked over to Izuku and Ochako after checking up on everyone else. Do you two have any injuries? She asked, glancing at the puddle of vomit for a moment. Yeah, she broke her ankle, Izuku said, pointing his thumb at Ochako. And I broke my arm. And my hand. Geez, you kids are too reckless these days, Recovery Girl sighed before quickly planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Eh? Why did? Ochako cut herself off as the pain in her stomach and ankle disappeared. Whoa, is this your quirk? Izuku asked, squeezing his newly healed hand to test it. That's amazing. Here, have some Haribo candies, Recovery Girl said, holding out her hand to the two teenagers. She dropped 4 gummy bears into each of their hands and turned around to walk away. I feel all better, Ochako sighed in relief as she stood up. But I'm still not sure if I passed. I mean, if you got 51 and I got 28, then there's probably a lot of other people between our scores, right? I don't know about that, Izuku said as he also stood up. I think you did just fine. I hope so, Ochako sighed. Suddenly, she perked up. How about you give me your phone number? That way, I can tell you once I get the letter from UA. Oh, alright, that's probably a good idea. Let's exchange numbers after we change back into our uniforms. Ochako quickly glanced back down at Izuku's body once more before looking away. Alright? Izuku and Ochako followed the rest of the group back to the locker rooms, engaging in general chatter along the way. Once they changed out of their exercise clothing and into their respective uniforms, they met again in front of the UA front gate and exchanged numbers. Well, I'll see you later, Midoriya. It was nice to meet ya. Ochako shook Izuku's hand and smiled. Yeah, it was nice to meet you too. I'll text you later. Alright, Uraraka. Izuku smiled as he let her hand go. Sounds good. See ya. Ochako and Izuku walked their separate ways. But instead of going home, Izuku walked back to UA. He needed to have a word with Present Mike. After asking a few people about the whereabouts of the vocal hero, he was eventually able to find him. He quickly walked into the room which overlooked the exam grounds. Excuse me? Izuku called as he entered the room. Present Mike. Oh? What can I do for you, little listener? Present Mike turned to him after setting down a stack of papers. Well, there's this girl, Ochako Uraraka. She has short brown hair, rosy cheeks. Her face is kinda cute and round, you know the one I mean? She wasn't confident that she has enough points to pass. But, in the end, she had to use the last of her quirk strength on me, and she was super nice besides that. She even saved me from falling before the exam, so could I give her some of my points? At least the few she could have gotten with one more use of her quirk. I think that she really deserves to be a hero, and I want to help her. At least if she isn't already passing, then I'd like to donate as many points as she needs to pass. Ahaha. Present Mick's laugh was booming, even without his speaker turned on. Whoa, slow down there, listener. I'm sorry, but I can't transfer points between exam takers. That being said, Present Mike shook his head and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I don't think you should have anything to worry about. I haven't seen the scores yet, but I'll let you know that villain points aren't the only thing being considered here. If she helped you out at the end, when she wasn't confident in her own score, I'm sure that'll be taken into account. Don't tell her that I said that though. In fact, don't tell anyone. I really shouldn't have told you anyway, so keep your mouth shut about it. I will. Thank you so much, Present Mike, Izuku exclaimed in appreciation as he bowed. As Izuku exited the room, Present Mike sighed. I didn't even do anything, kid. As soon as Izuku got home, he took a long, hot shower. It helped relax his sore body and relieved the stress that his mind had been under as well. It felt like he wouldn't be able to use his quirk for weeks, although that obviously wasn't really the case. After cleaning himself up, he sat down to dinner with his mom and told her all about the entrance exam, including Ochako. Oh, well, I'm so proud of you, Inko gushed, holding Izuku's hand across the table. And that Uraraka girl sounds nice too. She is, Izuku responded with a smile, before frowning. I hope she doesn't worry too much about her score though. I just know that she'll pass. Oh, don't worry about that, sweetie. I'm sure everything will work out. Inko smiled. Yeah, thanks for the food, Mom. It was delicious. Izuku said as he stood up and brought his dishes to the sink. I'm going to go for a run first thing tomorrow. Even though All Might isn't training me anymore, I need to keep up with my exercise. So I might be gone when you wake up. Oh, that's fine, dear. Just don't overwork yourself, because that can be bad for you. I know, Mom. I already learned that lesson while training with All Might. I'm going to my room, so I'll see you later. Okay, she smiled, brimming with pride for her son. After cleaning the last of his dishes, Izuku made his way towards his bedroom, where he began sifting through the day's hero news. There hadn't been any debuts that day or too many villain attacks, except for one that caught his eye. Another victim of the hero killer, huh? Izuku muttered to himself. Let's see. Power Volt this time? That's too bad. I liked him. When will some hero finally stop this guy? I wonder how skilled he must be to be able to take down so many heroes. What are the specifics of his quirk, too? I've seen a lot of talk online. Izuku began rapidly muttering to himself, speculating about the hero killer called Stain. It was a full 10 minutes before he realized that he had gotten carried away again. Having gone through the hero news, Izuku decided to do some bicep curls while watching some videos on his computer. Sitting there, his mind drifted, and he came to rest his thoughts on Ochako more than once. I wonder if she's doing all right, he thought, coming to the end of his set of curls. Maybe I should text her to see how she's doing. She was pretty worried after all. Izuku pulled out his phone and opened up his contacts, quickly finding the most recently added one. Midoriya. Hey, Uraraka. This is Midoriya from the entrance exam. I just wanted to see how you are doing after all that. Midoriya laid back on his bed, and it was only a few moments before the word "read" popped up under his message, and she started typing. Uraraka. Hi Midoriya. I'm doing well, and I'm feeling a lot better after relaxing a bit. Thanks for being concerned. Stream of cute emojis, how are you doing? I feel like I should be more concerned about you, since you punched through that huge 0-pointer more emojis. Midoriya. I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Midoriya. I meant to ask earlier, but you're from out of town, aren't you? Uraraka. Yeah. I'm from the Mie Prefecture. My parents sent me out here to go to UA. Are you from near UA? Midoriya. Yeah, I lived here for my whole life. Do you know anyone around here? Uraraka. No, I only know you. I just came into Shizuoka a few days ago. Midoriya. Well, I could show you around the town if you'd like. Besides, we should get to know each other if we're going to go to school together. Uraraka. If I go to UA pouting face emoji, but I'll take you up on your offer either way. Is tomorrow morning fine? Midoriya. Sure. I'm free after about 8, since I run in the mornings. Uraraka. That's a lot of dedication. I don't think I'd have it in me plethora of emojis. Midoriya. Where should we meet? Uraraka. You could pick me up at 9:30 from my apartment. Is that fine? Midoriya. Yeah, sounds great. Where is that? Uraraka. One address attached. Midoriya. All right, I'll meet you tomorrow at 9:30. Uraraka. Great. I look forward to seeing you. Good night. If emojis had mass, this would be a ton of them. Midoriya. Good night, Uraraka. See you tomorrow. Izuku set down his phone and stretched. He was pretty happy with how that conversation went, and he genuinely looked forward to hanging out with Uraraka. He was on good terms with most of his classmates, but most of them avoided him for fear of Katsuki's wrath, which was too often directed at Izuku for their liking. So, it would be nice for him to actually spend time with a friend. Izuku eventually decided that it was time to go to bed, but first he got up and made his way to the living room, where his mother was watching TV. I'm gonna go to bed, Mom, he said. I'm actually going to meet with Uraraka tomorrow. She's the girl from the exam. It turns out she's from out of town, so I'm going to show her around a bit. Oh my, Inko said, putting her hand on her cheek. How gentlemanlike of you, Izuku. Well, I guess. I'm going to bed now. All right, sleep well, dear, Inko called, winking at him as he walked away. Izuku had some trouble falling asleep that night. Aside from the excitement of the day, He was also nervous about meeting Ochako the next day. Why would he be, though? He was doing something nice for her, right? Besides, they were friends. New friends, but still friends. Sure, she was cute and super nice and had an infectious laugh that he probably easily blushed to. But he shook the thoughts from his head. There was no reason to be nervous. He should be glad to have someone who wanted to hang out with him, not nervous. He didn't hold it against his classmates, because of Katsuki, and he'd be more than happy to be friends with Ochako. Even so, he kept himself up due to the odd nervousness he felt. Not so late that he was dead tired the following day, but late nonetheless. You can do it. Izuku found himself outside of Ochako's apartment just before 9:30 the next morning. He had eaten, ran, and bathed earlier, and was now wearing a simple green t-shirt and jeans as he walked to her door. He still felt a bit nervous, despite numerous attempts to calm himself down, and he hesitated to knock on the door. They really hadn't covered the details of this excursion. What did she think if it? How long should they stay out? Where would they go and would they eat lunch? There was so much that was unplanned, and he would still probably be nervous even if he didn't have a small, maybe moderate to large crush on Ochako. But he knew that they wouldn't be able to plan any more if he didn't knock on the door and talk to her. So he finally raised his hand and knocked. He was going to knock 3 times, as was standard, but the door quickly opened in the middle of the second knock. "Hey, Midoriya," Ochako exclaimed in her bubbly voice. "I'm all ready." She was wearing a pink blouse with a gray knee-long skirt and dark leggings. Izuku stood there for a moment, a little surprised by her prompt door answer and still holding his hand up in the knocking position. After processing what had just happened, he quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Ah, gee, good morning, Uraraka," he stuttered. "Why, you answered the door pretty quickly." "Eh?" she sighed, closing and locking the door behind her. "I didn't have anything else to look forward to today, so I got ready a little early." "Well, we should probably get going." "Yeah. Where are we going, anyways?" "Well, there's a nice park near here. We could also go to the shopping center near here, or I could show you my favorite places to get food." Izuku stopped himself there, because he didn't want to start muttering too much in front of Ochako again. "Let's save that one for lunch," Ochako giggled. "I kinda want to go to the shopping center. I haven't needed to go there yet, but I want to see what stores are there." "That sounds good to me." As they started walking, Izuku asked, "Why do you have an apartment here already? Shouldn't you wait until you know that you'll get into UA?" "Well, my parents own a construction company," Ochako explained. "They helped build these apartments, and the guy who runs the place said that it's the least they could do to let me stay here for a month free of charge. I'm here early to get familiar with the area." "Well, what about school? Don't you still have to go?" "Nah," she shook her head. "The school schedule is a little ahead in Mie, so I guess I have an extra long break." "That's lucky," Izuku sighed. "I still have my finals in a couple weeks." "Well, you can do it." Ochako pumped her fist enthusiastically. "Yeah, thanks," he said, nodding his head. "You said your parents own a construction company? Isn't your quirk perfect for that kind of work?" "Yeah, right," Ochako agreed, before her smile faded. "I told them I wanted to help and work for them, but they wanted me to follow my own dreams." "Why do you sound so down about that?" Izuku tilted his head, concerned. Ochako looked at Izuku for a moment. She hadn't been planning on telling anyone about her family's situation until she really got to know them. But this boy saved her life, so why should she go out of her way to hide anything from him? "Well, my family's company doesn't get a lot of business. We're poor, like real poor, but they wouldn't take my help, even though I wanted to give it to him." She smiled at Izuku. "That's why I want to be a hero, though. I'm gonna get real popular and earn enough money to fully support them." "Whoa, that's a nice motivation to be a hero," he mused. "Your parents sound like great people." "They are," Ochako smiled. "What about your parents? What are they like?" "Well, my mom's always been really supportive," Izuku said. "I got my quirk from her, not my dad, and she was so happy and proud and all that. Ever since, she's always been cheering me on towards my dream of being a hero." He smiled fondly, reminiscing about how she cried happily when he first told her about his quirk. despite the bruises covering him. Honestly, she's kinda too supportive. She seems nice, Ochako chuckled. What about your dad? Oh, I don't know him too well, Izuku sighed. He works abroad. He sends money home to support me and mom, but I only see him during holidays, and even then only occasionally. Oh, sorry I asked. Ochako apologized, worried that she'd upset him. Izuku chuckled. It's fine, really. He's always nice when he does visit, and mom always seems happy to see him. Besides, he's working for our sake. How could I be upset with him for that? I guess that's true, she said. So, what's it like to live in the city so close to UA? You must see a lot of cool heroes around. Yeah, I've seen some, he said thoughtfully, looking down at the sidewalk. We get big villain attacks around here once or twice a month sometimes. Have you ever met 13, the space hero? Ochako's eyes brightened as she asked. He's my favorite hero. No, I actually haven't, Izuku said, placing his hand on his chin. But I've met Death Arms, Backdraft, All Might, Kamui Woods. You met All Might? Ochako cut him off. That must have been exciting. That isn't even the half of it, Izuku chuckled. He even personally trained me for UA's entrance exam. Eh? Ochako stopped walking and looked at Izuku, dumbfounded. You were trained by All Might? Like, the All Might? Suddenly, Izuku regretted saying that. He hadn't needed to worry too much about leaking All Might's physical condition due to his lack of a major social life, but now he needed to be careful. Hell, he didn't even know if he was allowed to talk about the training itself. However, he hesitantly nodded his head. Why yeah, All Might. No wonder you're so strong, Ochako exclaimed, gripping her hair. It suddenly made sense to her. His amazing control over his quirk, the way he jumped to save her when no one else did, his toned muscles and his fit body all made sense. What's he like? Is he really as big as he looks on TV? I thought he looked a little taller in person, Izuku said. Yeah, taller. Wow, Ochako sighed. Meeting him is one thing, but you trained with him, too. That's so lucky. Yeah, probably. Come on, we're almost at the shopping center. Huh? Oh yeah. I almost forgot. They started walking again before Ochako continued. All Might must have been pretty impressed with you to train you like that. How did you meet him? Well, it was about a year ago, I think 10 months. It was his first day in the area, and there was a villain attack. I helped out, and he talked to me afterwards. And he's been training you ever since? Geez, no wonder you're so amazing. Well, I don't think I'm that cool. Izuku scratched the back of his neck and looked away. Of course you are. You got over 50 points in that exam, and then still had enough power to rip all the way through that huge robot. Izuku looked back at Ochako, who had been wildly gesticulating while praising him, and smiled. Well, I wouldn't have been able to manage even close to that if you didn't make me weightless. Ochako tilted her head at him and smiled as well. I guess so. It's really cool how compatible our quirks are. Huh. Yeah, it is, Izuku smiled. If UA lets us, we should work on combination moves. Why are you so sure that I'll get into UA? Ochako pouted. I told you, I just have a feeling. No offense, but that's not very reassuring. Well, we'll see. As the two reached the shopping center, their conversation quickly shifted to more simple matters, such as where to go. They started by simply walking around to see what stores were there, but eventually started browsing through a convenience store and then a department store. They didn't buy anything, but Ochako was constantly commenting about how everything was too expensive, much to Izuku's amusement. They ended up going to an arcade, too, although Ochako didn't want to spend too much money there either. Before they even knew it, it was already time for lunch, so they headed to a traditional Japanese restaurant that was also in the shopping center to eat. Izuku ordered katsudon and Ochako ordered sushi, and as they ate they talked more about the area, their favorite heroes, and other things. I can't believe it slipped my mind earlier, Ochako said, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. But I meant to ask about your run this morning. I mean, how long was it? It was about 4 miles, Izuku said nonchalantly. Their katsudon isn't as good as my mom's. You ran 4 miles? Geez, I know I can't do that in one day. Ochako glanced down for about the 10th time that day as a gust of wind blew Izuku's shirt against his abs, letting their outline become apparent. She wasn't staring because she liked him or anything. She wouldn't do that, right? No, she was just impressed by the hard work he must have put in. Sure, he had a pretty good figure and a really nice personality, and his face was pretty plain yet cute too, and his hair looked so soft, and he had such pretty green eyes that she currently found herself lost in. But no, that isn't how it is, she thought as she shook the thoughts from her head and took another bite of sushi. Besides, there's no way he'd think that way about me. Anyway, Izuku sighed as he finished the last of his meal. How much longer do you want to stay out? We could go to the park, or the beach that's nearby or something. There's a beach here? Ochako asked, looking back up at him. I didn't even realize that. It's called the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It used to be a junkyard, until pretty recently. What do you mean by that? Well, the current washed a lot of garbage ashore. It built up, then people started to hide their own illegal dumping in with the pile. It was pretty bad. But someone cleaned it? Oh, I cleaned it, as part of my training with All Might. How big is the beach? Ochako asked, not sure what to expect given what she already knew about him. Izuku pulled out his phone and began looking for the local news article that talked about it. Well, the garbage spanned for about half a kilometer, I think. Maybe a little more. How long did it take you to clean? About a month, I think. Here. Izuku handed Ochako his phone, showing before and after shots of the beach. It's gotten pretty popular since then. Sure. Let's go, Ochako said, getting up from their table. The photos look beautiful, but I want to see what it looks like in person. They approached the register, and Ochako paid for both of their meals before Izuku could even reach for his own wallet. He found this very odd, since she had been openly displaying her frugality all day and had even told him that her family was poor. As they left the shopping center, Ochako looked over to the shops one more time. Is that a mochi shop? She exclaimed, pointing at said mochi shop. Yeah, Izuku replied. Do you like mochi? It's my favorite, she cried, drooling a little bit. Then, she clutched at her stomach and sighed. But I'm so full right now. I can't. Well, we can get it later after we check out the beach. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, Ochako conceded, following Izuku onto the sidewalk. They chatted a bit, but halfway to the beach, Izuku brought up what he had been thinking about for a while. Why did you pay for my katsudon? He asked. Well, that's just my start on repaying you, Ochako said in an almost melodic tone. You know, for saving my life in the exam. I told you, you don't need to repay me for anything. Don't say that. I wouldn't be alive right now if it weren't for you. Well, Izuku sighed as he glanced at her from the corner of his eye. I guess I can't argue against that, but I don't want you to owe me anything for it. You can't stop me, Ochako insisted with a small giggle. I guess not. Oh, we're here. Izuku pointed forward at the metal guardrail overlooking the beach park. Ochako looked out over the bright sand and blue water, populated with people enjoying the beach. A salty breeze blew across her face, and she couldn't help but smile at the experience. It's beautiful, she said quietly. There was no better way for her to describe it. Turning to Izuku, she said, people get to enjoy this because of you, Midoriya. That's pretty cool, you know? Yeah, I guess so, he replied, smiling as he watched the families relax and play on the beach he had restored. The two of them ended up walking along the beach for hours, talking pleasantly about nothing important. The topic came up about Izuku having other friends, and he avoided it as best he could. Ochako made a mental note about his reluctance to talk about it, but moved on with the conversation like she hadn't noticed. There was a game of volleyball, a group of performers, and a few other amusing sights along the way. There was even a villain attack, although it was pretty short and disappointing compared to most. Neither of them noticed that they were out so long, until they saw the sun getting low to the horizon and the glint reflecting off of the water. Whoa, what time is it? Ochako asked as she looked out over the water. Izuku checked his phone and gasped as he saw the time and 6 missed calls from his mom. It's almost 6, he said. his voice squeezing into a higher octave. My mom called me 6 times. I forgot my phone was on silent. What? Ochako cried. We should get going. They both started back to Ochako's apartment in a quick walk, and Izuku called his mom to apologize vehemently for staying out so long without letting her know. She was fine with it, but she wanted him home because she was making dinner. When they reached Ochako's apartment, Izuku walked her to the door. Thanks for taking me out today, Midoriya, Ochako said with a small smile. I'm kinda glad that we lost track of time, you know? The beach looked so pretty this late. Yeah, Izuku agreed. But we never went to get mochi, did we? Ochako pouted as she suddenly remembered the mochi shop. Well, how about this? Izuku proposed. After we get our acceptance letters from UA, we can go there to celebrate. Well, Ochako was about to say again that she might not be accepted, but decided against it. I might end up going there on my own in the meantime. That's fine, Izuku laughed. I really need to go home now, though. It was nice to spend time with you, Uraraka. Yeah, it was good to see you too. See you later, Midoriya. Ochako waved as Izuku started running off to catch the next train home. She was filled with some odd happiness as she thought about the events of the day. She was glad that Izuku was the first friend she made here, but there was something else too. It was some warm, good feeling that she could feel in her chest. She couldn't place it, but it definitely wasn't that she liked him beyond friendship. No way. When Izuku got home, he received a light scolding from his mother, although she was more worried than angry. After eating, Izuku went through the hero news of the day as always. Over the next week, Izuku and Ochako kept in touch, and Izuku busied himself with his workout routines and school. He tried to contact All Might multiple times, but his messages were always left on read. It was a rather uneventful week. Katsuki kept bragging about his high score of 77 villain points to his classmates, and he took Izuku's silence about his score to mean that he had failed miserably, so he left him alone for the most part. The week flew by, and before Izuku even realized, it was Saturday evening, the time that letters should arrive from UA. He was in the middle of a conversation with Ochako on the phone when his mother excitedly knocked on his door, calling his name. I gotta go, Uraraka, Izuku said into the phone as he got up. My mom needs me for something. Oh, your acceptance letter probably got there, she replied brightly. My mail should get here in about 10-ish minutes, too. Well, have fun being accepted. Yeah, you too. If I get accepted. You will. Yeah, sure. I'll text you later. Alright, I'll be waiting. Talk to you later. Bye. Izuku hung up and quickly opened the door, which his mother was still rapidly knocking on. Izuku! Inko screeched, holding an envelope up to her son. Izuku, it's here. The letter. Ah, my ears, Izuku muttered, rubbing his temple and holding up his other hand at his mother. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. Let's open it. I want to see your face when you get in. Inko smiled proudly with a hint of tears behind her glistening eyes. All right, Izuku chuckled, taking the envelope. As Izuku walked toward the living room with his mom, he noted the heft of the envelope and the presence of a small circle-shaped object in its center. He sat down on the couch next to the excited Inko and opened the letter on the coffee table, first sliding out the disc that he felt. It beeped once before erupting with a blue glow, and a hologram projection filled the air above it. I am here as a projection. The booming voice of All Might roared as his form became apparent in the hologram. All Might, Izuku exclaimed, glancing down at the envelope labeled, Oh, this is from UA, isn't it? Inko was equally confused, as she was well aware that All Might wasn't affiliated with the high school. I have been busy, so I haven't been able to contact you. Young Midoriya, my apologies. But, you see, the entire reason I came to this prefecture was for my new job. I'll be teaching at UA. Izuku's jaw dropped at the announcement. All Might? At UA. Izuku thought as he began smiling. No way. A hand popped into the hologram, gesturing at All Might to get on with it. Get it over with? But I have things that I need to. All Might debates with the hand. Whatever needs to be said can be said later. It'll push everything back? Well then, young Midoriya, you passed both the written exam and the practical exam, and have gained admittance to UA High. I'm sure that you already know that. But there's more. You scored 51 villain points in the practical exam, which was the third highest amount out of the examinees. Well done. On top of the villain points, though, we were testing your resolves to be true heroes. The will to give up one's own energy, time, effort, and well-being to help others was also considered. I heard about your efforts regarding Ochako Uraraka and saw your interactions during the exam, so I thought I should let you know directly. This exam was also graded using rescue points. They were awarded by a panel of judges based on your actions in the exam. For saving Uraraka, breaking your own bones in the process, and later offering up your own points for her benefit, you get 50 rescue points. And for young Uraraka, for assisting with the robot when she was so exhausted and injured and had her own lower score, and also for inspiring you to take your own action, she also gets 50 rescue points. All Might gestures to a screen behind him, showing the top 10 scorers in the practical exam. In first place, with a total of 101 points, was Izuku himself. He couldn't even believe that he had been the top scorer, let alone by such a large margin. In second place, much to Izuku's joy, was Ochako Uraraka. Her 28 villain points and her 50 rescue points added up to 78 in total. And she thought she wouldn't pass. Izuku sighed inwardly as he grew incredibly proud of her. The third place spot almost made Izuku burst out in laughter, but the whole situation was going by so fast that he didn't even have time. Katsuki Bakugo had gotten third place with 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. He technically had the most villain points out of all of the examinees, yet was considered third due to the wrench thrown in that was the rescue points. Even more amusing to Izuku was the fact that he lost to Ochako by 1 point. He was actually almost scared of Katsuki for the first time in a long time. He had no idea what he'd do in those circumstances. So, young Midoriya, All Might continued, his smile somehow widening even more. You both pass. Now come. UA High will be your hero academia. With that, the hologram shut down. Izuku sat there for a moment, processing everything, before his mother tackled him off of the couch in a tight hug, crying happily and proudly. Izuku looked at the forms in the envelope after his mom calmed down. Since he had gotten first place in the entrance exam, he would be the first-year student representative that would speak before UA's annual sports festival. He was extremely excited about that. Class 1A in UA's hero course would be his new class at the beginning of the next semester. He wondered if Ochako would also be in the same class, and when he thought of her, he remembered that they were planning to go to the mochi shop. She was getting her mail after him, so he had time enough to wash off the stench of sweat and BO that had accumulated through his day of working out. When Izuku got out of the shower, he was greeted by a text from Ochako that read, "I got an," excited emojis. Izuku sent her a text asking if she was still up for mochi, since they hadn't discussed it after the initial suggestion, and she quickly replied that she would love to. So Izuku finished freshening up and made his way out of his house, then to Ochako's apartment. "Hey Midoriya," Ochako greeted, jumping out from the door and quickly closing it behind her. "Let's go get mochi." Why yeah. Gee, good evening," Izuku stuttered, once again caught off guard by her prompt door answer and energetic attitude. "I'm so excited to get into UA," she said as they started walking toward the shopping center. "And second place, too. I had no idea about the rescue points, but your score was big." "Well, I guess." Izuku scratched his cheek and looked off to the side. "I'm about as surprised as you. You got all those rescue points on top of your villain points. The other applicants are probably intimidated by your score, honestly." She laughed a little bit, but then her face went straight. "Speaking of intimidated, did you see the guy who got third? He got 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. Sounds like he's probably pretty brutal." "Oh, you mean Kaken?" Ochako looked at him, a little confused. "Oh, I meant Katsuki Bakugo. That's his name." Did you just say Kaken?" Ochako laughed. "Is that a nickname or something? Do you know him?" "Oh yeah. We've known each other for our entire lives." "Well, maybe he's not so brutal then?" "No, he is. Definitely." Ochako noticed something odd in the tone of Izuku's voice. Are you guys friends? We used to be. Not anymore though. Why? Well, it's a pretty long story. I don't want to bore you. Well, you don't need to go into detail. I want to know though. Izuku considered it for a moment and decided that he didn't have a reason not to tell her, unlike his training with All Might which he had let slip anyways. Well, we were friends when we were really little, but the quirk he got was really strong. He got arrogant and started bullying me because my quirk hadn't come in yet. Geez, what an idiot, Ochako sighed. What's his quirk? Explosion. He can secrete a nitroglycerin-based liquid from his hands like sweat and detonate it remotely. It's one of the most versatile quirks I've ever seen. He can create massive explosions or just little pops. He can propel himself, use it to attack, or use it to maneuver midair. It's really strong. But yours is too, right? He doesn't know that. My quirk was weak when it first manifested, so he still bullied me even then. I've been training my quirk though, so I can show him that I'm stronger than him one day. I think that's super cool and inspiring, Ochako said, smiling. A story about overcoming a bully is always good. Still, I hope he isn't in my class. I can only imagine how pissed he'll be that he got third place. Something that Ochako had said just clicked in Izuku's head. Uraraka, what class will you be in? Huh? Oh, I'm in 1A. I'm in 1A too. They both smiled and cheered and high-fived as they realized that they'd be classmates at UA. Then, as they finally reached the mochi shop, their talk went back to their regular friendly chatting about less important things. They both seemed to know what they wanted to order beforehand, and since they couldn't decide who would pay, they just paid separately. Before too long, they sat down at an outside table with their rice cake ice cream desserts. Their strawberry mochi is good, Ochako exclaimed after taking a bite. What flavor did you get, Midoriya? Green tea. It's pretty good too. Green tea? That's an interesting flavor. It's my mom's favorite, so I guess it just rubbed off on me. Are you sure it isn't because your name is Green? Ochako chuckled. No, it's because yours is Tea Girl, Midoriya laughed too. He hadn't really meant anything by it, but he realized how weird it sounded when he looked up and saw that Ochako's blush had grown beyond what it normally was. Pretty quickly, Ochako recovered and laughed. Hey, our hero duo name should be Green Tea. They both laughed at the thought of a hero duo named Green Tea. The thought was entertaining to them, to say the least. They had only been laughing for a few seconds, however, when Izuku caught a glimpse of a pair of blonde, spiky heads of hair walking across from them in the lot. Katsuki Bakugo and his mother, Mitsuki, were on their way to the supermarket in that shopping center. Izuku didn't think that they'd seen him, but he could see Katsuki's extremely aggravated scowl from the chair he was now sinking back into. Hey Midoriya, what's wrong? Ochako asked, concerned about his obvious discomfort. Oh, it's nothing, Izuku said quickly, sitting back up in his seat. I just saw Kaken. I don't think he saw me though. You mean the bully that got 77 villain points? Ochako inquired, her eyebrows furrowing. What's he doing here? Probably just going to the store. He lives around here too, you know? Izuku looked back toward the supermarket, but saw Mitsuki walking into the store alone. Katsuki was, instead, walking across the parking lot straight toward the mochi shop. He had an unfamiliar look on his face. He was still scowling angrily, but it was different than normal. And never mind, he's coming this way, Izuku stammered, facing back towards Ochako and taking another shaky bite of his mochi. I swear, if he says one thing, don't do anything to upset him too much, please. Ochako furrowed her brow, but nodded at him. She looked at the sour-looking blonde approaching the shop, which she assumed was the guy Izuku was talking about. He walked directly to their table and only glanced at Ochako for a second before turning to Izuku with an intense look. You piece of shit, worthless, fucking Deku, he said harshly, and almost in a whisper. He again glanced at Ochako. Who the fuck is Round Face? Your shitty girlfriend or something? And no, Kaken, Izuku denied, more embarrassed than scared. I know her from the practical exam. Oh yeah, the exam. Katsuki let out a small pop that shook the table. How the fuck did you get such a high score? I mean, I know you cheated, but whose dick did you suck to get so many points? I didn't do anything, Kakin. I don't know about the rescue points, but I did get 51 villain points. Rescue points. Katsuki clicked his tongue and shot his glare away. They're fucking pointless. You don't need to save people if you just beat up the villains they'd need saving from. That's not true, Izuku said. Heroes are public servants, not just crime fighters. That's a damn boring way of looking at heroes. Katsuki turned to Ochako, still frowning. You took the exam too, round face? Why yes. Ochako replied nervously, unprepared to talk with Katsuki. And my name's Uraraka. Well, round face, he emphasized pointedly. Considering the fact that you're eating with Deku instead of crying in the corner of your room, I'll guess that you passed. Mind telling me your score? Ochako started to reply, but Izuku interrupted. She does mind. Leave us alone, Kakin. Let the girl talk, dumbass Deku. Katsuki looked at Izuku with a death stare. Turning back to Ochako, he asked again, what's your fucking score? I got. She glanced back and forth between Izuku and Katsuki a few times before admitting, I got 78. Humph, Katsuki grunted. I'll let you both know right now you aren't shit compared to me. I'm going to become the #1 hero, and you two won't be anywhere close to me. He turned to Izuku, looking like he wanted to add something else, but decided against it and walked away. Izuku and Ochako both watched silently as he stalked off toward the supermarket. Ochako looked down and pouted when she saw that the ice cream in her mochi had mostly melted, before looking back up at Izuku. Whoa, he's intimidating, she said, glancing once again at Katsuki as he entered the store. There's no way someone like him can become the #1 hero. Well, he has a pretty good chance if he can get that attitude under control, Izuku sighed, inspecting his own melted mochi. You're right that heroes are more than crime fighters, Ochako said. Heroes are people that help others, just like you helped me in the exam. And even after the exam, you have a way better chance. Izuku looked up from his mochi. After the exam? Oh, in the message I was sent, they played a video that showed you talking with President Mike. I really appreciate everything you said, by the way. Oh, Izuku desperately thought back to that day, trying to remember what he had said to President Mike. Did I say anything embarrassing? Well, you said my face is round, Ochako said, chuckling a little bit. Izuku's entire face blanched. No. I didn't mean, that wasn't meant as an insult at anything. Ochako laughed as Izuku stammered for some excuse. You called me cute too, she thought, smiling. For the first time, Ochako really took a conscious look at Izuku. She scrutinized his face, his body that she couldn't help but notice during the exam and when they last went out. His frizzy hair, green eyes, freckles, the cute, embarrassed face he was currently making. He thinks I'm cute? She shook her head to get rid of the thought and tried to think of something to change the subject to. Izuku went on without noticing that Ochako's blush widened. It's fine, I didn't take it that way, she said with a chuckle. Hey, Midoriya, why did Bakugo call you Deku? Oh, it's just a nickname that he gave me a long time ago. Why though? It's another way to read my name. It means someone who can't do anything. Oh, I see. Ochako thought for a moment before smiling. Well, I like how it sounds. Kinda sounds like Dikairu. You can do it, you know? I guess I never thought of it that way. Izuku smiled at Ochako. You can call me that if you want. All right, Deku. Ochako giggled as she called Izuku by the nickname. Ooh, I like it. I'll call you Deku from now on then. All right? Izuku said, chuckling a little uncomfortably. And nobody had ever called me that except to bully me. I think I like it. That's good, she sighed, before standing up from the table. I think we should get going. Oh yeah, Izuku agreed as he stood up. The mochi was pretty good, huh? Yeah, I'll come back here sometime. The two of them once again made their way to Ochako's apartment, talking the whole way. It didn't take long to get over the Katsuki encounter. so they quickly re-entered their standard friendly chatter. Anyway, Ochako sighed as they reached her door. Thanks again. I had a great time. Yeah, me too, Izuku said, before scrunching up his face. Except for running into Kaken, I guess. Despite that, I'll see you later, Deku. Izuku blushed and laughed a little bit at the new nickname. Why yeah, I'll see you later, Uraraka. As she closed the door behind her, Ochako let out a sigh. Izuku really seemed amazing to her. The training from All Might, his score in the exam, and the fact that he put up with Katsuki on a daily basis were also incredible. This fluttering that she felt in her stomach whenever she was with him, it must have been pure admiration. That's the word she wanted, admiration. Admiration for this boy who thought that she was cute. God, he thinks I'm cute, she thought, smiling to herself and blushing. The next night, Izuku got a message from All Might to meet him at the beach. Izuku didn't even question it. He got out of the house in less than 5 minutes. All Might, Izuku called as he approached the emaciated man on the beach. Who's that? Toshinori replied, gesturing to 2 people on the beach who had heard Izuku's calling. He whispered, Repeat after me. My mistake. Wrong person. My mistake. Wrong person. Izuku yelled more than loud enough for the couple to hear him. Young Midoriya, Toshinori exclaimed as he put his hands on Izuku's shoulders. I can't express how proud I am of you. Not only have you gotten better with your quirk, but your selflessness is continually inspiring. I thank you all. Shush. Toshinori shushed sharply, covering Izuku's mouth with his hand. And by the way, I didn't let the school or the judges know about your connection with me. You seem like the kind of person who would be dissatisfied with favoritism. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. I really appreciate everything. It's been incredible to train with you, and everything. And I'm so happy with the opportunity to go to UA and your teaching there. Listen, Midoriya, I can't train you anymore. As a teacher at UA, I'll have no time to foster your individual growth. Yes, that's fine. I feel like I've already accepted too much help, so I'll be fine. Ahaha, of course you will be. Izuku expected to be called into the principal's office with Katsuki because they both got into UA. The meeting had gone exactly how he thought it would, with the principal congratulating them both on a job well done. But that day, before going home, Katsuki grabbed Izuku and pulled him into an alley near the school. We never finished our talk on Saturday, Deku, he growled, shoving Izuku against the wall. What? Are you looking down on me out something? Did you cheat? Or did you just pretend that your damn quirk was worthless all these years, and laugh while I bought it? And no, Kaken, I didn't try to. Izuku started before being cut off. I was supposed to be the only one from this shitty school to make it into UA. I told you not to apply, you ass. I guess I was too easy on you and I hardly trained. Well, I'm not slacking anymore. You hear me, fucking Deku? I'm going to get so strong that you can't even hope to match me. Get off of me, Kaken, Izuku said quietly, gripping Katsuki's arm that held his shirt collar. Or fucking what, Deku? Are you gonna fight me or some shit? Ha! Get off. Suddenly, a green glow enveloped Katsuki, and he flew back against the wall opposite of Izuku. Izuku might have put a bit too much force into that, but he wasn't focusing on that at the moment. Arg! Fucking Deku! I can't move! Katsuki shouted as small explosions popped around his hands. I'm not scared of you, Kaken. I've never been scared of you, Izuku shouted, brimming with anger. I have my own dreams to follow, and you won't get in the way. I'll become a great hero, Kaken. Number 1. And you'll see me do it in front of you. Izuku stormed off toward his house, releasing Katsuki from his quirk as he did so. He was instantly disgusted with himself. He had vowed never to use his quirk violently against an innocent, even Katsuki, but he had let himself lose it for just a few seconds. So he promptly renewed that promise to himself. Despite his frustration with himself, he was conscious enough to be surprised that Katsuki didn't chase him down right then and fight him. He was even more surprised when Katsuki stopped teasing him altogether in school. They didn't even acknowledge each other's existence for the most part. Izuku could tell, though, that something changed. Somehow, he could tell that Katsuki was taking him seriously now. But that'd only push Izuku to work harder, too. Welcome to the hero course. It was April, the beginning of the new school semester. For most, it meant moving up a grade or attending a new school. For a select few, it could mean a new chapter in one's life, new opportunities, challenges, victory, defeat. Could change everything for some people. That's what it felt like for Izuku as he finished lacing up his red sneakers that morning. Today, he'd be attending UA. Japan's most sought-after hero course was held there, and the school has produced many high-ranking heroes, including All Might. This was the start of Izuku's journey, too, despite his lack of ability in tying his tie. Do you have everything you need? Inko asked her son as he stood up to leave. Yeah, I have everything, he confirmed, hoisting his backpack over his shoulder. I should get going or I'll be late. Izuku opened the door, but stopped when his mother said his name. He turned to look at her, as she smiled softly and looked down at the ground. Izuku, you've worked so hard, and I'm so proud, she sighed, wiping a tear from her eye. She looked up at him. You're really cool. Izuku smiled at his mother, before departing with, I'm off. Izuku was aware of the situation he was in, almost painfully so. The acceptance rate for UA's hero course was 1 in every 300. Every year it's done the same way. Except for 4 that get in through recommendation, 36 students are put through by the entrance exam and split into 2 classes. And he was considered the best of them. Out of the elite few that were worthy of attending UA, he had outscored all of them on the exam. The pressure on his shoulders was immense. Walking the school grounds and looking for his classroom, Izuku realized just how big UA really was. He was able to find his class in time, though, and was shocked at the huge door that stood before him. He assumed it was for accessibility, since some people had enlarging quirks. He just hoped that Katsuki wouldn't be in his class, or the jerk with the glasses either. He knew that Ochako would be in the same class, and that gave him some comfort at least. Using that thought to soothe his worries, he smiled and opened the door to his future. Remove your feet from the desk at once, was the first thing Izuku heard when he slid open the door. He saw Katsuki with his feet up on his desk and examinee number 7111 standing over him, chopping his arm in an almost robotic manner. Great. Izuku didn't know if he could make it through a single day if he had both of these assholes on his case. Ha! Katsuki leaned his head to the side as he sneered up at the other student. It is disrespectful to both the upperclassmen who once used the desk, and to the people who constructed it. I don't think it is. What junior high did you go to, you side character? The other one gasped at first, before straightening his posture and planting his hand on his chest. I attended semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Semi? Katsuki laughed. So you're one of the damn elite, eh? I'll have fun crushing you. See crushing. Tenya repeated, taking a step back. That's cruel. Do you really intend to be a hero? Katsuki scoffed and looked away, but when he did he saw Izuku standing in the doorway to the classroom. He scowled at him and Tenya followed his line of sight to also see Izuku. You're... Tenya gasped as he recognized Izuku. The rest of the students present were watching the exchange between Katsuki and Tenya, so they all looked at Izuku as well. Izuku used this opportunity to look over the students for a moment. Ochako wasn't there yet, but he did recognize a couple of them from the entrance exam. Namely, the feminine blonde boy and the one with 6 arms. Suddenly, Tenya began walking quickly towards Izuku, almost shouting, Good morning. I am from Semi-Private Academy. My name is... I heard. Izuku interrupted, stopping Tenya in his tracks. I am Izuku Midoriya. It's, nice to meet you, Ida. He wasn't really sure if they were on bad terms, so he decided to be polite at least. Midoriya, Tenya said, almost sounding a little somber. You realized that there was more to that practical exam. I had no idea. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. He looked down, squinting his eyes and holding his arms out at Izuku in the same way he'd held one out at Katsuki. And no, I didn't realize anything, Izuku said, waving his arms at Tenya, who he was suddenly starting to like a little bit more. I had no idea about the rescue points. Before Tenya could respond, an energetic Deku came from behind Izuku. Before he turned to face Uraraka, who he knew it was, Izuku saw something snap in Katsuki's expression, probably being a mixture of shock, confusion, and annoyance at the nickname. "Ah, hey Uraraka," he said as he turned, before freezing as soon as he saw her. "She looks really cute in a uniform," he thought to himself as his face reddened a little. "Man, I'm so excited to be in the hero course, you know?" Ochako said, not noticing the blush on Izuku's face. "And I wonder who our teacher will be. They're all supposed to be pro-heroes, right?" "Ah, why yeah," Izuku replied, averting his eyes to the ground. It could really be anyone." Ochako looked around at the class and flinched when she made eye contact with Katsuki, who was glaring more menacingly by the second. "Yep, the mean one is here," she shouted, pointing at the explosive blonde. Most of the students glanced at Katsuki and started muttering amongst themselves. "If you're here to start drama or socialize, then leave," came a dull, droning voice from the doorway. Everyone looked and saw a yellow caterpillar lying on the floor outside of the door. At least many of them thought it was a caterpillar. The face poking out of the yellow mass had a scruffy beard, bags under its eyes, and long black hair poking out from the sides of the face hole. "This is the hero course," the caterpillar continued, before reaching a hand out of the face hole and taking a long sip from a juice pouch, emptying it. There's someone in there," somebody in the class exclaimed. The man stood up, shedding his caterpillar-like sleeping bag and looming over the students. He wore all black and had a gray scarf around his neck. "It took all of you 8 seconds to quiet down," he sighed, shaking his head. "Time is a valuable resource. You're all too irrational. I'm Shoto Aizawa, your new homeroom teacher. I'm pleased to meet you all." Many of the students gasped in confusion at the fact that Aizawa would be their homeroom teacher. Izuku, on the other hand, was more concerned with what pro-hero he was. He didn't look familiar to Izuku at all, and he was pretty well versed in the roster of professional heroes in Japan. "Put these on," Aizawa said, pulling gym uniforms out of his sleeping bag. "Once you all change, head out to the grounds. Quickly now, like you're rational people." After changing in the locker rooms, quickly, for fear of Aizawa's wrath, the students of 1A reassembled on the school's training field. In front of them was Aizawa, and on the floor next to him was a white chalk circle with 2 measured lines shooting out farther than they could see. "Today, I'll be conducting a test of your quirks," Aizawa said plainly. "A test of our quirks?" the entire class echoed. "But what about the entrance ceremony?" Ochako objected. "Or the guidance sessions?" "We can't waste time on pleasantries like that if you want to become heroes," he responded, not even looking at her. UA is known for its freestyle education system, and that applies to teachers too. Softball throwing, the standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, upper body training, and the seated toe touch are all exercises you've done in middle school. You've never been able to use your quirks for these. This country insists on using non-quirked averages for them. The government is procrastinating, which isn't rational at all. "Midoriya," Aizawa said, gesturing to the circle behind him. "You placed first in the entrance exam, so step up. How far could you throw a softball in middle school?" I think 54 meters, Izuku said, struggling to remember as he stepped into the circle. "That isn't too bad." He tossed a softball to Izuku, who barely caught it after fumbling with it for a couple seconds. "Now, launch it as far as you can with your quirk. Do whatever you need to, just don't leave the circle. Give it all you've got." "All right." Izuku let out a deep breath and closed his eyes. He held up the ball loosely in the palm of his hand, concentrating. Everything about Izuku's quirk relied on the object's weight. How fast he could move it, the range at which he could continue to influence it, and how much strain prolonged use put on him. The only aspect of his quirk unaffected by this was the fact that he needed to be within 15 meters of any object to activate it. With a ball this light, he could move it very quickly and easily, and he would be able to continue pushing it for a great distance before letting the laws of physics take the reins. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. He didn't move a finger. He flicked his eyes, but that couldn't be seen underneath his eyelids. All anyone saw was the ball starting to glow a little bit before rocketing off at an immense speed. Aizawa started talking again, but Izuku focused more on continuing to push the ball as long as he could until it was out of range. "It's important to know our limits," Aizawa said, looking over the group of hopefuls. "That's the first rational step to knowing what kind of heroes you'll be." There was a long silence as Izuku made his way back to the crowd of students, stretching his shoulders as he walked. Everyone was waiting for his score. It was out of Izuku's control now since it was out of range, and he had no idea how long it'd take to land. Aizawa seemed unfazed by the time it took. "Wow, it must have gone far," Ochako mused, the rest of the class agreeing. Suddenly, Aizawa's face donned a smile. He turned the small device in his hand so that everybody could see the score. 1,244.7 meters? The entire class exclaimed in unison. "This is awesome. We can use our quirks? Sweet. I love this course already." While everyone else celebrated, Katsuki just glared at the number on the device. "Awesome, you say?" Aizawa said, his smile widening and becoming a bit sadistic. "You all want to become heroes in the next 3 years, and you think it'll be all fun and games? All right, how about this? The student with the lowest score across all 8 events will be deemed as having no potential, and will be expelled from the hero course." While the class began freaking out, Aizawa's voice cut through, and he pushed his hair away from his face. "Your fates are in our hands. This is the hero course at UA." Izuku even felt the pressure. He wasn't actually concerned for himself, but for whoever would be in last. He knew that everyone there worked hard to get accepted. They all passed the practical exam, except for the recommended students. Everyone here dreamed to be a hero, and one of them was about to have that dream crushed. What kind of pro-hero was Aizawa? "Expelled," Ochako exclaimed. "But it's the first day of school." "No. This would be too unfair even if it wasn't the first day. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains," Aizawa listed. "Calamities whose time or place are unpredictable. This world is filled with unfairness. True heroes are those who can reverse unfair situations. If you want to hang out with friends at McDonald's after school, then too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do everything it can to place hardship after hardship in front of you. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome with everything you have." Tenya started drinking orange juice from his hydro flask. Katsuki began stretching his arms and legs, and the whole class was getting pumped up. That didn't distract Izuku from the fact that someone was leaving them already, but he decided to focus on his own score. "The demonstration is over," Aizawa sighed, losing his momentary vigor. First, the 50-meter dash. The top scorer in the 50-meter dash was Tenya. With his engine quirk, he finished in 3.04 seconds. Most other times were 5 or more seconds, with a couple exceptions. Katsuki got 4.03 seconds by shooting explosions behind him, and Izuku got 4.63 by essentially flying the whole way. In grip strength, the 6-arm guy named Mizo Shoji was first with over 540 kilograms of force. Izuku used his telekinesis to press his fingers onto the measurement device, exerting 140 kilograms before hurting his fingers too much. In the standing long jump, quite a few of the students jumped past where the measurement devices were. Izuku probably got in the top 5 if he had to guess, though. In the side-to-side stepping, the biggest standout was actually a small boy with purple balls for hair, Minoru Mineta, who Izuku hadn't even noticed before. In the ball throw, Katsuki got 714 meters, which seemed to tick him off. Ochako made her ball weightless before throwing it up into the sky. The infinity symbol actually popped up on the device. Another girl, Momo Yaoyorozu, made an actual cannon to shoot the ball from. Nothing extraordinary happened in the sit-ups, sitting toe touch, or the long-distance run, but Izuku was in the top few of each of them, particularly using his quirk to push himself further in the toe touch. When everything was all said and done, Aizawa gathered the students again next to the locker rooms. "Let's get to the results. Quickly," Aizawa sighed. "The scores are the sum of all of your performances in the tasks. Explaining the calculations would be useless and time-consuming, so here are the results." Izuku was first. Even though he was sure that he technically didn't get first in a single event, his average score was higher than anyone else's. He had the highest score, followed extremely closely by Momo, who was a recommended student, Katsuki, and then the other recommended student Shoto. All the way in last place was Minoru Mineta, who was letting out a mournful wail. Aizawa glanced at the 20th spot for a moment, considering it, before closing the rankings. "Mineta, come with me to the office," the teacher said, waving him over. "I'll switch you out with a student that's in the general education course." I won't be expelled from UA?" Minoru exclaimed, a tear falling from his eye. "Just from the hero course. You can choose other options if you really want to though. There are other schools with hero courses to transfer into." I guess I can still be a hero at least." "Why, you mean you were serious?" Momo asked wide-eyed. "I was certain that you just wanted to motivate us." "I'm sure that you now understand the position this course puts you in," he responded, almost sounding bored. "The rest of you go back to class where there are curriculum handouts. Take a look at them." Aizawa placed his hand on Minoru's shoulder and walked him back into the building towards the office. The rest of the class changed and then walked back to the classroom. "Poor Mineta," Ochako sighed, walking next to Izuku. "I kinda hoped he was lying, but Sensei really kicked him from the class." "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "I guess this course is really for the best of the best." "Speaking of the best, you did amazing, Deku," Ochako exclaimed, smiling widely at him. "You even outscored the students who got in through recommendation." "I know. I have to say though, your softball throw was really cool too." "Ah, thanks." Ochako blushed a bit and looked down. That means a lot coming from first place." Izuku didn't realize it until he entered the classroom, but his desk was behind Katsuki's. He was hoping to avoid him, but it seemed like that wasn't going to happen. "Hey, Deku," Katsuki grunted after shoving the papers into his backpack. "Kaken, don't make a scene on the first day," Izuku said, meeting Katsuki's glare. "You." Katsuki took a deep breath. "Were you really hiding your quirk's strength this whole time? You never showed this kind of control before." He looked like he intended to kill Izuku right there with that look of rage on his face. "I'm not like you, Kaken. I don't show off and bully others just because I'm stronger. I never said that my quirk was weak. I just never had a reason to use it." "You never fought back," Katsuki said, poking his finger into Izuku's chest. "And you expect me to believe that your quirk was this strong the whole time? Stop making a sen. Fuck that. Why the fuck didn't you ever fight back?" "Because I'm better than that. I'll see you tomorrow." Izuku left without looking back. But he didn't need to. Katsuki was too shocked by what he had said to make a move after him. Izuku somehow knew that he wouldn't go after him, since he mostly left him alone after they talked with their principal at Aldera. Ochako did run out after him though, followed by Tenya. "Deku," Ochako called, running up next to him. "Man, that was tense." "I told him not to make a scene," Izuku sighed, shaking his head slightly. "He's just so frustrating." He said you never fought back," Ochako said. I mean, I already knew that, but why didn't you?" "I agree with her," Tenya said, appearing on Izuku's other side out of nowhere. "If he has been bothering you for a long time, then you should stand up to him." "Why, you're Tenya Ida, right?" Ochako asked, tilting her head past Izuku at him. "Yes, I am. You are Infinity Girl." "Infinity Girl?" Izuku thought, chuckling. "Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, Ida." Ochako looked back at Izuku. "So, why didn't you ever stop him before?" "Because that's what I hate most about him," Izuku sighed. "He's so aggressive and arrogant, and he shows off his quirk just because he can. He looks down on people. Hurting innocent people with your quirk is the last thing that a hero should do. I thought that, if I fought back, then I wouldn't be much better than him." "That's not true whatsoever," Tenya said, chopping his arm into his other hand. "It would be out of self-defense if you decided to do so." "Why, yeah," Ochako agreed, looking back at Tenya. "What are you doing here, Ida?" "Well, I'm going to the station, Tenya explained. Also, I wanted to speak with Midoriya. Congratulations on being first once again. It's being proven that I was wrong about you again and again today. It's fine, Izuku said, waving him off. We were all a bit stressed over the entrance exam. Excuse me, Ida? Ochako said, arching an eyebrow. But what did you say to Deku during the exam? Well, he looked like he was going to try to distract you from the exam. So I thought he was there to intervene with the applicants. Try to distract me? Ochako looked back to Izuku. I saw you before the exam started, and I was going to thank you again for stopping my fall, Izuku said. It was a misunderstanding on my part, Tenya said, placing his hand on his chest. I apologize. And not necessary, Izuku chuckled. Anyway, Tenya said, taking on a grave tone. Aizawa-sensei is ruthless. I knew that this would be the top, but it's going to be more difficult than I thought. We're the best of the best, right? Izuku sighed. It'll have to be tough. I don't feel like the best of the best, Ochako sighed. But you two sure are great. You did better than most people could, Uraraka. Plus you placed second in the practical exam. You're right where you should be. Izuku smiled at Ochako, who blushed. You think so? Tenya asked, Uraraka, are you all right? You're a bit red. I am fine. Are you sure you don't have a fever? While Ochako and Tenya went back and forth, Izuku found himself content. Despite his conversation with Katsuki, his life felt like it was where it should be. He was at his dream school, he was performing well, and he had friends. Friends that might be able to make real, good friends. He smiled at the thought. The next day came, and Katsuki didn't bother Izuku even though he sat right in front of him. There was a new student, named Hitoshi Shinso, who transferred from Gen Ed in place of Minoru. He sat behind Izuku. It turned out that Aizawa had personally walked into the Gen Ed classes and interviewed each of the students. He seemed nice enough, if a bit reserved. After meeting him and some of his other classmates with Tenya and Ochako during homeroom, the rest of the day seemed almost boring to Izuku. Sure, English was taught by Present Mike, but it was still English. The hero that he had been happiest to see was Lunch Rush. But that was only because it was lunchtime, which he spent with Ochako and Tenya. The day flew by until they finally reached the most anticipated period of the day, basic hero training. Many of the students were debating who the teacher would be, the most popular possibility being All Might. Izuku also happened to have a hunch that the number one hero was teaching that class. I am, All Might's huge voice exclaimed, before he burst through the door flamboyantly, entering through the door like a normal person. That's not normal at all, Izuku thought, holding back a laugh. It's All Might, Ijiro Kirishima exclaimed. He really is a teacher. Isn't that his Silver Age costume? Tsuyu Azui observed. He looks so different from us, Mashireo Ojiro said. It gives me goosebumps. I'll be teaching basic hero training, All Might said, flexing in an exaggerated pose behind the podium. This course will mold you into heroes, though special training, and it's worth a lot of credits, too. Today's activity will be. He held up a small card labeled Battle. Battle training. Katsuki started chuckling, and Izuku really wished that he didn't sit right behind him. For that, you'll all need your hero costumes. All Might clicked a button on a small remote, and shelves extended from the wall, holding cases labeled with numbers going up to 20. They are labeled according to your seat numbers. Except, unfortunately, for young Shinso. His costume hasn't been made, so he must wear a standard P uniform now. Get ready. Meet at ground beta, and come out in ranking order. Izuku was the first to step out in his hero costume. It was a green jumpsuit that his mother got him, with a matching green hood to cover his face and a transparent mouthguard. The hood had two bunny ear-like protrusions at the top, emulating All Might's hairstyle, and the mouthguard had white vertical stripes going across the bottom, emulating his smile. He also had white gloves, a red utility belt and shoes, and black knee and elbow guards to finish the ensemble. It's so obvious, All Might thought, noticing the imitation of his style. He barely kept from laughing aloud. The rest of the students followed in their own outfits. They were all very unique, and Izuku noticed that Katsuki's outfit hadn't changed much from when he doodled as a kid, with grenade-esque gauntlets. When he saw Ochako's skin-tight outfit, he almost had a heart attack. "Wow, Deku!" Ochako exclaimed, running up to him. "Your outfit looks so practical, and I love the bunny ears." Izuku was about to explain that they were supposed to look like All Might's hair, but he decided that that probably wouldn't seem very cool. "I wish I was more specific with my outfit request, though," she said, blushing and rubbing her neck. "This suit is so tight and curvy, and it's embarrassing." I think it looks good," Izuku stuttered, blushing and glancing away. "Oh, why you do?" Ochako's blush deepened, and she also averted her eyes from him. A couple of their classmates noticed the exchange, but nobody mentioned it. Finally, once Hitoshi entered ground beta in his gym uniform, All Might began the lesson. "Shall we begin, my wards? It's time for battle training," he exclaimed. "You're all looking good in those outfits." "Sensei," Ida's voice came from a suit of armor. "This appears to be the same complex as in the practical exam. Will we be performing cityscape maneuvers?" "Ida's outfit looks cool," Izuku thought, looking at his friend's costume. "It reminds me of something. I can't put my finger on it, though." "No, we're going to do indoor anti-personnel battling," All Might clarified. "While most villain encounters are seen outdoors, the statistics show that most villains appear indoors, between confinement, house arrest, black market steals. In this hero-filled world of ours, ahem, the most clever villains lurk indoors. Now, you'll be split into hero teams and villain teams, and face off in 2-on-2 indoor battles." "We aren't getting any basic training first?" Tsuyu asked. "Practical experience will teach you the basics. The difference now will be that you aren't fighting mindless robots." Suddenly, the class exploded with questions. "How is victory determined? Can I just blast everyone away? Are you going to threaten us with expulsion like Aizawa-sensei? How will we divide into teams? Isn't my cape fabulous?" "Quiet down, one at a time," All Might pleaded, taking out a piece of paper. "My quirk isn't super hearing. All right, here's the deal." "A cheat sheet," Izuku muttered, quietly so that only Ochako could hear him. "The villain team will be hiding a fake nuclear bomb that the heroes must find and secure. There is a limited amount of time. The heroes must either secure the weapon or capture the villains in the time limit, and the villains must either capture the heroes or protect the weapon. Teams will be determined by drawing lots." "Lots?" Tenya exclaimed. "Is that really the best way to decide?" "It makes sense," Izuku said. "In most emergency situations, heroes can't pick and choose who to team up with. They have to make do with whoever is in the area." I see," Tenya said. "I'm sorry for getting ahead of myself. My apologies, Sensei." "Don't worry about it. Let's just get to it." He pulled 2 pieces of paper out of a box. "Team A is Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya." We're on the same team, Deku," Ochako exclaimed, surprised and happy. "How lucky is that?" "Yeah, huh," Izuku said, smiling and nodding his head. "There's no way we'll lose." Team B is Mizo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. Team C is Momo Yaoyorozu and Hitoshi Shinso. Team D is Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E is Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F is Koji Koda and Rikido Sato. Team G is Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H is Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami. Team I is Toru Hagakure and Mashareo Ojiro. Team J is Hantasiro and Eijiro Kirishima. Now, for the matchups. First up will be Team A as the heroes, and Team D as the villains. Izuku and Ochako both froze, and slowly turned to look at Katsuki. The explosion quirk user was grinning widely, and laughing a little bit. Tenya was looking at him too, just as shocked as his friends at the seemingly horrible stroke of luck. "Deku and Round Face?" Katsuki said quietly, glancing sideways at them and sneering. "I'll kill the shit out of you fucks." "Rivalry. I guess we should memorize this floor plan," Ochako said, looking down at the blueprints to the building they'd be entering in just moments. "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "Kaken will come for us straight away." We need to be able to find the objective quickly, or he could take both of us out. Can you hold him with your quirk? Not for very long, Izuku sighed, shaking his head. If he struggles and uses the force from his explosions, he could break out pretty quickly. Ochako hesitated, glancing at Izuku. Are you okay, Deku? Yeah, I am. Why? Because it's Bakugo. I'm scared, and I haven't been bullied by him for the past 10 years. It doesn't bother me, Izuku sighed. 5 stories above the pair, Tenya and Katsuki were standing next to the papier-mâché nuclear warhead. Tenya eyed Katsuki warily as the blonde paced around the room restlessly. Bakugo, he finally said, I'll ask that you not go after Midoriya and Uraraka right away. Why not? For eyes. Katsuki spat back. I don't give a shit about that fake-ass bomb, but I have a score to settle with that damn nerd. Deku's been lying to me, looking down on me. He could have made me stop at any time, but he didn't have the balls. And then he fucking pulls this shit and says he's better than me? Fuck that. Watch your language, Tenya advised. It isn't befitting of a hero. I'm still fucking better than him, Katsuki mumbled, walking out of the room. On the ground below, Izuku and Ochako were still talking. So it's like a fated battle between men, right? Ochako asked. Yeah, I guess so. Izuku looked up at Ochako from his building layout. Why? Well, you said you didn't want to use your quirk violently, and that doesn't apply here. This is the perfect opportunity to show him how strong I am. Izuku looked down and clenched his hand into a fist. He's really an asshole, but he's an amazingly strong one. His quirk, his goals, and resolve. It's just too bad that he's such an idiot. Do you regret what happened between you two? Ochako asked. Izuku was caught off guard by that. He had always just taken his relationship with Katsuki as static and never thought about how he felt about it. Did he regret it? Of course I do, he sighed finally, unclenching and reclenching his fist. Of course I liked it better when we were friends. But he's different than he used to be. That was his choice. I couldn't change his mind back then, and now it's indoor anti-personnel battle training start. Deku, what's the plan? Ochako asked, dismissing the other conversation. Izuku thought for a moment. Of course I want to have a straight fight with him, but Uraraka's grade is riding on this too. I need to suck it up and put the assignment first. Well, let's just go in and start looking, he sighed. If Kaken finds us, then you can make us weightless and I can get us out of there fast. Or I could capture him with the tape, but I don't think I'll have a chance. He'd get out of my quirk before I could finish tying it. And then we find the bomb, right? Yeah, I don't like running from him, but I fully support running from him. I guess it's fine then. Let's go in through that window there. Ochako made Izuku weightless, and he used his telekinesis to make them both rise to the second story and through a window. Infiltration complete, Ochako said seriously as they sat down inside. There are a lot of blind corners, Izuku observed, eyeing the gray grid-like interior. We should watch out. They walked for about 10 seconds, looking down corridors as they passed, until Katsuki came jumping from behind a corner, pointing his arm at them. Izuku tackled Ochako out of the way barely in time, and was grazed by the ensuing explosion. Uraraka, are you okay? He asked loudly, due to the adrenaline and the ringing in his ears caused by concussive blast. Why yeah, what about you? Ochako shook the dizziness from her head and looked up at Izuku, whose mask was torn in half and mouthguard had fallen off. I'm fine. It's just a scratch, RJ. Katsuki wasn't letting up. He assaulted Izuku with explosion after explosion, not giving him the chance to focus and use his quirk. Izuku was barely able to scramble away long enough to stop Katsuki for a second with his telekinesis. He shook his rattled head and looked up, realizing that Katsuki had gotten between him and Ochako, who looked very worried. Fuck you, Katsuki grunted as he broke from Izuku's hold, before rocketing forward. Izuku ducked as Katsuki threw his right arm forward, hand popping with explosions, then reached behind the blonde's gauntlet and pulled him over his head. As he flung Katsuki away, he used his quirk to increase the force. Arg, fuck! Katsuki shouted, righting himself in midair with tiny explosions. By the time he was on his feet, Izuku had already reached his partner and escaped. You won't fucking beat me. Izuku pulled Ochako behind the corner of a random hallway, sitting back against the wall. He inspected the costume that his mother had bought for him. His left sleeve was only partially intact and his elbow guard on that side was also gone. His hood was also completely gone now, and the whole outfit was covered in tiny burns. His body was aching all over as well. Deku. That counter was amazing, Ochako whispered excitedly. You totally read his movements. He always starts with a right hook, Izuku panted. I've taken notes on all of the most impressive heroes, even him. I know him better than he probably knows himself. You took notes on him? Ochako held back a chuckle, fearing they'd get found out. It's a hobby of mine, Izuku said quietly. I'll probably have the same notes done for everyone in our class in a couple of weeks. I don't know if I should be impressed or scared. You won't escape, DKU. Katsuki's voice cut through the echoes of explosions as he raced through the halls. It looks like my plan is working, Izuku sighed in relief. What plan? Ochako asked. Now that I think about it, weren't we going to start looking for Ida as soon as we got away? Sorry, I just came up with this on the spot. But look, Izuku said, stepping out into the hallway. The places that Kaken passed by are covered in scorch marks. He's probably going back to the bomb, since he's too mad to realize that we don't know where it is. So we just have to follow the trail, Ochako inferred. But then we'll have to face Bakugo and Ida at the same time. But that also means that we'd need to face them both even if we went straight to looking for Ida, Izuku explained. Their teamwork probably won't work very well. Besides, we're even faster than Ida if we combine our quirks. All we need to do is touch the bomb. All right, then, Ochako conceded with a nod, followed by a determined smile. Let's win, Deku. Yeah, let's do our best. They followed the scorched walls until they reached a door. The trail stopped there, so they assumed that was where Katsuki stopped off. They'll be expecting us, Izuku whispered, approaching the door. Let's be careful. That's an understatement, Ochako said nervously. They know exactly where we're coming from. Wait a minute, Izuku said in realization. The bomb might not even be here. They might have moved it once Kaken got here. We gotta take the risk. All right, 3, 2, 1. Izuku kicked open the door, only to be hit right in the face with an explosion. He staggered back and fell, and Katsuki stalked out of the empty room he had been in. He grabbed the dazed Izuku by the collar of his costume and socked him across the face. Deku, you fucking dumbass. Katsuki laughed menacingly. Did you think I'd just lead you back to the fucking nest? Deku, Ochako shouted. Get off of him, Bakugo. Wait your damn turn, round face. Uraraka, Izuku yelled, apparently coming back to his senses. Run. Go find Ida. Ochako hesitated for a second, looking down at Izuku's bruised and bloody face, before running off to look for the objective. Katsuki started to move after her. Oh no you don't you! Katsuki was flung up into the ceiling by Izuku's telekinesis. After regaining his breath, he looked down at the green-haired boy who was just getting up onto his feet. How damn noble, Deku. Fine, I'll fuck you up some more. Katsuki moved his arms and legs furiously, setting off explosions until he finally broke free. But by the time he had fallen to the floor and righted himself, Izuku had already recovered and was running down the hallway. Katsuki chased after him, quickly overshooting him with his explosive speed, as Izuku jumped into another perpendicular hallway. Katsuki roared and rushed back to the hallway, only to be met with a fist in his gut, as Izuku was hiding right behind the corner. Katsuki shouted in pain, but instead of being caught off guard like most would be, he grabbed Izuku's forearm with both hands and set explosions off on both sides, badly burning it. Out of reflex, Izuku used his quirk to push Katsuki back and slammed him hard against the wall, knocking the wind out of him before running off to hide. Upstairs, Ochako found Tenya in the room with the bomb. She knew she couldn't match his speed without Izuku, so she resolved to wait for him to catch up. Before she could contact him, though, she noticed that Tenya was talking to himself. Bakugo's troublemaking nature makes him well-suited for this villainous role, he said with a finger to his chin. I suppose I must also take on the villain role, though it pains me to do so. This training will make me a better hero, so I must commit to it. His voice became dark, almost like a bad Batman impression. I am extremely evil. He's so serious, Ochako thought to herself as she failed to restrain a chuckle. Tenya heard her laugh, and he looked over to her hiding place. So Uraraka, you've come. I expected as much with Bakugo going after Midoriya like that. I know that your quirk lets you affect loose objects, so before you arrived, I enacted a counter-strategy. I cleaned all of the objects off of the floor. You've miscalculated, hero. Muahahaha. He's really getting into it. Ochako muttered to herself, cringing a bit. Izuku sat behind the corner of another random hallway, having gotten away from Katsuki. He shook his burned arm, but the pain wouldn't go away, and he grit his teeth. Deku! Ochako yelled over the earpiece. I found Ida, and I'm in the room with him. I got away from Kaken for now, Izuku replied in a hiss, shaking his burned arm again. Where are you? The middle room on the 5th floor. That's right near me, Izuku said quietly. I might be able to do something from here. Aren't you 2 floors down? Right, I'll make my way up to you. All right, tell me when. I'll try to get the bomb from Ida until then. All right, boom, arg. Katsuki appeared behind Izuku and ignited an explosion in his back, burning a hole in his tracksuit and sending him onto his stomach, skidding across the floor until he was just outside his 15-meter zone. Izuku scrambled to his feet and looked back at Katsuki, who had his arm held up and pointed at him. He held the pin of the grenade-shaped gauntlet with his index finger. I'm guessing you know this from your stalking, but my hands secrete a nitroglycerin-like liquid, and that's how I make my explosions, Katsuki sneered. If those damn clothing shop nerds honored my design requests, then these gauntlets have been storing up a good amount of it. Bakugo! All Might's voice yelled over the earpieces. Don't pull that pin. You'll kill him. He won't die if it isn't a direct hit. Ping. Izuku barely had any time to move out of the way, and was still hit by much of the massive explosion. It shook the entire battle center, and Izuku couldn't even remember where he was for what seemed like ages. Izuku's head was ringing, and the giant hole in the side of the building just looked like a blinding blur to him. The upper half of his tracksuit only clung to him by part of one sleeve that remained. He slowly stood back up on his feet, shaking the shock from his head. Awesome, ain't it, Deku? Katsuki taunted. Come on, you're not dead yet. That explosion easily hit me from more than 15 meters, Izuku realized. I can't compete with that range. Bakugo, if you use that move again, I will end the match and you will lose, All Might yelled. Using massive attacks like that indoors is a great way to get your own stronghold destroyed. It's a bad play for either heroes or villains, and it's a good way to lose points. Ah, you're fucking kidding me, Katsuki yelled back. Thank God, Izuku sighed to himself. Deku, what was that? Ochako asked over the earpiece. Are you okay? Why yeah, he stuttered, still shaking consciousness back to his body. I'm fine. Izuku looked up and saw that the blast had obliterated the layer of floor above him, leaving the 4th floor ceiling exposed. He thought he could probably break through one layer of concrete at least, and a plan formed in his head. Uraraka, I'm coming up, he whispered. Be ready to grab the bomb while Ida's distracted. What do you mean, coming up? Through the floor. What? Are you fucking ignoring me, Deku? Katsuki screamed, hands popping with explosions. Kaken, there's one more thing, Izuku said, looking at his old friend. You can call me Deku, but that doesn't mean useless to me anymore. To me it means that, no matter what I'm up against, I can do it. We'll see about that, the blonde shouted as he rocketed at Izuku. Now, Uraraka, he called over the earpiece. Izuku enveloped his body in the dull green glow and flew up, leading with his arms to defend his face from the concrete as he broke through. Unfortunately, he broke his right arm on impact. The pain caused him to drop his arms from his face, and, through some horrible luck of placement, he rammed headfirst into Tenya's armor, knocking his classmate over and himself unconscious. While Tenya was distracted by the limp boy laying on top of him, Ochako quickly wrapped her arms around the paper-mache bomb, yelling, "Secured!" What? Tenya yelled in disbelief. "I can't believe I let my guard down." "Hero team wins," All Might boomed. "Deku!" Ochako shrieked upon seeing Izuku, whose hero costume was mostly destroyed and burned. Exposed back and arms were burned, and head was flowing with blood. Deku? "He's unconscious, Uraraka," Tenya sighed. "I didn't think he'd go so far for a training exercise." He's bleeding so much." Ochako rolled Izuku onto his back and tried to wipe some of the blood off of his face. "DKU," Katsuki yelled, rocketing up through the hole that Izuku opened to the 5th floor. "You fucking... Why you?" Katsuki stopped himself when he saw Izuku. He was unconscious, covered in blood and burns, and of all things not covered by most of his hero costume. It was like he was just realizing what they had put each other through. Ochako kept fussing, trying to shake Izuku awake. Her eyes even started watering a bit. She only stopped when the transport bots showed up and carted him away, though she still kept by his side. All Might stopped her as he passed though, sending her back to the monitor room to be evaluated. "My right hook, he read my moves completely, and even though I was going all out, he was able to form a plan, and acted on it," Katsuki thought, clenching his fists. "That means that I lost to Deku. Completely." "Young Bakugo," All Might said more softly than you'd think he could. "Come along. It's time for your grading. Whether you win or lose, there's always something to be taken away from experience." Once All Might and Katsuki rejoined Tenya, Ochako, and the rest of the class, All Might lined up the 3 present who had just gone through the exercise. Tenya stood at attention, despite obviously being disappointed in himself. Katsuki trembled in frustration with himself and also with Izuku. Ochako could barely pay any attention at all, more concerned about Izuku's well-being. "Well," All Might started, coughing into his fist, "I'd say that the MVP was..." He paused, considering the candidates. "It was Ida." What? Tenya yelled, jaw-dropping. "Not Ochako or Midoriya?" Suyu croaked. "Even though they won?" "I wonder why," All Might boomed with a laugh. "Anyone have any ideas?" "I know, Sensei," Momo said, raising her hand. Ida was most able to adapt to the scenario. Bakugo's moves were all obviously made to the end of a personal grudge, and he used far too much destructive force. Uraraka lost focus halfway through, and was only a help to Midoriya when they were trying to escape Bakugo at first. As for Midoriya, I could see that he was acting at least partially on a grudge as well, and his last move was far too reckless and self-damaging. Ida formed an actual counter-strategy and envisioned what the situation would really be like. He was only caught off guard at the very end. Tenya was genuinely touched by Momo's words. As she said it better than I could have, All Might thought, raising a shaking thumbs up. I'd also add that Ida was a bit too stiff. But that's right. We have to start at the bottom and work our way up, Momo said in encouragement to Katsuki and Ochako. If we don't cheer each other on, we'll never be top heroes. All right, next up is Team B as the heroes and Team I as the villains, All Might announced. Please, take your starting positions. You All Might Sensei? Ochako said, approaching the number 1 hero. May I be excused? I want to go check up on Deku. Sorry, Uraraka, but no. You must learn from watching others. He placed his large hand on her shoulder. Don't worry too much about young Midoriya. Recovery Girl will have him all better in no time, but he'll probably be unconscious for a while. Just focus on the exercise. Okay, she said quietly, walking back to stand with Ida as they watched the other teams. Katsuki stood in the far back. He couldn't stand to be too close to anyone else right then. He didn't know how Izuku was so strong, and it pissed him off. Ever since he realized how special he was, Katsuki wasn't supposed to have any more obstacles. He pushed others out of his way because he was supposed to be the best. Now that Izuku, the one who was lowest on his pecking order, was fucking beating him, what did that mean about him? Was he weak? He shook that thought from his head. No, it just proved his point. Izuku was a liar, not a damn hero. And Katsuki wasn't planning on lagging behind. But as he watched Shoto freeze the entire fucking building and leisurely stroll in, he got even more frustrated. How could he be this far from first place? He was supposed to be the best, a prodigy. Yet now, he felt no more than mediocre in comparison. While everyone else fawned over Shoto's power, Katsuki just became more removed from it all. His whole world, which was only standing on a few last supports, was finally beginning to crash down. Ochako couldn't focus as much as she knew she should. All of her classmates, possibly future friends, were giving it their all. She had no doubt that they were inspired by Izuku's impressive resolve. She was inspired too, but she was more terrified that he'd overdone it. Despite All Might's assurances, she just couldn't stop worrying about him. It didn't help that her hands were covered with his blood. "Well done, everyone," All Might announced after everyone had finished the exercise. "We had no serious injuries aside from Midoriya's." Ochako frowned and scrunched up her face as he said that, while Katsuki scoffed. "Your teamwork was great. You all did fantastically, considering this was your first training exercise. And as a transfer student, young Shinso surprised us all, I'm sure." Hitoshi just nodded his head in response. "Now, I'm off to give Midoriya his evaluation. Change out of your costumes, then head back to the classroom." All Might felt himself reaching the end of his time limit, so he sped away as fast as he could. Looking back, he saw Katsuki's distant eyes. The most inflated egos are also the most fragile. As his teacher, I'll have to counsel him. But for now, shit, I only have enough time to barely make it through a class. This kid knows about you, Toshinori?" Recovery Girl asked the skeletal man after he entered the nurse's office to talk to Izuku. "Mostly," Toshinori sighed, wiping blood from his mouth. He looked at Izuku's bandaged and unconscious form, grimacing a bit. "If that's the case, then I assume you're considering giving it to him?" "Yes, he truly has a hero's heart, a great attitude, and an amazing quirk to boot. If that's the case, then maybe you should take a bit more responsibility with him," she scolded. "My apologies." "Apologize to him, not me. Seriously, what did he even do? A concussion, cracked skull, broken arm, and more than too many third-degree burns. Added on to his blood loss and general fatigue, I was barely able to do anything more than basic first aid. If I use my quirk on him right now, he'll die of exhaustion." I understand," Toshinori sighed, sitting back in one of the chairs against the wall. "I'll be more careful in guiding my students, especially him." "Good, because I don't want him back here anytime soon," Recovery Girl stated with finality. While Class 1A was walking back to their classroom from the locker rooms, Ochako started to drift from the group, hoping to get an opening to slip away to visit the nurse's office. "Where are you going, Uraraka?" Tenya asked, noticing her movement. "Oh, I was going to go check on Deku," she admitted. "All Might said not to worry," Tenya assured her. "Besides, he's being given his evaluation right now. You shouldn't interrupt." But I'm worried, okay?" "He'll be fine. Truth be told, I'm also worried, but I have faith that he'll be fine. If he isn't back by the end of class, then you can visit him." "Ugh, fine," she conceded, following the rest of the class. The basic hero training was close to the end of the school day, but the small amount of time they had left in their day seemed endless to both Ochako and Katsuki for completely different reasons. While Ochako was worrying about Izuku, who hadn't returned from Recovery Girl's office yet, Katsuki was questioning his very self. Everything he knew about himself, Izuku, the strength of his quirk in comparison to others, it made no sense to him anymore. Eventually, though, the day ended for both of them. Katsuki immediately got up to leave once it did, not wanting to interact with anybody. Ochako started packing up her books, wanting to visit Izuku as soon as possible. Suddenly, A blonde boy with a black streak in his hair walked up to her. "Hey, you're Uraraka, right?" he asked, slouching a bit with his hands in his pockets and a confident grin on his face. "Huh." Ochako looked at him, not paying too much attention because she really wanted to get out of there and find Izuku. "Yeah. Who are you?" "I'm Denki Kaminari," he said, grinning lopsidedly. "I was wondering if you'd like to grab a bite to eat sometime. What do you like to eat?" Well, there was this good restaurant that Deku brought me to. Ooh, we also went to a mochi shop that was good." See." Denki sighed disappointedly. "Who's this Deku?" "Oh, sorry, I meant Midoriya," she clarified, still too distracted by her worry for Izuku to notice what Denki was on about. "The one that was on Team A with you?" Denki exclaimed. "He got first on the entrance exam and in Aizawa's test, right?" "Yeah, he did," Ochako said, smiling. "He was pretty amazing, wasn't he?" Denki started walking away, saying, "Dude, I'm not stepping in on that guy's territory. No way." "Territory," Ochako muttered, still not understanding what he meant. Izuku was approaching the classroom, finally. After being lectured by Recovery Girl and receiving an evaluation by All Might for his performance in the exercise, he was sent back at the very end of the school day. His right arm was in a sling, his left was wrapped in bandages because of the burns, and his head was also thoroughly wrapped with gauze. He felt so lightheaded that he had to use the wall for support as he walked. He had been thinking about a lot of things during his slow walk back to 1A. Some old memories resurfaced, probably because of what Ochako had asked him earlier. "Do you regret what happened between you two?" Izuku expected to feel triumphant after beating his longtime foe, but he felt a little empty, somber. There was some guilt there. "What? Are you looking down on me out something? Did you cheat? Or did you just pretend that your damn quirk was worthless all these years and laugh while I bought it?" Katsuki was right. Even if it wasn't the whole truth, Izuku realized that Katsuki was right. Were you really hiding your quirk's strength this whole time? You never showed this kind of control before. You never fought back. And you expect me to believe that your quirk was the strong the whole time. Fuck that. Why the fuck didn't you ever fight back? Izuku realized that Katsuki was right all along. It was the kind of revelation that felt akin to working out an extremely long math problem, only to realize that he made a mistake in the very beginning. It was both relieving and frustrating. Katsuki wasn't going to go out of his way to show Izuku any respect, no matter how much the green teen impressed him. Katsuki was just stubborn in that way, and Izuku didn't blame him. He knew about Katsuki's rough household and how disagreeable his mother could be, and he was sure that the blonde had grown this way as some sort of defense mechanism. Izuku had tried to prove himself to Katsuki, but he needed to work things out more directly. He needed to speak to his old friend as soon as he got back to class. But when he opened the door to the classroom, he was assaulted by the 4 people closest to the entrance. "Oh, Midoriya is back," the one with sharp red hair said, smiling with his fang teeth. "I don't know what you guys said in there, but that was a super manly battle." "Nice dodging," the pink girl with yellow horns chimed in. "You got all of us super pumped up," a large boy with thick lips said. "I'm Eijiro Kirishima. We were just talking about the battle training." "I'm Mina Ashido. You dodge really well." "I'm Tsuyu Azui. You can just call me Tsuyu." "I'm Sato." The sudden attention combined with his lightheadedness ended up being a bit too much for Izuku. He was about to fall back when Ochako finally broke through the crowd and grabbed him. "Deku!" she cried, gripping his shoulders tightly and looking up and down his body. "Are you okay? Why are you still all beat up? Didn't Recovery Girl heal you?" Izuku looked around the room. "Where's Kaken?" "He left right when the bell rang," Ochako said. "Now, are you okay?" "Yeah, just some scratches," Izuku said quickly, turning to the door. "I have to go, sorry." Leaning on the wall, Izuku walked as quickly as he could to the front of the school. Luckily for him, Katsuki was sluggish today and was still in front of the school's blue entry arch when Izuku got outside. He stumbled after him until he got into comfortable shouting distance. "Kaken!" he yelled, gripping one of the light poles for support. Katsuki stopped at the familiar voice and slowly turned to look at Izuku. "The fuck do you want?" he asked after a few seconds. I've been such an idiot, haven't I?" Izuku sighed, looking down at the ground and still gripping the pole. "I'm so stupid." "Yeah, I know," Katsuki said, lowering his glare at Izuku. "What the fuck is new?" I'm sorry for everything," Izuku said, starting to take more steps towards the next pole that was closer to Katsuki. "You're sorry?" Katsuki's eyes widened. "Yeah, you were right. I've been lying to you and looking down on you. I didn't even realize it, but that's not what a hero does, not at all." Katsuki stayed silent. It was something that Uraraka said earlier that got me thinking, but I regret everything that's happened between us. We used to be such good friends, Kaken. But I was jealous of you. You were so good at everything, and then you even got an amazing quirk. And when I got mine, I hoped, just for a second, that you might accept me again. When nothing changed, I started to hate you. But I didn't hate you. I never hated you, and I still don't. I hated the way you thought of me. I thought that I hated you, so I just got angrier and angrier, and I came up with some stupid idea that I would train in secret and then surpass you like some kind of stupid comic book. My quirk got stronger naturally as I grew up, plus the training I put myself through. Really, you're the reason I pushed myself to get better. But now I don't want things to stay the way they are, so thank you for pushing me to be better. I'm sorry for lying to you, and please, forgive all of these years of my being stupid." Katsuki's eyes were wide, his mouth agape. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. His entire world, which had already started crumbling down, suddenly found a couple more pillars. One was something very familiar. Deku was a piece of shit, yada yada, except now he was admitting it. He was manning up and taking the blame for the shit he had done by lying all those years. Not only that, but he was thanking the blonde for his strength. Of course, fucking Deku couldn't have gotten this strong on his own. The other pillar was something much older, something that Katsuki had almost forgotten. It was merely an echo of a memory, but it was connected to where he was now. He was being offered a hand by Deku. Before, he'd smack it away and say he didn't need help. Hell, he still didn't need it. But after what he had witnessed that day, Katsuki was going to take every opportunity he could to better himself, whether he needed to or not. "What the actual fuck?" Katsuki chuckled. "Damn right you're sorry. Listen, fucking Deku, I'll accept your apology if it makes you feel better. As long as you know that you were in the wrong." I'll go with it," Izuku sighed inwardly. "You said that I pushed you to get better?" Katsuki smiled an odd-looking grin as his eyes widened. "As if I'd fall behind either. And that icy bastard, too. I'll surpass him. Enjoy your win, because it ain't happening again. I'm coming with everything I got." Katsuki turned back around to walk home, before pausing and glancing back at Izuku. "I'm not here to play at being friends. We're competitors, Deku, and I'll fucking kill you if you don't give me everything you have." Suddenly, All Might zoomed past the still woozy Izuku, almost knocking him over, and stopped next to Katsuki, placing his hand firmly on his shoulder. "Young Bakugo," All Might exclaimed. "Self-respect is important, and you've got tons of it. And believe me when I say that you have the makings of a great pro hero. All you need to do is—" "Get the fuck off of me, All Might," Katsuki shouted, suddenly back to his usual self. "I can't fucking move." All Might gasped, realizing he had been putting more pressure on the teen's shoulder than he had meant to. Katsuki glared up at All Might with the same grin he had just shown Izuku. "And it goes without saying that I'll surpass you too, as the #1 hero." "He's back," All Might realized, letting Katsuki walk away. All Might glanced down at Izuku. "Man, being a teacher sure is tough. Ahahaha." "Hey Deku," Ochako said from right behind Izuku, startling him. "Yeah, you're a Uraraka?" he stuttered, wondering how much she heard. "That's not what I meant when I asked if you regretted what happened. He deserves a good punch to the throat for everything he's done," she exclaimed, shaking his shoulders. A moment passed before she reverted to her previous state of panic. "Seriously, why didn't Recovery Girl heal you?" Is it permanent? As Izuku explained that he was too fatigued to be healed to Ochako, All Might let out another hearty laugh. Yes, things seem to be going well for Class 1A. They seem to be going very well indeed. And at the end of that exchange, there was a word that permeated the air, despite the fact that nobody said it. Maybe the word wasn't on their minds specifically, but its meaning perfectly described the massive change that had just taken place. Izuku and Katsuki both finally realized how to become better heroes. Rivalry. Hitoshi and Momo versus Denki and Kyoka. Next up, All Might announced, picking 2 new balls from the boxes. Team G will be the heroes, and Team C will be the villains. Hitoshi stood up and looked to Momo, who nodded at him. They followed All Might out to the building they'd be using along with Team G, which consisted of Denki Kaminari and Kyokujiro. Hitoshi was pretty good at reading people. He needed to be if his quirk would be useful, and he tried to keep a pretty good eye on the other students, since he didn't know who he would end up against. He had a pretty good read on Kyoka. She was slightly reserved, but didn't seem to be a loner. Likely she wasn't used to her classmates yet. Most of her commentary was teasing her teammate Denki Kaminari, but when she did talk about the matches, her comments were always somewhat insightful. She seemed decently smart. Denki was an odd one though. He was pretty loud and talkative, but half of his comments were completely stupid while the other half were actually insightful. He carried himself like a class clown, but also seemed to be watchful and observant. Hitoshi would be careful around him. Here you are, All Might said, handing a roll of capture tape to each of the students. Then he gave a floor plan to Hitoshi and Momo, marked with the bomb's location. Go prepare your defenses, young ones. You may move the weapon if you wish. You have 5 minutes. Hitoshi and Momo nodded, before walking into the building. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, the boy told Momo as they began walking towards the stairs. Momo Yayorozu, she responded. As they reached the stairs, she continued. You were added to the class late, so we don't know each other's quirks. Mine is creation. I can make any non-living object from the fat in my body, as long as I understand the object's makeup. It takes some time to make larger ones though. That's useful, Hitoshi said, glancing at his partner. Her costume seemed to be designed to show as much skin as possible. What's your quirk? Momo asked after a moment of silence, arching an eyebrow. Mind control, Hitoshi said, looking away. He was sure she'd be cautious of him. I ask a question, and I can control anyone who answers me. Really? Momo asked, eyes widening. That could be really useful in capturing them. But it's troublesome against more than one person. The purple-haired teen sighed, looking back at her. She didn't seem scared, which was good. It isn't likely that they'd both answer one of my questions, and it only takes a small bump to snap someone out of it. We need to separate them. Not necessarily, Momo said. You only need to control one long enough to get the capture tape around them. And what do you know about their quirks? Hitoshi asked. When Momo eyed him cautiously, he sighed. Don't worry, I won't use it on you. The blonde one, Kaminari, I think, has some sort of electricity-based quirk. I don't know exactly what he can do, but it didn't seem to help him too much in the physical assessment we did. As for Jiro, I can conjecture that she probably has some sort of special hearing ability linked with those earphone jacks. And on her hero costume, she has plugs and speakers on her legs. She must have some sound-based abilities. You figured all that? Hitoshi asked. Impressive analysis. Thank you, Momo said, but we should come up with a plan. Can you use your quirk to make motion detectors? Hitoshi asked. And a receiver to know if they're tripped? I can, Momo replied. I can make them pretty small. Good. That can help us prepare for when they find us, he said. What about traps? I can, but my knowledge is a bit limited on that, she admitted. Basic tripwires, pressure switches, and the like. I could set up a net launcher. Good. Hitoshi glanced down at the map one more time. The bomb is in a fine spot, so let's set up defenses around the perimeter. Then we get to the bomb. Agreed. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. They began moving around, placing traps all around the bomb's room. Hitoshi picked out places on the map and led Momo, while she focused on creating traps and motion sensors. The two of them seemed to have a similar sense of strategy, and they agreed on the placement of most of the devices. They moved quickly to place them because of the 5-minute preparation time limit, before retreating to the room with the objective. Momo grabbed one of the metal barrels in the room and created a laptop to receive the motion detector signals, before thoroughly barricading the door and the windows with both wood and metal braces. Indoor anti-personnel battle training start. That's that, Hitoshi sighed, leaning against one of the pillars in the room. We've prepared well, don't you think so, Yaoyorozu? Yes, Momo agreed, watching her screen intently. She turned to her partner. Do you have experience with hand-to-hand combat, Shinso? No, I've never needed it, he said. If they do get in, all I have is my quirk. Well, I have been trained, she said, slowly generating a metal staff from one hand and a shield from the other. So we're well prepared even if they do get to us, Hitoshi grinned. You're a good partner to get. You are too, she smiled back at him. You're smart, and you have a useful quirk. Useful? Hitoshi looked up, leaning his head back against the pillar and considering it for a moment. I suppose so. Momo looked at him sideways at that reaction, but didn't press whatever was on her mind. She must have been attempting to be nice, but Hitoshi knew how others saw his quirk. Even he saw it as an evil power. A few minutes passed, and none of the sensors had been tripped. It made Hitoshi uneasy, and Momo seemed unnerved as well. If the hero team fell into a trap, then the sensors were placed in a way that would make them go off. And even if they got past the traps, the sensors should have been unavoidable. A single movement would send a signal straight to Momo's receiver. There's no way to get here without setting off at least one of the sensors, Momo sighed, scratching her head. Maybe they're just completely off track? Maybe, Hitoshi pondered. Probably not, though. Suddenly, the door to the room shined and flashed with a bright golden electricity. It stopped after persisting for a while. Then, a vibrating sound caused the door to start shaking. Eventually, the wooden braces shattered, and then it wasn't too long until the metal crumpled and snapped. The door was then kicked down by Kyoka, with Denki standing alongside her. Hey villains! The blonde boy shouted, his arms crossed. We aren't going to let you destroy this city. Geez, you don't need to play it up so much, Kyoka sighed. The heroes? Momo yelled, confused as to how they got there. Heroes? How did you get past the sensors? Hitoshi asked, quick to put Plan B into action. I'm not into explaining this stuff, Denki whispered to Kyoka. Do you want to explain it? Or should I go straight ahead and fry him? Well, we're supposed to play a part, right? Besides, they're our classmates. Might as well let them know a bit about our quirks going forward, Kyoka replied. Fair enough. I'll answer your question, villain, the earphone jack girl announced. With my earphone jacks, I'm able to listen this entire building. She stabbed one of her jacks into the floor to demonstrate. I was able to pick out your location, but also any anomalies in the building's normally smooth interior. As for your sensors, the walls in this building, luckily, can conduct electricity fairly well. Lightning Dolt here was able to overload them from afar. Lightning Dolt! Denki exclaimed. I see, Hitoshi said, finally activating his quirk on Jiro. Now, Yaoyorozu. Momo jumped forward to cut Denki off from Kyoka as Hitoshi ran to tie her arm up with the capture tape. Denki took 2 hits from the metal staff before he grabbed it and sent a shock through it, knocking the creation user back. It was too late, though, as Kyoka was captured before her partner could do anything. Kyoka Jiro has been captured by the villain team, All Might yelled over the earpieces. What? Denki exclaimed. Not cool, bro. It's over for you? Don't you agree? Hitoshi yelled at Denki. He had gotten good at phrasing many things as questions over the years. No way, Denki shouted with a grin. I won't just let the villains win. Sorry about this, Jiro, but indiscriminate shock. 1.3 mil. Suddenly, the blonde's body froze in place, caught by Hitoshi's quirk. The purple-haired hero in training strolled over to him and wrapped his arm with the capture tape, making his and Momo's victory official. The villain team wins, All Might announced. Momo, who seemed dizzy from the electric shock she had received, got up from the floor shakily, rubbing the side of her head. She looked up and met Hitoshi's eyes, flashing a smile at him. He was relieved that she was fine, and proceeded to release both of his opponents from his quirk. What happened? Denki asked, rubbing his head. Kyoko was similarly confused as to their situation. You guys lost, Hitoshi sighed with a grin as he and Momo walked out past them. Come on, let's get our evaluations. Days at school. After the first full day of school at UA, it was finally announced to the nation that All Might was a teacher at the prestigious school. The news shook the country to its core, as many were conflicted about the thought that he wouldn't be at his agency in Tokyo anymore. News anchors were gathered outside of UA's entrance the next morning, asking students and teachers for interviews as they passed. Excuse me, what's it like to learn from All Might? A reporter asked Izuku, who still had his arm in a sling and bandages on his head and other arm. Wait, aren't you that kid from the sludge incident? I am sorry, but I'm due at the nurse's office right now, he explained rapidly, slipping through the crowd. What does the symbol of peace look like in front of the classroom? Another reporter asked Ochako as she arrived. Well, she put up her arms in a bicep-flexing pose. He's real muscly. Yeah. What do you think of All Might the teacher? One asked Tenya. Tenya began a complex explanation of what All Might was like as a teacher and how he felt about it. The reporter thought the speech was probably pre-prepared, but it really wasn't. When All Might is, a reporter started to ask Katsuki before recognizing him. You're the kid from the sludge incident. Fuck off, Katsuki spat before walking through UA's entry arch. Aizawa walked out to the reporters, glancing around at them with an annoyed look on his face. Does all me? You're a mess, one reporter exclaimed at the sight of the a homeroom teacher. Who are you, anyway? All Might is off today, Aizawa said tiredly. He shooed them with his hand. You're disturbing our classes, so please leave. The reporters kept shouting questions after him, but one of them got too close and activated the UA barrier. That shut them up, and Aizawa was more than happy to have the peace and quiet. When 1A, including the healed Izuku, began class, Aizawa took out a stack of papers. Good job with yesterday's battle training, he said to the class, who were surprised to hear the positive sentiment come from him. I looked over your grades and evaluations. Bakugo, grow up already. Stop wasting your talent. Yes, sir, Katsuki replied with a smirk. And Midoriya, I heard you destroyed your body, he continued, causing Izuku to grimace and look down at the desk. It's good to be determined, but if you get that kind of injury in a real situation, you'll be their one who needs to be saved. Be more careful. Yes, sir, Izuku sighed quietly, aware of a few eyes on him. Now, on to homeroom business, Aizawa sighed. Sorry for announcing this so suddenly, but today. The whole class felt Aizawa's presence looming over them, and they feared that it would be another brutal assessment. You'll be picking a class president. That's such a normal school thing, multiple people said in unison. The class exploded with people raising their hands and shouting that they'd like to be picked. Even Katsuki raised his hand, a look of furious competition in his eyes. Izuku held his hand up too, but not quite as high as anyone else. In a normal high school, the position of class president holds no purpose other than some mundane tasks, so few people want to do it. But in a hero course, it signifies the leader of the group. It's truly a position for a top hero in training. Suddenly, Tenya called out to the class, "Quiet down! Leading the group is a position of great renown, but willingness doesn't equate directly to ability. This sacred office requires the trust of its constituents. If this is to be democratic, then I put forward the motion that we must choose by election. This is a classroom, not Congress. We haven't known each other long enough to build any trust yet, though. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves." That's precisely why, Tenya said. Anyone with multiple votes is best suited for the position. Sensei, will you allow this? I don't care, as long as you do it quickly and quietly. Aizawa sighed as he got back into his yellow sleeping bag. With that approval, the students began voting. Tenya had a dilemma. While he wanted to be the class president, he also believed in the democratic process and wanted to vote for someone else. He was stuck between Izuku, because of his genuine kindness and good split-second decision-making, and Momo, because of the way she broke down the battle training. In the end, he chose Momo. He would have chosen Izuku if the green-haired boy had actually realized the true nature of the practical exam. But he told Tenya that that wasn't the case. Even that honesty and integrity was a good reason to pick him, but he felt that Momo seemed slightly better suited to the position with her analytical skills. In the end, when the results were tallied, Momo won with 3 votes, and Izuku followed with 2. The rest of the class had 1 vote or 0. Momo didn't seem too surprised, although she was pleased, while Izuku was freaking out. "I got 2, he said, smiling and wondering who gave him their vote. "Who the fuck voted for Deku?" Katsuki said sharply, looking at the rest of the class before resting his glare on Ochako, who was looking away and whistling. "Round face. You a what?" she exclaimed, putting up her arms defensively. Tenya slammed his fist on his desk. "0 votes. I thought as much. This is the harsh reality of this sacred office." "So you voted for someone else?" Momo asked, realizing that she and Izuku were the only 2 with multiple votes. Rikido looked at Tenya questioningly. "You were the one who called for an election. What did you even want, Ida?" "Fine then," Aizawa said, standing up out of his sleeping bag. "Your president is Yaoyorozu, and the vice president is Midoriya." Momo looked at Izuku. He seemed a bit nervous, but he held it together pretty well. He wouldn't be her first choice as a class vice president, but he wasn't too bad either. That day during lunch, Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya once again sat together. Izuku was still surprised by the sheer volume of students at UA. The hero courses, gen ed courses, business courses, and support courses made the cafeteria much louder than the one at his old middle school. But he could still comfortably hear Ochako, who sat right next to him, and Tenya, who sat across from them. This rice is tasty," Ochako sighed in comfort. "I know I'm just the vice president and not the actual class president," Izuku sighed, "but I'm still a bit worried that I'm not up to it." "You'll do fine," Ochako said supportively. "Midoriya, your grit and decisiveness in a pinch shows that you are perfectly suited for the role," Tenya said decisively. "Really, you were my second choice for president." "Does that mean that you voted for Yaoyorozu?" Izuku asked, and Tenya nodded his head in reply. "But didn't you want to be the president, Ida?" Ochako asked. "You have glasses and everything." "Like I said earlier, ambition and suitability are different matters," Tenya explained, taking a sip of orange juice. "I humbly made the choice that I felt was correct." "Ida, the way you talk," Ochako giggled. "Are you a rich kid?" "A rich kid," Izuku exclaimed, looking at Ochako. He was surprised by her bluntness. I don't like people to know, so I try to hide it, but..." Tenya paused dramatically. "Yes, I am the second son of a renowned hero family." "Whoa!" Ochako exclaimed. "Cool," Izuku said at the same time. "Have you heard of the turbo hero Ingenium?" Tenya asked. "Of course," Izuku said excitedly, letting his nerd side show a little bit. "He has 65 sidekicks at his own office in Tokyo." "You are very well informed," Tenya said, shocked at his friend's quick recollection of those facts. He pushed up his glasses as he explained. "Well, you see, I am his younger brother." "Wow, he's so frank about it," Chaco observed. "He leads people with absolute adherence to the rules, and is a truly beloved hero. It is my admiration for my brother that inspired my own determination to become a hero." Tenya smiled and looked at his friends. "Although I realize that I am not ready to lead anyone yet. That's why that role should rightfully go to Yaoyorozu or you, Midoriya, as superior candidates." Ochako and Izuku stared at Tenya for a moment, shocked and with their mouths agape. Izuku slowly smiled back, while Ochako stayed mystified. "Never seen you smile before, Ida," Ochako said, still reeling from the shock of his smiling face. "Eh?" Tenya seemed genuinely shocked. "I do smile on occasion." Izuku realized that Tenya was inspired by his brother in the same way that he himself was inspired by All Might. He felt a little bit closer to his friend now, like they had another thing in common. Suddenly, the school's alarm began blaring, overpowering the voices that filled the cafeteria. Achiko spit up some of the rice she had been eating in surprise. "The alarm!" Izuku shouted. "Security level 3 has been broken," a robotic voice recording notified over the loudspeaker. "All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion." "Excuse me, but what is level 3? Tenya asked an older student nearby. "It means someone breached the campus," he shouted back. "It hasn't happened in my 3 years here. Just get out of here." As the trio of first years began to stand up, they were forcefully swept into the sea of students erupting in panic. "A quick response to danger," Tenya pointed out loudly. "I'd expect no less from such an esteemed institution." "Maybe too quick," Izuku yelled back. "Everyone is panicking." Suddenly, someone shouldered their way between the trio, separating Tenya from Izuku and Ochako. "Midoriya, Uraraka," Tenya called, reaching out. Izuku and Ochako both also called for him and reached, but failed to grab him before he was swallowed by the crowd. The two of them tried their best to stay together, but they also eventually got separated by the crowd. Now alone, Izuku tried his best to analyze the situation. Suddenly though, through the crowd, Izuku saw a few students on the ground getting trampled, and he realized that the panic was only going to make everything worse and get people hurt. Without hesitating, he used his quirk to jump up and hold himself in midair. He couldn't do it for very long, so he knew he had to calm the crowd down quickly. "Calm down!" he shouted over everyone, prompting most of the students to look up at him. "You're trampling over other people in your panic. Calm down, or you'll just get other people hurt. Behave like you're at UA." Everyone looked up at him for a moment, before Tenya shouted out from the crowd, "Besides, look outside. It's just the media." Izuku followed the sound of Tenya's voice and saw his friend's arm shooting straight up from next to the window, and outside of that window, no doubt, was the press inside of the walls of UA. "Why yeah, so stop panicking," Izuku said a little quieter, realizing what he had just done and blushing profusely before lowering back into the crowd. "That was awesome, Deku," Ochako gushed as they met again at the classroom. "You got everyone to stop panicking." "Ah, no it wasn't," he said, looking away and rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm really embarrassed that I did that." "What are you talking about?" Tenya said, chopping his arms at the Class 1A vice president. "You took the lead and kept calm in what could have been a crisis situation." "Ah, if only I could change my vote for class president." Tenya clenched his fist, looking up and crying tears of pride for his friend. "Really, it was just in the spur of the moment," Izuku started before being cut off by Aijiro. "That's exactly what makes it so damn manly," he said, clenching his own fist and tearing up in a fashion similar to Tenya. "Everyone, please quiet down," Aizawa droned as he entered the room. "Dealing with those reporters was tiring, so please give me a break." He stepped into his sleeping bag and zipped it up. "Yaoyorozu, Midoriya. You two pick the other student council members and let me relax." The next day came and everything was back to normal. The press was no longer hounding the school thanks to police intervention. There were no break-ins and everything seemed to be normal. Eventually it came time for basic hero training once again, and Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom. "This time, All Might, myself, and one other pro will supervise." Aizawa sighed, slouching back slightly with his hands in his pockets. "So it's a special class?" Izuku muttered before receiving a glare from Katsuki. Hantashiro, who sat next to Izuku, raised his hand, asking, "What are we doing exactly?" "Preparing you for disaster relief, like fires or floods." Aizawa droned as he held up a card labeled rescue. "It's rescue training." "Ooh, sounds like another rough day," Denki said with a grin. "Totally, right?" Mina agreed excitedly. "This is what being a hero is all about," Aijiro exclaimed, leaning forward into their conversation. "I'm getting all pumped." "I'd be perfect in a flood, Karo," Tsuyu said offhandedly. I'm not done yet, Aizawa said pointedly, glaring at the talkers who snapped to attention. You can decide whether you want to wear your costumes, since they might not be well suited for this kind of activity. The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be getting there by bus. Now, get ready. Izuku started to get excited. This would be where he could finally start on his way to becoming a hero that could save people. He was determined to put in all of his effort. Unfortunately, though, his hero costume hadn't yet been fully repaired. He had knee and elbow guards, gloves, his belt, and a new mouth guard, but he had to wear his gym clothes under it all instead of his green jumpsuit. As the guys were about to leave the boys' locker room, Izuku glanced over and happened to notice that Hitoshi had already gotten his hero costume. Though he had only transferred in a few days ago, he wore a black jumpsuit and had gloves that went up to his elbows and boots going up to his knees, both lavender similarly to his hair. He had a black utility belt that was barely noticeable against his jumpsuit, and he was currently donning a lavender cloak with a black stripe going down the back. The cloak actually covered most of the rest of his costume, and it hugged his body in an odd way so that it wouldn't hinder his movement. The black stripe led up to an extra piece of fabric at the top that could be used to cover the lower half of his face, and there was a small pull string there. Izuku had no real guess as to what it might do. "Hey Shinso," Izuku called as he walked over. "Nice costume. I like the cloak." "Thanks," Hitoshi said, looking over Izuku's own outfit. "They haven't gotten you a new green jumpsuit yet?" "No, they haven't finished repairing it yet," Izuku explained as they started to walk out of the locker room. "Hey, I didn't get to see you during the battle training and I've been meaning to ask, but what's your quirk?" Hitoshi gave Izuku a confused look for a moment, although he looked bored more than anything thanks to the perpetual bags he had under his eyes, before grinning a bit. "I'll keep that to myself for now. If you want, I guess," Izuku sighed disappointedly. "Hey Deku," Ochako called as she ran over, wearing her hero outfit except for her helmet. "Where's your costume?" "The jumpsuit didn't survive the battle training, so the school's support company is fixing it," Izuku said, before tugging on his mouth guard. "I still have the rest though." "That's a different face mask, right?" she asked, noticing that it had a solid white line instead of the teeth-like pattern of the other one. "Yeah, most of these are actually replacement gear," Izuku said with a sheepish chuckle. Ochako leaned forward and looked past Izuku at Hitoshi, saying, "I like your costume, Shinso." "Thanks," he replied without looking over at her. "Come on everyone," Momo called out from the next to the bus. "Let's line up and get onto the bus in an orderly fashion." It was the kind of bus with seats facing forward in the back, a section of seats in the middle that faced each other, and then a couple seats at the very front that faced forward. Izuku sat in the middle area, with Ochako on one side of him and Tsuyu on the other. On the other side of the frog girl sat Eijiro, while the opposite side of the bus held Denki, Yuga, Mina, and Momo. "Hey Midoriya," Tsuyu said, turning her oddly blank face towards Izuku. "I generally say what's on my mind." "Oh? What is it, Azui?" Izuku asked, looking at her from the corner of his eye. "Call me Tsuyu," she reminded him. "What's your quirk?" "I've been thinking, but I can't figure it out." "Now that you mention it, me too," Eijiro agreed. "You launched that ball super far, so I thought that it might be super strength or something, but then you pretty much flew during the quirk assessment." "Oh, it's telekinesis," Izuku explained. "I can use it on pretty much anything as long as it's not too heavy, even myself. But it's hard to use it on a person if they struggle against it." "Telekinesis," Mina mused. "Isn't that the ability to move things with your mind?" "How were you able to launch the ball that far though?" Denki asked. "Well, the strength of my telekinesis depends on the weight of the object," Izuku said. "I could push something small like the ball really fast. The range that I could push it was pretty far too, so I didn't even let go of it until almost halfway through the ball's flight." "If it depends on the weight, then how did you move so fast when you were escaping Bakugo?" Momo asked. "It seemed like you were going about the same speed as the ball." Katsuki, who was sitting in the front of the forward seating section, leaned forward. He was plenty interested in the tricks of his childhood friend's quirk. "It's because of my quirk, zero gravity," Ochako said proudly. I can make things weightless. If my math is right, then, assuming the relationship between weight and effectiveness is a ratio, that means that you can move weightless things at infinity meters per second? Momo exclaimed. That's pretty much teleporting. Except for going through walls. Izuku laughed sheepishly. And wind resistance alone would probably incinerate anything going that fast. Also, my quirk has a weight limit of a couple tons, Ochako added. Still, imagine being able to launch a 2-ton chunk of debris faster than a bullet. Ijiro exclaimed. That's so damn manly. You two should become a hero duo when you go pro, Karo, Tsuyu said, placing her index finger on her chin. You guys would go up in the ratings super fast with moves like that, Ijiro said. It's way better than my hardening. Ijiro's arm became rigid and sharp-looking in demonstration. It's good in a fight, but it's pretty boring. I don't think it's boring, Izuku said, looking at Ijiro's arm intently. It's more than good enough if you want to go pro. Pros need popular appeal too, not just a strong quirk, Yuga said, flashing a smile. My naval laser is both strong and flashy. If you don't destroy your stomach in the middle of a fight, Mina giggled, much to Yuga's discomfort. You want to talk strong and cool? That'd be Todoroki and Bakugo. But Bakugo won't ever be popular, Tsuyu said nonchalantly. He's too unhinged. The fuck did you say? Frog face? Katsuki shouted. Tsuyu turned to Izuku. See? Denki grinned, saying, but I'd bet Midoriya and Uraraka would be real popular as a hero duo. They look pretty cute together. Don't you guys think so? While the others present nodded their heads in agreement, Izuku and Ochako both started blushing profusely. Katsuki, who knew that Izuku and Ochako weren't dating, burst out laughing at Izuku's red face. What's so funny? Denki asked him, unaware of the effects of his comment. Deku and Round Face aren't fucking dating. Ah ha ha. He started laughing again when he saw their ripe tomato faces and pointed at them. Wah 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 wah. Ochako stuttered, covering her red face and scooting away from Izuku all the way against the armrest. Izuku also scooted slightly closer to Tsuyu with one hand on his face, but he seemed to be handling it a little bit better than Ochako. Sorry? Denki laughed uncomfortably. I just assumed since, you two seem really close? Really, I thought so too, Mina agreed, nodding her head. I mean, you guys didn't hold hands or make out or anything, but you do seem close. Both Ochako and Izuku shrunk in on themselves a little bit more. Ashido, Momo scolded. That only made it worse. Well, I guess if that's the case. Mina grinned and looked at Izuku, who was just barely cognizant enough of himself to look back at her through his hand. Midoriya, you're single? She winked at him. What? Izuku squeaked, looking up from his hand. Ochako looked up a little and glared at Mina, while Katsuki keeled over in his seat from laughter. I'm just kidding, geez. Mina laughed, waving her hand at Izuku. I like you guys. You're fun to mess with. That's cruel Ashido, Karo, Tsuyu commented, still retaining her blank face. Yeah, man, Ijiro said, barely holding back his own laughter. See cruel. Mina glanced over at Ochako, who was still glaring. She gave the gravity girl a wink and a knowing smile, and Ochako instantly reverted to covering her face with her hands. Can't you guys go 5 minutes without finding something to scream about? Aizawa called out over the group of kids, who quickly silenced themselves. We're here. As they walked into the building next to each other, Izuku and Ochako looked everywhere except at each other. Once they were inside though, Izuku quickly saw the facility they were in and forgot about the earlier embarrassment as he took in the sights. There were multiple zones in the building that were each dedicated to a different type of disaster, from landslides to raging fires to hurricanes. There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc., came a voice from in front of the group, who the students soon saw to be the Space Hero 13. This facility houses training for every disaster and accident you can imagine. I built it myself. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Whoa! Izuku and Ochako both exclaimed. Izuku whispered excitedly, It's the Space Hero 13. He's a gentleman hero who does his best work in rescue situations. Shako gushed. He's my favorite hero. 13. Where's All Might? Aizawa asked, sounding annoyed. He was supposed to meet us here, right? About that, senpai, 13 said, motioning for Aizawa to get closer. He held up 3 fingers and whispered so that the students wouldn't hear. It seems that he reached his 3-hour time limit earlier today during his commute. He's resting in the break room. Izuku realized from 13's hand gesture that All Might's time limit was probably up. All Might really shouldn't be a teacher if he needs that time to be a hero, he thought. The height of irrationality, Aizawa sighed, shaking his head and turning back towards the students. Whatever, let's get started. Before we do though, I do have 2 or 3 points, 13 said, facing the students. Or 4, 5. Anyway, my quirk is Black Hole. It can suck in and take apart anything. And you've used it to save lots of people in all sorts of disasters, Izuku said while Ochako violently nodded her head next to him. Indeed, but it is also a power that could easily kill someone. The students all became more solemn as 13 spoke. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. You may think that this is a stable system, but all it takes is one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for someone to die. During Aizawa's fitness test, you all brought out your quirk's potential. During All Might's battle training, you saw the threat that those quirks can pose through your own eyes. This class will show you how to utilize that power to save lives. Your powers aren't meant to inflict harm. I hope you all leave here today understanding that they're there so you can help people. That is all. I thank you for listening. 13 took a bow. Bravo! Bravo! Tenya applauded. Wow! 13 is so cool. Hadeku? Ochako said, looking at her friend. Yeah, really, Izuku agreed, looking back at her. As soon as the two of them made eye contact, they looked away from each other and blushed, remembering their friend's teasing. Great, great, Aizawa sighed. First off, let's... A whooshing sound became apparent from below the class. Aizawa stopped talking and turned to look down the stairs, followed by his students doing the same. A black swirling mist was present in front of the fountain, and it slowly grew as a hand reached out from seemingly nowhere and clutched the edge of it. Soon, it was big enough to see the back of another hand reaching up. A hand with shaggy light blue hair and an agitated bright red eye behind it, glaring at them. The world of the pros. Everybody, Aizawa shouted, looking back at his class. Huddle up and don't move. The students gathered together hesitantly, not entirely sure what was going on. They whispered about whether this was real or just some test from the teachers. Suddenly, the black mist expanded and 10, no, 20, 40, more than 100 people ran out of the darkness, and Aizawa visibly tensed. What are those? Ijiro asked, squinting down at the people. UA employees? More robots like the entrance exam. Don't move, Aizawa shouted, pulling back his scarf and pulling up yellow goggles from the fabric. Fastening the eyewear to his face, he scowled. Those are real villains. Those goggles, Izuku gasped in realization. Aizawa-sensei is the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Eraserhead, Ijiro asked. Never heard of him. I have, Hitoshi said, narrowing his eyes and grinning. He's an underground hero. He doesn't like the attention of media. But those are real villains? Ijiro asked. What villains would be stupid enough to break into UA? Sensei, Momo asked 13. Aren't there intruder sensors around the school? Of course there are, 13 said, sounding at a loss. Are they only here, or at the main building too? Shoto asked. Either way, if they can get past the sensors, it has to be one of their quirks that's doing that. Also, this building is far from the campus, and they picked a time when there'd be few people here. They may be smarter than they seem. This attack is too well coordinated for them not to have an objective. Most of the class was shocked by Shoto's analysis, but Izuku had been thinking along the same lines. Aizawa turned back, yelling, 13, begin evacuation and try calling the school. If one of their quirks is jamming the sensors, It's probably an electric-type quirk causing interference. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. Gee, got it. Denki confirmed, fiddling with his headset. Sensei, you can't fight them all alone, Izuku said. Against so many, you won't be able to erase all of their quirks. As Eraserhead, your fighting style relies on erasure and quick capture. Head-on fighting isn't. No good hero is a one-trick pony, Midoriya, Eraserhead called back. 13. Take care of the students. Then Aizawa jumped down the stairs, unraveling the cloth around his neck as his hair shot up on end. Izuku saw several villains approach him and then hesitate in confusion, before Aizawa brought the cloth around them and slammed their heads together. He fought hand-to-hand and overpowered and outsmarted the stunned villains. He's keeping up even though he's outnumbered, Izuku gasped. Ochako grabbed Izuku's arm and whipped him around, saying, "Come on, Deku, time to go." "Now isn't the time for analysis," Tenya agreed. "We must evacuate." As Izuku turned to evacuate with his classmates, the black mist that was in front of the fountain materialized in between them and the entrance. Izuku wasn't sure, but he thought that the two yellow streaks at the top of the mist resembled some kind of eyes. "Sorry, but I can't allow that," a deep, proper-sounding voice announced. "Greetings, heroes and heroes-to-be. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for our audacity, but today, we've come to you, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace." For that one moment, his proper tone became a bit darker, before normalizing again. "We were under the impression that he'd be here today, but it seems his schedule was revised. No matter, my personal role is not affect." Suddenly, Katsuki and Eijiro jumped up at the mist. Katsuki let an explosion loose against the darkness, followed by a forceful kick from Eijiro. "Not if we kill you first," Katsuki snarled. "Heh?" Eijiro huffed, pointing his thumb up at himself. "Betcha didn't see that coming." "Well, that was close," the mist chuckled, emerging from the smoke. "Although you're only students, you really are the best of the best. It might prove troublesome if you were allowed to stay here." "No, get back," 13 shouted, but it was too late. "Be gone." The mist rapidly expanded, covering most of the class. Seeing his friends each get swallowed up by the darkness, Izuku quickly turned and reached out to Ochako, shouting, "Uraraka!" Their hands missed each other, and as Izuku's vision filled with blackness, the last thing he saw was Tenya grabbing Ochako while holding Rakido in his other arm. Izuku felt a cold blast of air hit him as he shut his eyes, and when he opened them, he was falling above the collapsed zone. He looked around and noticed that Mina Ishido and Masahiro Ojiro were falling with him. He called out to grab their attention, then used his quirk to maneuver within 15 meters of them both. Before they hit the ground, Izuku was able to slow their fall enough to land safely. "Thanks, Midoriya," Mina said as she stood up with a bright smile. "Yes, I also owe you my thanks," Masahiro said, bowing his head. "Ah, no need," Izuku said sincerely. "We should focus on our current situation right now." "Of course you are right," Masahiro said. "Well, UA is being invaded by a league of villains," Mina said, holding her fingers up in air quotes. "Totally easy to focus under these conditions." "Ishido, this is serious," Izuku said. "They knew that All Might should have been here. They somehow knew UA's schedule. They probably used that media invasion yesterday as a cover to get in and get intel." "They said they came to kill All Might," Mina recalled. "But there's no way, right? Like, he's All Might." "Ishido, they wouldn't come here if they didn't think they could beat him," Masahiro reasoned. "I hate to admit it, but he's right," Izuku agreed. "This attack is too organized for them to be that stupid." "There you are," a gruff voice shouted at the three students. They looked up and saw a large group of villains walking at them, headed by an emaciated and pale bald man with a scar across his shirtless torso. In fact, his only clothing was a pair of gray shorts with a giant hole on one leg, and he held a machete. "Ahaha! Finally, time to collect our payment. A few young flesh bags to maim." "Maim?" Mina asked, before chuckling nervously. Aha! How about no? Izuku used his quirk to grab bits of rubble lying around the street they stood on. He launched them at the villains, knocking a few of them out while some managed to dodge. Those remaining ran at the aspiring heroes, only to meet their match in Ojiro. He dodged and countered, holding them back while Izuku pelted them with more debris. They couldn't deal with both of their attacks, and they were all eventually knocked unconscious. Whoa, you two are real cool, Mina exclaimed. Ojiro, you dodge really well. Ah, thank you, Ishido, Mashireo said with a nod. That's strange, Izuku muttered. It seemed like they knew about our class, but I guess they aren't as informed as they should be. What do you mean by that? Mashireo inquired, quirking an eyebrow. They put me in the collapsed zone, where there's plenty of rubble for me to manipulate. Ooh, so they don't know all of our quirks? Mina inferred. That's my guess, Izuku confirmed. Hey, I think they're over here. A shrill voice squawked nearby as the young students heard footsteps bounding closer. Looking around, Izuku noticed that there were no more chunks of crumbled buildings or debris that were the optimal size for his quirk. Glancing at Mashireo and then at Mina, a plan formed in his head. What's that you're muttering about, Midori? Mina asked. Oh, I was just… Izuku began explaining before catching what she called him. Midori. Ah, your name's too long, she said, waving her hand. She grinned. Midori is way cuter and also quicker. I guess it's faster. Izuku nervously chuckled, scratching his cheek. Midoriya, do you have a plan? Mashireo asked. Oh, right, Izuku remembered. Ishido, use your acid to break down the big pieces of debris and buildings into smaller chunks. Ojiro, you and I will work together to hold them back. How big do you want them? Mina asked as she began melting a large piece of concrete in half. About the size of a backpack is good, maybe a little bigger, Izuku said. Oh, and can you control the acid's strength? Yep, sure can. That's great. Coat the pieces in a weaker acid that can't break down concrete, but can burn skin. That way it'll be more effective. Oh, good thinking, Midori, Mina said, smiling widely at the telekinesis user. Mina had prepared a couple of projectiles by the time the villains rounded the corner of their street. Mashireo ran at them while Izuku launched a ranged assault, trying to hit them with his telekinetically controlled acid-covered pieces of concrete. If they dodged the floating makeshift weapons, Mashiro took advantage of their openings. If they dodged the tailed teen's martial arts, they got burned and beaten by the acid-covered projectiles. More were added to the flurry by Mina until they became unavoidable, and the villains were defeated after a few minutes of their effort. At the front entrance, where everyone had been gathered moments ago, there were only a few students left along with 13 to face the dark mist. Where is everyone else? Tenya asked, looking around at Ochako, Rikido, Mizo, Hanta, and 13. Can we confirm their locations? Mizo formed an ear on one of his appendages, before confirming, they're all scattered inside of this building. Physical attacks won't work if this guy can just warp away. Hanta sighed as the mist collected itself in a single smaller mass. This guy's quirk is too much to handle. Ida, 13 called as he came to a realization. Yes, sensei, Tenya replied at attention. With your quirk, you need to get back to the school and report what's happening. The alarms aren't sounding and the phones aren't working. With Aizawa erasing the villain's quirks, that means that whomever is jamming the signal is hidden elsewhere. Our best option right now is for you to go back to UA. I can't just abandon. Just go, Ida, Rikido shouted. There are alarms outside, so that means the villains must only be in here. And they can't follow you, Hanta said as well. Just go fast. Please, use your quirk to save us all, 13 pleaded. We got your back, Ida, Ochako assured with the others nodding in agreement. Do it. Aside from the fact that it's hopeless anyways, the mist mocked, looking over them, the fact that you're discussing this plan where I can hear it is foolish. It doesn't matter if you can hear it, 13 said, opening a latch on the tip of his glove. You can't stop us. Hitoshi hit the water hard. Luckily, He looked down and had been able to take a breath before plunging into the flood zone. He blinked, adjusting his eyes to being underwater, only to see a villain with gills upon him. Before the villain reached him though, Tsuyu Azui came and kicked him in the side. She wrapped her tongue around Hitoshi and brought him up to the surface, allowing him to take a couple of breaths before tossing him over the side of a large boat. Hitoshi coughed, leaning down on all fours as he gasped for air. He looked up at Tsuyu as she climbed over the side of the boat as well, and panted. "You could have been more careful, Azui." "Call me Tsuyu," she reminded him. "Karo." "Yeah," he sighed. "Thanks, Tsuyu." "Don't mention it," she shrugged, before turning and looking over the water. "They said they came to kill All Might, Karo." "They wouldn't have come if they didn't have some plan," Hitoshi said, slowly standing up. Tsuyu turned and tilted her head at him. "And they said they'd kill us, too. We'll have to hold out until the pros get here. But even then, these guys think they can kill All Might, Karo. What other pro can keep up with that?" Hitoshi looked past his froggy classmate and saw multiple heads poke out of the water. "We just have to deal with it. Time for me to get to work." "What'll you do, Karo?" Tsuyu asked. "I'm good in water, so I should." "Just watch," Hitoshi interrupted her. This was no time to be chatting. He climbed up onto the side of the boat, taking a moment to balance himself before looking down over the villains in the water. A couple of more heads popped up out of the water. "The hell are ye doing up there?" one villain rasped up at him. "Waiting for us to shoot you down or something?" Another one called in a much more normal-sounding voice. Hitoshi scoffed. "Heh, no problems over here. I just need verbal consent for what I'm about to do to you." A few villains yelled at and mocked him, making him crack a grin. "So, how about it? Who's too chicken to fight a high schooler like me?" The villains below exploded in a chorus of retorts and threats, until Hitoshi activated his quirk. He didn't know what to expect since he'd never used his quirk on over 20 people simultaneously, but a sharp pang of pain shot through his head as their consciousnesses put pressure on his mind. "Ah," he grunted, putting a hand on the side of his head as he stumbled back against the boat's cabin. "Are you okay?" Tsuyu asked, though that just added to the pain of his headache. "It's just a lot to use my quirk on so many people. I don't know how long I'll last, so I'll make this quick." Hitoshi pushed himself back to the railing of the boat and shouted out over the mind-controlled villains. "Go beat the hell out of whoever is in charge of your little attack." As they turned and swam towards the shore of the flood zone, Hitoshi collapsed, clutching at his head. He felt Tsuyu's hand on his shoulder, but she didn't say anything. Either that or it was drowned out by the pounding pressure in his brain. He pushed through the pain for what felt like ages before he heard Tsuyu speak. "They're far enough away now, Karo. You can release your quirk." Hitoshi felt like 100 pounds of pressure were lifted from his head. He screamed and breathed and relaxed and clenched his fists as he pressed his forehead into the ground. His heartbeat pounded in his head and he became aware of his hyperventilating. After taking a moment to collect himself, he lifted his half-sore/half-numb body and looked at the villains who were now up out of the water. The villain covered in disembodied hands was yelling at the water villains, who just seemed confused. "Come on, let's go before they come back, Karo?" Tsuyu suggested, tapping Hitoshi's shoulder. "Right?" He sighed before he followed her down into the water. Looking down, Shoto Todoroki saw what looked like a small cityscape engulfed in flames. He reacted quickly, making a slide out of ice so that he'd land safely. He thought he heard a noise behind him, like someone else was on the slide, but nobody was there. It was hard to tell due to the crackling of the flames around him, so he chalked it up to his imagination. The flames annoyed Shoto. Aside from the distracting noise and movement, they reminded him of his father, and it put him on edge. Of course, they just had to drop him here. "Look what we got here," called out a feminine voice to his right. Shoto didn't hesitate, just shot out a pillar of ice that encased about a quarter of the conflagration zone. Normally that would have chilled him a bit, but the fire around him seemed to help keep him from overcooling. "What the hell?" The woman with purple hair screamed as her entire body was encased in ice. Several villains behind her who also got caught by his attack shared the sentiment. If you're in there for too long, you'll get frostbite, Shoto deadpanned, walking towards her. I'm trying to be a hero, so please don't make me do something disagreeable. Dumbass. This ice will melt in no time, she laughed. And I bet that took most of your power since it was such a big attack. I'll just kill you once I get out of here. Shoto looked around at the flames once again. True, the villains would fully thaw within minutes. So, he did the sensible thing and began freezing the entire zone. It took a couple of blasts since the fire weakened his ice slightly, but there was eventually no fire left. He cocked his head back towards the woman. So, now you'll tell me everything about your League of Villains and what your objective is, or your body will become unusable. Why you wouldn't, right? She chuckled nervously. I'm in a bad mood now, so yeah, I would, he said, looking her in the eye. Katsuki set off explosions below himself, slowing his descent into the landslide zone. While he did so, he saw Aijiro diving past him. The redhead landed face first, embedding his head in the soft dirt ground. Oi, shitty hair, Katsuki yelled as he landed and ran over. The hell are you doing, dumbass? Aijiro's arms pressed into the floor, and he pulled his head up, leaving a hole in the ground. Man, that was a rush. He turned to Katsuki while trying to knock dirt from his ears. Oh, hey Bakugo. I guess we're in this together, my man. You are a fucking dumbass, Katsuki growled, placing his hand on his forehead. Yo bro, watch out, Aijiro shouted, jumping in front of Katsuki and blocking a leaf that actually cut his hardened arm. Damn, what the hell? What kind of leaf can cut through my hardening? Ah ha ha. The villain was tall, with a dark plastic mask covering the top right quarter of his head. Long silver hair hung down to about his shoulder on his left, and his left eye had a white iris. He had a somewhat elegantly adorned metal chest piece, and he had metal gauntlets and greaves, with black clothing underneath. He called out in his deep, calm voice as other villains began appearing around the heroes in training. So, you're our prey? Humph, Shigaraki put me in the wrong zone then. Whatever. Maybe you'll be able to give me a little bit of entertainment. The villain flexed his fingers. There were multiple trees in the debris of the landslide zone, and all of the leaves on their branches disconnected and oriented themselves at the blonde and redhead. Oi dumbass, Katsuki whispered. Get on my back when I give the signal. Huh? W.Y. Aijiro looked seriously put off by Katsuki's suggestion. I don't really like it, but it's probably the only way I won't kill you. He tapped his gauntlet and pointed at the pin. Aijiro's eyes widened in understanding and he nodded his head, before placing his hands on Katsuki's shoulders. Katsuki aimed straight down and glared up at the villain. The villain in question flicked his fingers, and the leaves all shot at the two students. Fucking now, Katsuki shouted. Aijiro gripped onto Katsuki and lifted his feet off of the ground, and the blonde jumped before letting rip the massive explosion. Every single leaf was incinerated in the blast, and the shockwave propelled the students up and knocked multiple villains over. Why you? The leaf villain shouted up at the teens. Yo, that was super manly, Aijiro said excitedly as they continued going upward. Shut the hell up, shitty hair, Katsuki shouted back. Hey, I just got a super manly idea, the redhead grinned. Throw me down there with an explosion. Do you want to fucking die? No, man. I'll use my hardening, and I'll be just like a human cannonball. Katsuki cracked a grin and chuckled. All right, if you say so. He repositioned Aijiro in midair and planted his hand on his feet, aiming at the largest group of villains below them. Once their upward momentum died, Aijiro shouted, Now! Die! Katsuki shouted as he blasted Aijiro straight down. The hardening teen screeched, and Katsuki couldn't help but chuckle at how unmanly it was. He followed Aijiro down, propelling himself with explosions. The villains panicked and failed to get out of the human cannonball's way, mostly getting knocked unconscious instead. Aijiro got up faster than Katsuki expected and started fighting the villains with his hardened fists, which Katsuki did with his explosions once he joined him. Katsuki was having a blast. He was finally able to cut loose and take out villains, though they weren't exactly able to match up with his skill. And he had to admit, He was impressed by Aijiro's grit and manliness. He got some respect in Katsuki's book. Whoa, what a workout. Aijiro wiped sweat from his brow. Now, let's go help the others. Since we're here, everyone else is probably still in USJ too. Some people don't have the same combat abilities as us, so I'm worried about them. Besides, we were the ones who charged the villain like that and probably gave 13 Sensei more work. As men, we've gotta… Fuck that, you can go it alone, Katsuki grunted. I've got a grudge to settle with that misty fucker. Ha! Aijiro exclaimed. What's with you and grudges, man? This isn't the time to be immature. Besides, regular attacks don't affect him. Fuck off with that, Katsuki waved his hand. He's their mode of transportation. If he goes down, they can't run away. Besides, I do have a way to take him down, idiot. Katsuki turned and slammed a villain who was sneaking up on him into the ground. Besides, if these are the best they've got, we shouldn't have any trouble. Whoa, where'd this calm, rational side come from? Aijiro snickered. I'm always calm, shitty hair. Aha, you're back. Whatever, I'm gonna go find that asshole, Katsuki scoffed, turning and walking away. Hold up, bro. Aijiro ran up next to him, hitting his fist into his palm. A man's gotta trust his comrades. And you convinced me. Hey, Katsuki grinned. Damn straight. Izuku and company walked through the streets, searching for the edge of the collapsed zone. The green teen kept his eyes open and picked up little rocks and bits of rubble as they walked. Why you picking those up? Mina asked, tilting her head curiously at the boy. Ammunition, Izuku said as he added another stone to the pile in his arms. If we run into more villains, I need to have something to use my quirk on. They walked for a bit longer until they finally emerged into the main plaza, where they elected to hide behind a broken concrete pillar that laid on its side at the edge of the collapsed zone. Izuku looked around at the other zones. He heard explosions and screaming in the landslide zone next to them, so he assumed Katsuki was there. He couldn't tell what was going on in the mountain zone. There was a zone that was mostly covered in ice and had few large ice pillars jutting out from it, though he was sure it used to be on fire. Across from them was the flood zone, and Izuku could see Tsuyu and Hitoshi in the water, moving towards the plaza. There was a dome next to it, though he didn't know what was in there. He looked up at the entrance of USJ and noticed that there were still students up there, including Ochako. He looked, finally, at Aizawa as he fought back the villains in the plaza. Aizawa-sensei is drawing a lot of villains there, Mina said suddenly, leaning next to Izuku. He is, Izuku agreed, looking over the plaza. There were more than too many villains there, and it was obvious that Eraserhead was slowing down. There are too many of them. He's definitely holding his own, but there are too many villains. He knew that, but he still jumped in to protect us. Are you serious? Mina asked nervously. Serious about what? Mashireo asked before piecing it together in his head. Actually, I think that we should go down and help too. I'm not saying that we should fight head-on with them, Izuku said to Mina, but we should at least look for any opening to lighten his load. Aizawa darted through villain after villain, making his way to the one with bluish hair and disembodied hands around his body. All the while, the hand villain was quietly counting, until he reached out and grabbed the hero's elbow. It started unnaturally crumbling to dust in his grip, causing Eraserhead to shout in pain and jump back. It's hard to notice when you're jumping around like that, but there's a little moment where your hair falls back down in front of your face, the villain rasped. And your max duration is getting shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Aizawa socked the villain on the side of the head, where the hand didn't cover, before kicking him to the ground. Two other villains attacked the pro-hero, but he skillfully avoided them both and countered. Slowly picking himself up, the hand's villain continued. Your quirk isn't very good in long battles, huh? You normally specialize in quick sneak attacks, yet you jumped right into this fight to make them feel safe. He began chuckling quietly. So cool, so cool. Oh, and by the way, hero, I'm not the biggest bad guy here. Aizawa barely had enough time to turn around and look up at the hulking beast before it grabbed him and slammed him into the floor. Its skin was an unnatural, leathery blackish blue. Its brain was fully visible on the top of its head, and it had a yellow metal beak instead of regular lips. It didn't say anything, but gargled incomprehensible sounds as it broke Eraserhead's arm. As 13 unleashed his quirk on the mist, trying to suck it up, the mist chuckled, "Oh, 13. It looks as if even the best rescue heroes can't measure up to ordinary combat heroes in a fight." Suddenly the mist swirled, and a second mass of darkness manifested behind 13. His black hole ended up being sent through the portal, destroying his own back instead of the villain. "Sensei!" Ochako, Tenya, and Mina yelled. "He warped my quirk?" 13 thought. "I'm done for." "Ida, he told you to run," Rikido shouted to the engine quirk teen. "Damn it!" Tenya yelled in frustration, before shooting off towards the entrance. "Poor scattered children," the warping villain teased, appearing in front of Tenya. Suddenly, Mizo jumped in with his 6 webbed arms and wrapped up the villain. "Go, Ida! I've got him!" he yelled. "Damn!" Tenya shot off again. "Everyone, please hang on." Suddenly, as Tenya was about to reach the door, the villain warped towards him again out of Mizo's grasp. Ochako saw the glint of something metal in the mist and ran after him. "You underestimated me, Four Eyes." The cloud laughed as he cut off Tenya. "Now vanish." Ochako grabbed the metal. "I don't know exactly why you're wearing this thing, but that must mean that you have a real body." She flung him up towards the ceiling, no gravity to stop his altitude gains. "Run for it, Ida." As if, the villain started, but cut himself off as Hanta's tape caught him in midair. "Go, Ida," he yelled. And with that, Tenya booked it for UA High's main campus. If he calls for backup, it's game over. The warp villain sighed in disappointment before disappearing completely. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing, and apparently, neither could Mina or Mashareo. They all stared in utter shock and fear at the giant villain that held their teacher to the ground with one hand and gripped his broken arm in the other. Villains, what heroes dealt with every day. They hadn't seen anything yet. "See, can you get him off of Sensei?" Mina asked Izuku, her normally peppy demeanor cracking a bit. He's out of my range," Izuku stuttered, unable to look away from the horrible scene. Besides, that guy might be too heavy anyway." He noticed that Tsuyu and Hitoshi were watching with equally shocked expressions from the water. "Eraserhead, meet the anti-symbol of peace," the Hands villain said proudly. "The bioengineered Nomu." The villain strolled around Nomu to get a better look at Eraserhead, who was struggling to get up before his head was slammed again into the floor. "Erasing quirks is pretty useful, but against this guy's insane strength, you might as well be completely quirkless." Nomu reached down and grabbed Aizawa's other arm roughly before snapping it like he had the other arm. "Graph!" Aizawa yelled, gritting his teeth. "He snapped my arm like a twig. I definitely nullified his quirk. That means that this is just his base strength. He might be as strong as All Might." Nomu lifted the hero's head up once again and slammed it back into the ground. This isn't good," Mashareo said nervously. "Yeah," Mina agreed, lowering behind the concrete and looking away. Suddenly, the black warping villain appeared next to the Hands villain, saying, "Tamura Shigaraki." "Kurogyri," Tamura addressed the other villain. "Is 13 dead?" "He's incapacitated, but..." Kurogyri hesitated, as if afraid of Tamura's reaction. "There were some students that I couldn't warp away and one escaped." "Oh? Ha!" Tamura started scratching his neck and soon began doing it more violently. "Kurogyri, if you weren't our way out, you'd be ashes now. We don't stand a chance against a bunch of pros. It's game over. For now, we're leaving." "Leaving?" Mina gasped, jumping back around to look over the pillar again. "We're saved." "No." Mashareo shook his head. "Just leaving after putting in so much effort. I guess it'd be logical to avoid any more losses, but the Hands don't make me think he's the logical type." "Yeah," Izuku agreed too. "Besides, there's no way UA would let this happen again, and they'd lose their shot at All Might." "But before we go," Tamura said, turning his head toward the trio who had thought they were hidden, "let's leave some dead kids." The gap was closed quicker than any of them would have thought. Tamura was upon them in less than 2 seconds, reaching for Mina's face. But right before he made contact, he stopped in his tracks and was covered by a faint green aura. "Eh?" he grumbled, trying to move his arm. "What the hell is this?" "You aren't going to touch her," Izuku yelled, getting up on top of the concrete pillar. No one could see, but Izuku could feel that Tamura suddenly began to struggle against his quirk's hold. "No, no, Nomu," Tamura shouted in frustration. Izuku didn't even see movement before Nomu grabbed his right arm and held him up by it. After a few seconds, although Nomu barely visibly moved, Izuku felt the beast tighten its grip and his entire forearm suddenly shattered. He let out an extremely pained screech as he grabbed at Nomu's arm with his other hand. "Well, whatever," Tamura sighed before reaching down and grabbing Mina's face before she could get away, but nothing happened. Looking back at Aizawa, whose face was up and glaring at him, Tamura chuckled. "Heh, you really are cool. Huh." "DKU," Ochako shouted down as she ran down the steps. When she heard his scream, she looked over, and when she saw his arm in the vice grip of that villain, how couldn't she run down there? Izuku tried to pry open Nomu's fingers with his quirk, but they held their grip tighter than his telekinesis could fight. Then he tried using the rocks and rubble he'd collected to attack, though they had no effect at all. Suddenly, the sliding doors to USJ were blown open with incredible force, causing every student, hero, and villain still conscious to look up. Even Ochako, who actually tripped and fell down the stairs before using her quirk on herself to stop from tumbling. "Fear not," All Might's booming voice echoed throughout the dome. "I am here." When he stepped into the light, his presence was both amazingly comforting to the students and horribly unsettling. Nobody had ever seen him without a smile on his face, even in the worst of disasters. But now, an angry scowl made his face horrifyingly intimidating. Still, the students let out tears of joy. They would be safe with him there. Also, he was wearing a button-down shirt and tie. Nice. I got a bad feeling, so I cut my conversation with the principal short. And then, I met young Ida on the way here. He explained what basically happened. And it made me so damn pissed. You must have all been so scared. And my colleagues did their best. But that's exactly why I must stand tall now. Fear not. I am here. All Might ripped off his tie. You took your time. Symbol of peace. Tamura laughed, standing up and seeming to forget about the students. How worthless you are, you trash. I've never seen him in person. One of the villains yelped, taking a step back. Shut the fuck up, wimp! Another one shouted, cracking his knuckles. We got a job to do. Let's kill this foo. All Might moved faster than anyone could see, more clearly than as a blur. A dozen villains that were between him and Aizawa were instantly knocked unconscious as All Might reached his fellow hero, kneeling down and picking him up. Aizawa, I'm sorry, he said quietly, looking at his colleague's injuries. He hoisted him over his shoulder before turning an intense glare towards Tamura, Nomu, and the 3 students that were with them. Just as quickly as he moved before, he grabbed all 3 of them along with Tsuyu and Hitoshi and returned them to safety, knocking the hand off of Tamura's face in the process. All of you, get to the entrance. Take Aizawa, he's passed out. So fast, Hitoshi said, stunned, as he picked up his teacher. No, All Might is low on steam, Izuku realized. He's pushing too far, isn't he? Huh? Tamura grumbled angrily, slowly shuffling towards the hand on the ground. No good, no good. I'm so sorry. Father. He reached down and placed the hand back onto his face with some care. Suddenly, he laughed. Throwing punches to save people? Ahaha, there's some government-sanctioned violence for you. He stopped laughing and leveled his head at All Might. You're too fast for me to keep up with. But you were once faster. Is it true that you're weaker than you used to be? All Might, Izuku said nervously. That big villain is strong, almost as strong as you. And Shigaraki, the handsy guy, called him the anti-symbol of peace. So be careful. Young Midoriya, All Might said, looking at Izuku. His face set back into its regular wide smile and he gave him a thumbs up. Don't fear. And then, He shot towards Nomu, holding up his arms in an X. Carolina, smash! Nomu, Shigaraki said calmly, taking a step back. All Might's hands met Nomu's chest, but the villain barely moved. He stared down the number 1 hero before trying to grab him, although All Might quickly dodged. Really? No effect, All Might exclaimed, hitting Nomu in the stomach with another seemingly useless punch. No effect because he has the Quirk shock absorption, Tamura explained. If you really want to damage him, then you'd be better off ripping him apart piece by piece, not that he'd let you. Thanks for the info. I appreciate it, All Might yelled to the villain as he moved around Nomu and grabbed him from behind. No sweat. All Might suplexed Nomu so hard that the cloud of dust the blow generated flew hundreds of meters up. All Might is really in another league, huh? Mina observed. But he's still a newbie when it comes to teaching Karo, Tsuyu said. He uses cheat cards. Maybe they do have a way to kill him, but we're helpless, Izuku thought, frustrated. What's worse is that we'd only get in his way if one of us got taken hostage. We really can only trust in All Might, but I'm the only one that knows. He realized. I'm the only one that knows about his injury. He must have already reached his time limit for today and only I know his secret. Deku! Ochako shrieked as she reached them. Your arm. It's all broken. I'm fine, Uraraka. He brushed it off, only glancing at the worried girl for a moment before looking back at the dust plume, which was just starting to clear. So, you hoped to stop his movements by embedding him in concrete? Tamura said amusedly. It wouldn't have worked either way. He's as strong as you are, All Might. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw that Nomu had been driven through a portal and came back up to grip All Might's torso. His fingers dug in and drew blood from his side where the injury was. Perfect timing, by the way, Kurogyri, Tamura continued. Impressive for first offenders, but prepare yourselves, All Might proclaimed, hiding his pain well. Nomu lifted All Might so that the hero had to let go of him and held him over the portal he was bending through. I normally don't like blood and guts in my portals, but I'll gladly accept those of the number 1 hero, Kurogyri mocked as Nomu began pulling All Might through the portal. You see, it's the job of Nomu's speed and strength to catch you, while it's my job to close the portal while you're halfway through and cut you in half. Stay back, Izuku said to his friends, taking a tentative step forward. No, All Might, there are still so many things, so many reasons you need to stay. All Might, Izuku yelled, running toward his hero. Deku, no, Ochako screamed, though Mina held her back from running after him. Foolish, Kurogyri sighed, warping in front of Izuku. No, Midoriya, All Might thought, looking at Izuku. Don't. Suddenly, Katsuki came out of seemingly nowhere and let off an explosion in Kurogyri's side. Then, he pinned him down by the metal neck brace. What the fuck are you doing, Deku? He shouted. The fuck happened to your arm? A blast of ice covered Nomu's body before All Might was able to be bought into the portal. I heard you people are here to kill All Might, Shoto said, walking forward. Aijiro jumped in and tried to hit Tamura, but the villain sidestepped nonchalantly. Damn, I almost had him, the hardening teen cursed. This misty fuck isn't all that great, Katsuki sneered. You fools aren't good enough to ever kill All Might, Shoto announced with finality. Kaken, guys, Izuku exclaimed, never more happy to see his childhood friend. Deku, I'm serious, Katsuki yelled again. Get the fuck out of here with that fucked arm. Young Todoroki had enough control to just barely not freeze me, All Might realized. So Nomu's grip is loosened. All Might jumped out of Nomu's grasp and landed back with the students. He tenderly touched at his sides, which were bleeding from where Nomu's fingers penetrated. Tamura turned to Katsuki, who was holding down Kurogyri's body. You've pinned down our way out. This is a problem. It's just like I thought, Katsuki said to Kurogyri confidently. When we attacked you, you said, that was close. You wouldn't have said that if you didn't have a physical body underneath. NNG, Kurogiri struggled to get out of Katsuki's grasp. Don't you fucking dare, Katsuki snapped threateningly. If I think you're up to anything fishy, I'll blow the shit out of you. That isn't very heroic, Aijiro chuckled nervously. Not only did you beat our stage, but you did it with almost full health, Tamura said oddly calmly, clasping his hands. Kids today sure are something. Nomu, kill that explosive brat. We need our escape route back. Suddenly Nomu, even though his frozen leg and arm shattered as he did so, stood out of the portal. He began hobbling towards the heroes on one leg. And no way, Izuku exclaimed. He's still moving even though his body is crumbling apart. All of you stay back. All Might held his arm out at the students. I thought his quirk is shock absorption. I don't remember saying that that was his only quirk. Tamura pondered as Nomu's limbs began reforming. This is hyper-regeneration. He's a superhuman sandbag designed to take you at your best. Nomu jumped towards Katsuki and released a punch that kicked up a cloud of dust and sent out a shockwave in all directions, knocking back the other students. Kaken? Izuku shouted, looking up at his friend who was actually fine, though he was blown away from the warp villain who got away. Did you dodge that? No way. Of course I didn't fucking dodge it, Katsuki snapped back. I didn't even see it coming. All Might, who had taken the hit for Katsuki, coughed up blood. He doesn't know how to hold back, does he? He panted. Anything to save a comrade, huh? Tamura scoffed. Like earlier when that plain kid tried to paralyze me or whatever. Violence for the sake of saving others is admirable, isn't it? You know what, All Might? Pisses me off. Heroes and villains both thrive on violence, yet we're categorized into good and evil. Symbol of peace? Ha! In the end, you're just another tool of violent oppression against those of us who society disagrees with. Your violence will only ever breed more violence. I'll show that to the world by killing you. What a load of crap, All Might shouted. Villains with real idealism have a fire in their eyes. You're just doing this for fun, you liar. Heh, you got me, Tamura sighed. You saw right through me, huh? It's 3 on 5, Shoto said. And Kaken showed us the mist's weak point, Izuku exclaimed. These guys are tough, but with all of us we'll win, Aijiro said, hitting his fist into his palm. No, get out of here, All Might told the students. Things wouldn't have worked out so well if we hadn't stepped in, Shoto argued. All Might, you're bleeding, Izuku said, before noticing the steam rising from the hero's body. And your time. Todoroki, you are right, All Might said, purposely ignoring Izuku's point. But fear not. Sit back and watch a pro get serious. Nomu, Kurogiri, take him, Tamura instructed. I'll handle the kids. It's true that I only have barely a minute, All Might thought with a grimace. I'm wearing down faster than I expected. But I have no choice here, because I am the symbol of peace. Tamura lunged towards the students, while Nomu fired straight for All Might, who met him halfway. The force of their collision actually forced Tamura to leap back. A head-on assault? Tamura said in disbelief. He's got shock absorption, idiot. That's right, All Might shouted as he traded countless blows with the creature at 100% power. It's shock absorption, not shock nullification. That means he has a limit. You say he's built to withstand my 100%? Then I'll go beyond that. He's pushing so hard, Izuku thought worriedly, and he's spitting up so much blood. A hero is always willing to smash through limits to save the day. All Might wound back his arm. Tell me, villain, do you know the meaning of plus ultra? All Might hit Nomu with a huge uppercut that sent him flying out of USJ's dome with a sonic boom. Holy shit, Aijiro exclaimed, looking up at the hole in the dome. He smashed through the absorption like straight out of a manga. What a bruiser. And the regeneration couldn't keep up with those fast attacks, Katsuki said, stunned. Ah ha ha ha, All Might bellowed, clenching his fist. Ooh yeah, I am weaker. In my prime, it would have only taken 5 of those hits. That was more like 200. Ahaha. Damn. My time's up. Well, villain. How about we finish this quickly, eh? No. You cheated. Tamura accused, scratching his neck. You've weakened? No, we were completely outmatched. How dare you do that to Nomu? Damn it, I was lied to. Well, are you going to come get me? All Might asked, glaring at the villains. What happened to clearing the game? Well, if you think you can take me, then bring it on. We aren't ready for this level yet, Shoto decided, and their group began to step back. Hey Midoriya, come on, Aijiro said, turning to the only one of them not walking away. Let's hang back for now. They'll take you hostage or something if we try anything. So let's go. No, he's bluffing to buy time, Izuku mentally screamed. He's all out of steam. He can't even move. Can he? Deku, let's go, Ochako said, walking up behind him. And how's your arm feeling? Eh? Oh, it's fine, Izuku said, turning to the zero-gravity user. I thought you went back. No way. I can't run away when you guys are being all brave. Tamura scratched at his neck furiously. If only we still had Nomu. He was taking those hits so well. Calm down, Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri said quietly. Nomu definitely dealt some damage. The kids are holding back for some reason, and reinforcements will be here soon. If we double-team him right now, we have a chance. Ah, yes, Tamura sighed, removing his hands from his neck. Right, we can do this. The final boss is right there. Uraraka, Izuku said, seeing the villains start to move. Give me your hand. Yeah. Ochako's face flushed a deep red. Why? Just do it, he said sternly. All right. Ochako held out her hand, too confused and embarrassed to realize what Izuku was doing. This is revenge for Nomu, the villains shouted as they approached All Might. Izuku grabbed Ochako's hand in an odd way, so that he touched all of her finger pads before she even realized it. Deku, what are you? Thanks, Uraraka, Izuku shouted before shooting his weightless body forward with his telekinesis. I'm sorry, but I'm the only one that knows the trouble he's in. Izuku plunged his left fist into Kurogiri's metal brace before the villain could react, cracking it and making the him stagger. He's fast. Tamura gawked, before plunging his arm into Kurogiri. This is my only chance, then. The hand came out at Izuku, but he moved his body back to stand with all might. Tamura stared the two heroes down for a moment, before taking a step forward. Suddenly, a bullet shot through his arm. They're here, All Might exclaimed gladly. At the top of the stairs stood a dozen pro heroes, along with Tenya Ida, who yelled out, I'm sorry it took so long, everyone, but we brought everyone we could. Ah, game over, Tamura sighed. Let's try again another time, Kurogiri. The pro hero snipe shot several more times into the villain, who crawled through Kurogiri's portal and looked back at All Might. I may have failed here, symbol of peace, but you're dead the next time we meet. And with that, the portal closed. What in tarnation? Snipe asked in confusion. I can't believe they just fled after such a flashy invasion, Midnight sighed. They took us completely off guard, Nizu said brightly as he was set down by Vlad King, the Class 1B teacher. But right now, let's concern ourselves with the safety of the students. Young Midoriya, All Might said, making Izuku turn to see his mentor's state. He is only halfway transformed now, blood leaking from his mouth through ragged breathing. A cloud of steam was rising off of him. If you hadn't gotten in the way, then I'd be dead. You saved me again, young Midoriya. All Might. Izuku smiled up at his hero. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku winced as the adrenaline began to wear off, and he felt the pain of his one broken arm and the bloody knuckles on his other hand from Kurogiri's metal brace. Deku! Ochako yelled as she ran over. Midoriya, you okay? Aijiro shouted from behind her. Oh no, they'll find out, All Might realized as they grew near. Suddenly, the floor jutted up in a concrete wall courtesy of Cementos, who told the two concerned students. We need to make sure you guys are all okay, so go back to the entrance. I'll deal with the wounded here. Makes sense, Ijiro said, starting to run for the front of USJ. But Deku, Ochako protested weakly. I'm fine, Izuku called, running around the wall of cement. I just need some attention for my arm, so I'll go to the entrance too. Cementos nodded his head after a moment and the two students walked off. When will you stop giving me heart attacks? Ochako scolded. And look at your hand. It's all bloody, and your arm is broken too. And I can't believe you just used my quirk like that to put yourself in danger. Ahaha. I'm sorry, Izuku laughed, scratching the back of his neck with his bloodied hand. Once they got outside, Izuku was sent to Recovery Girl to get his arm and hand healed. The police, led by Detective Tsukachi, took a head count of the students. All right, the detective sighed, going over the list on his clipboard one more time. Looks like the kid with the broken arm was the only injured student. Hey Ojiro, Toru said, putting a hand on the tailed teen's shoulder. You were in the collapsed zone with Midoriya and Ishido? Wow, that must have been tough. Midoriya came up with a good plan to get through it, Mashireo said. Where were you, Hagakure? In the conflagration zone with Todoroki. He's crazy strong. Shoto realized that he could easily have accidentally frozen her along with the other villains, and was immensely glad that he hadn't. Does anybody have a guess as to where I was? Yuga asked, although the rest of the students ignored him. So, how sure are we that Uraraka and Midoriya aren't dating? Ijiro asked. I don't know about Round Face, but Deku doesn't have the balls to ask anyone out. Katsuki chuckled. It probably ain't happening. Ochako didn't hear this exchange. Yuga instead turned to Tsuyu. Where do you think I was? Where, Karo? She asked. He declared, It's a secret. Detective Tsukaichi announced, Let's get you all back to your classroom. This is no time to collect statements from you. Detective, Tsuyu asked. What about Aizawa-sensei? Both of his arms were smashed to splinters, he said. His face was fractured, too. It doesn't seem he'll have permanent damage there, but his eye sockets were pulverized. He may have long-term vision issues. Hitoshi seemed particularly upset, while Tsuyu offered a sad Karo. 13 has lacerations on his back and arms, but it isn't life-threatening. All Might's injuries aren't too bad, and he was sent to the nurse's office. What about Deku? Chako asked. He's fine, right? Dek? Oh, the other student. He's fine. He went back to the nurse's office with All Might. Actually, I have some business there myself. Sansa, take over for me. An officer with a cat head saluted him. In the nurse's office, Recovery Girl looked at the two she had resting in bed. I can't scold you too, considering what happened, she sighed. Damn. All Might grunted. I pushed it too much and probably shortened my time limit again. I'll be lucky if I have 1 or 2 hours a day. All Might. Izuku frowned. Hey, what are you gonna do? All Might shrugged, sitting up. Bad stuff happens. The door opened, and Detective Tsukachi entered, saying, Pardon me. It's been a while, All Might. Tsukachi, I didn't know you were here, All Might exclaimed. All Might, is this all right? You're... Izuku freaked out for a moment because All Might wasn't in his muscle form. It's fine, young Midoriya, All Might assured. He's a good friend who's with the police, Naomasa Tsukachi. Thanks for the introduction, the detective chuckled. Not to rush you or anything, but I have some questions about the villains. Wait, All Might cut him off. What about the students? And Aizawa and 13? Well, besides this guy here, there were no student injuries, Naomasa said. And the teachers are out of danger now. If you three hadn't put your lives on the line, then the students wouldn't have made it out unscathed. I see. But you got one thing wrong, Tsukachi. It was the students who fought with their lives, not just the teachers. They faced such a battle so young. They know the dangers of the world now. I've never seen such a class as first years, have you? Those villains picked the wrong fight. These kids will be mighty heroes, and I'll make sure of it. Touching? Recovery Girl grinned. making her way over to Izuku and handing him a piece of paper. "You're free to go, kid. Don't come back here too often." "Yeah, I'm sorry." He nodded his head, getting up and making his way to the door. "Thanks, Recovery Girl. And thanks, All Might." Toshinori flashed Izuku a thumbs up as he walked out. "Ah, Deku," Ochako said as he walked out into the hallway. She held his backpack out to him. "I came to bring you this and check up on you." "Ah, thanks," he said, taking the weightless yellow backpack. "Are we being let out early?" "Well, duh," Ochako sighed, releasing her quirk as Izuku put the bag on his back. "We have tomorrow off too." "Really? That's good, I guess." Izuku and Ochako started walking. "Hey Deku," she said, glancing at the ground. "You work out on days off, right?" "Yeah." He nodded his head. "Whenever I don't have anything planned, I fill the gaps with training." "Well, I was wondering if, I might be able to join you?" Izuku looked at her with a smile. "Definitely. I'd be glad for some company, really. I'd work out with Kakin, but—" "Yeah, no need to explain that one," Ochako grinned. "I start my morning run at about 6 usually, if you want to join in for that," Izuku said. "Otherwise, I'm ready anytime tomorrow." "Where at?" she asked. "Oh, I don't really have a gym membership," Izuku realized. "I just work out at my apartment. I have dumbbells, a bench with a bar, and a machine for back exercises." "Really? That's pretty sweet," Chaco said. "You can text me your address later." "All right," Izuku said, smiling. But in the back of his mind, he was worried about how his mother would react to the fact that a girl would be going over to his place. They walked down the steps of UA, and were surprised to see Katsuki waiting for them. "About fucking time, Deku," he snarled. "What are you doing here, Kakin?" Izuku asked. "What the fuck were you doing? Jumping out there with that damn broken arm?" the blonde shouted. "If you fucking die, then I won't have anyone else to crush, except the icy bastard. But that's beside the point." "Ah, I'm sorry," Izuku laughed. "I'll try to keep myself healthy enough to challenge you." Katsuki joined their walk, on the opposite side of Izuku as Ochako. She studied Katsuki's scowling face from across Izuku, wondering exactly why he was there. Izuku may have forgiven the blonde for reasons she couldn't understand, but she wasn't very keen on spending time with him. "Anyway, that was pretty crazy, huh?" Izuku said, looking at Katsuki. "We've been at UA for 1 week, and we've already fought real villains." "Real stupid villains," Katsuki scoffed. "Not only did they think they could take All Might, but they thought they could handle me." "All Might had to save you from the bird," Ochako pointed out. "Shut the fuck up, round face," Katsuki shouted. "At least I didn't have to see the nurse afterwards." "You got me," Izuku chuckled. "How the fuck did that happen, anyway?" Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "The bird guy," Izuku admitted, chuckling nervously. "Eh? You really let that guy get you? Fucking loser," Katsuki chuckled. "I'm sure I would have been fine if All Might saved me too," Izuku retorted. "Shut the fuck up. I wasn't the one stupid enough to jump out and get in All Might's way in the end there." "Yeah, why did you do that?" Chaco asked. "All Might had it handled, right?" I just moved without thinking," Izuku explained, scratching his neck and chuckling nervously. "You have a bad habit of that," Katsuki grunted, crossing his arms. "You should get that fixed before you jump to your fucking death." "Bakugo," Ochako gasped. "Do you actually care about Deku's well-being?" "Huh? Fuck no," Katsuki exclaimed. "I just won't let this idiot die until the next time we get to fight." "Well, I'm glad you're okay at least, Deku," Ochako giggled. Once they reached the station, she gave Izuku a "see ya tomorrow" as they parted, leaving Katsuki confused. "You're hanging out with her tomorrow?" the blonde asked once they got on their train, raising an eyebrow. Yeah," Izuku said. "She's going to work out with me." "You two gonna be working up a sweat?" he grinned. "Definitely," Izuku said, before realizing what Katsuki was insinuating. "Wait, no, it's not like that." No shit, Katsuki sneered. No way you'd get a girlfriend before me. Why is everything a competition? Izuku's sweat dropped. Never mind. You'll be exercising tomorrow too. Of fucking course I am. It's your fault you're gonna be distracted by round face all day instead of keeping up with me. But I won't complain if I get a head start. Izuku laughed at his friend's attitude. Some things never change. But, Kakin, I'm glad you're taking me seriously now. Katsuki just scoffed and looked away. Some things never change. All Might, Naomasa sighed, leaning against the wall of the nurse's office. You can't keep taking risks like that, especially since you haven't passed it on yet. I know, the skeletal man admitted. But I had to do something, right? Tashinori, Recovery Girl said. When will you give it to the boy exactly? I haven't decided, he replied, clenching his fist. But it isn't the time to give it to him yet. Naomasa's face noticeably darkened. You really can't wait, considering what your old sidekick said all those years ago. Don't worry, All Might chuckled. I'm still kicking, and it'll stay that way until he's ready to receive my offer. Back to UA. A surprise return? Ochako stood outside of Izuku's apartment at 5:45 a.m. She paced back and forth, worrying about the details, of course. What if I won't be able to keep up in the run? What if he holds himself back for my sake? He seems like he'd do that. Did I dress fine? She looked down at her outfit once again. She was wearing a sports bra under her plain white t-shirt, had dark gym shorts on, and wore her running shoes. Yeah, that's probably fine. Should I not have brought a water bottle? Well, I can just leave it here if I won't need it. Should I knock on the door? But what if his mom's asleep? Should I just wait out here? Wait, I should just text him. Duh, Ochako. She shook her head and sent him a message to let him know she was ready. She ran over the details one more time in her head, then kicked herself mentally for it. No, don't get so worked up over this. You need to focus on being a hero. Focus, Ochako. I'm here because I need to become a successful hero. For Mom and Dad. Because I want to catch up to Deku. Because Deku is an amazing hero. Gods, why can't I focus? I didn't even think about relationships or anything before, but after what Kaminari and Ishido said, no, my parents deserve a comfortable future, and I need to give them that before I can think about anything else. Besides, everyone knows high school relationships never work out. This is just a little crush, and it'll pass on its own. Ah, good morning, Uraraka, Izuku said as he stepped out of his apartment and closed the door behind him. Morning, she shouted in reflex, before covering her mouth with her hands. She whispered, Ah, sorry Deku. Gee, good morning. She looked at his outfit as he chuckled nervously at her reaction. A plain white t-shirt, green gym shorts, and running shoes. He was holding a water bottle in one hand and a towel over his shoulder. All right, looks like I got the dress code down, she thought in relief. So, what'll our running route be? Well, I normally go on a 5-kilometer run, but I was thinking of doing about half of that today, he said. Ah, no. She waved her hands at him. You don't need to hold your training back for my sake. Oh, it isn't that, Izuku assured. I'm just a little tired after what happened yesterday. Oh yeah, she sighed. I guess I am too. But pro heroes need to face villains like that every day, Izuku muttered, before his thoughtful expression turned to one of determination. If we aren't up to snuff, then that's all the more reason to push ourselves. Never mind. I'm doing the full 5 kilometers. Gay! Ochako's sweat dropped, widening her eyes. So motivated. You keep up for as long as you can, Uraraka. Then I can just meet you back here. Okay? My mom will let you in. Yeah, that sounds fine. She nodded. Pumping her fist, she added. But I'll try to keep with you the whole time. They walked down to the front of the apartment complex and began their warm-up stretches. Ochako did her best to follow everything that Izuku did, though she wasn't 100% sure that she succeeded. They started the run at 2 minutes to 6, and went at a pace barely faster than a light jog. The slow pace confused Ochako at first, until she remembered that they'd be running 5 kilometers. It wasn't too long before she was breathing hard, and Izuku had pulled a little ahead of her. She decided to ignore how long she thought it was taking and focus on the actual running part of it. Regulating her breathing, keeping a reasonable pace, and taking long and efficient strides made the top of her list. After a while, Ochako's thoughts wandered again. Geez, I wish that I brought headphones to listen to music while we run. It's not like we would be able to waste breath on chatting even if I could keep up with him. I even lighten my clothes, but he's just more fit than I am. What kind of training did he do with All Might? I know he cleared that beach, but whatever he did, the results sure are impressive. I guess I need to catch up. I mean, generally speaking, not catch up in this run right now. Geez, I can't keep thinking about other things while I run. Focus on running. Which she did for a little bit before. I wonder what Deku thinks about while he runs. He probably doesn't need to think about putting one foot in front of the other. And he's not the kind of guy to think about nothing, so I doubt he's thinking about what happened yesterday. I personally want to forget it even happened. Maybe he's thinking about the quirks of our classmates? I know he said he was working on notes for everyone. Or maybe pro-heroes or villains. Maybe he's just thinking of what to do after the run. Wow, my side aches. Maybe I should take a tiny break? No, I'll fall behind like that. Ochako kept her eyes trained on Izuku's back. Every now and then, he'd turn around and make sure she was still with him, which she was grateful for. She took a sip from her water bottle, doing her best not to spill any as she ran. Her curiosity got the better of her eventually, and she checked the time on her phone. 6:11 a.m. They had been running for 13 minutes at that point, and Ochako didn't know how much more she could take. The light jog pace seemed a lot harder to keep than she'd expected. Much to her delight, however, Izuku suddenly stopped up ahead. Once she caught up to him, she leaned down with her hands on her knees, taking deep breaths. "This is the halfway point," Izuku panted. "Drink up. This is a 5-minute break." Ochako gulped down about half of her bottle before gasping, "This is only halfway?" Izuku scratched his cheek and chuckled. "Well, you can go back if you want to. My mom should be fully awake and ready by the time you get back." "You're hardly winded." Ochako sighed heavily. "Man, I'm way behind, huh?" "Well, it took me a long time to get used to this too," he sighed, drying his face with the towel. "You should have seen me back in middle school. I was a twig," he chuckled. "Really?" She also chuckled, now regaining some breath. "Did you do this kind of stuff with All Might?" Izuku scratched his head. "Yeah, but mostly quirk and strength training. Hey Uraraka, have you told anyone that I trained with All Might?" "Eh? No, why?" "Well, I kinda just told you by accident. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to tell anyone." "Oh? Why not?" "I mean, it'd kinda change how people think of me if they hear that I was personally trained by the #1 hero, you know? And I don't want to cause All Might any trouble either." "I guess that makes sense," she sighed. "Why do you train your body so hard if you have such a great quirk though?" "All Might told me to," Izuku shrugged. "He said that I need more than just a quirk and determination to be a hero, and that I need physical ability." "I don't think that's necessarily true," Ochako mused. "I guess it depends on what type of hero you want to be, but there are plenty of heroes that rely completely on their quirks. Still, it might just come in handy at some point, and it doesn't hurt to put in some extra work in the long run." "You can say that, but my side is aching," Ochako groaned. "I think I'll meet you back at your apartment, Deku. Sorry, but I can't run anymore." "That's fine," he smiled at her. "Just knock on my door and my mom will let you in." "All right, I think I've had enough of a break." Izuku grabbed his things and bent his legs, ready to run, while Ochako put his address into her phone's map. To her surprise, they were only a few blocks away despite the distance they had run. Izuku waved before starting off on his run, and Ochako called out, "See ya there, Deku," before starting the walk to his apartment. Just how can he do that? She thought as she took another sip of her water. I have a long way to go after all. I already knew he was amazing, but that is too much for me. Ochako browsed through social media on her phone as she walked, taking occasional sips of water. Over the few minutes it took, she became more and more aware that she was about to meet Mrs. Midoriya for the first time. She was nervous, and it wasn't just because she was about to meet Izuku's mom. She was nervous because, even though he described his mother as incredibly supportive, he had also made her out to be overprotective. Her own parents weren't that way at all. They practically pushed her out of the house to go to UA even though she wanted to help them with the family business. So, she wasn't really experienced with such intense parents and wasn't sure what to expect. But as she walked up the stairs and up to his apartment's door, she knew she had to get it over with. She steeled her nerves and knocked. The door opened, and a youthful woman who looked much like Izuku greeted her. "Why, hello!" Ochako was somewhat shocked at how alike they looked, aside from the straight hair sported by the woman who she assumed was Izuku's mother. After looking at Ochako's outfit, the woman asked, "Are you Ochako Uraraka?" "Yes, I am," Ochako said with a smile and nod of the head. "Ah, Izuku said you'd be here today," the woman said brightly, clasping her hands together. She looked around and asked, "Where is he?" "Oh, I couldn't keep up with the run, but he's still going," Ochako chuckled, scratching her cheek. "He said you'd be awake and could let me in." "Ah, yes, of course," she exclaimed, stepping to the side of the doorway. "Come in. Would you like anything to drink? Or something like that?" "Ah, no thanks," the zero-gravity user said with a smile as she stepped in and removed her shoes. "I drank a lot of water, so I'm not thirsty." "Well, we have plenty of that if you run out." "Oh, please take a seat." Mrs. Midoriya gestured to a door on the left side of the hallway. As she followed the woman inside, Ochako couldn't help but notice the first door on the right, which had an All Might-themed sign labeled Izuku hanging from it. She chuckled a little bit at it, then followed Mrs. Midoriya into the living room/dining room/kitchen and sat across from her at the table. "Well, now that we're here," the woman said, holding her hand out to Ochako from across the table, "I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother." Shaking Inko's hand, Ochako smiled and said, "Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya." "Oh, it's nice to meet you too, Uraraka. And call me Inko," she smiled warmly. "Izuku's talked a lot about you." He has." Ochako blushed a little and put a hand on her cheek. "You and your other classmates, of course," Inko clarified with a smile. "It sounds like he made plenty of good friends at UA, so I'm really happy about that. Though, I'm upset about what happened yesterday. UA is definitely a good opportunity for him, but I'm not sure I could let him go if I know he'd be in danger like that." "Oh, of course we're in no danger," Ochako said quickly. "The teachers have everything handled real well." "They'd better," Inko sighed. "Still, it must have been scary." "Yeah, kinda," Ochako chuckled. She thought about what Inko said about Izuku making good friends, and remembered that Izuku had been reluctant to talk about any other friends before UA. If she was going to be concerned, she might as well dig into the issue. "Hey, Mrs. Inko, did Deku not have many friends before UA?" "Deku?" Inko asked. "Isn't that Katsuki's nickname for Izuku?" "Oh, yeah." Ochako scratched her cheek. "I liked it, and I kinda just picked it up, hey." Inko stared at Ochako with a blank face for a few moments before smiling again. "Sorry, dear. What was your question again?" Before coming to UA, did Deku not have many friends?" "Well, he was never very social," Inko sighed. "The only one he spent any time with was that Katsuki." "His only friend was Bakugo?" Ochako scrunched her face uncomfortably. "I'm not stupid," Inko sighed. "I know they aren't really friends. Izuku used to come home with bruises and burns. I put a stop to that pretty quickly, but I know they still didn't get along." Ochako gasped at this new information. She knew that Katsuki had bullied Izuku and was just generally rude, but she hadn't thought that he might have physically abused him. It made her even more upset with the blonde, and even more confused as to how Izuku could forgive him. Inko saw the worry on her face and assured her, "But you know, he's been so much happier since meeting you and his other classmates. I didn't think I'd ever see him happier than when his quirk first manifested, but he just might be." Ochako nodded with a small smile. "So, what was Deku like as a little kid?" "I could just tell you, but..." Inko considered for a moment before grinning. "I do have some pictures of him." "Yes, Ochako said a little too quickly, and Inko chuckled. Once he finished his run, Izuku took a second to sit on the curb and catch his breath outside of his apartment complex. He emptied his water bottle and wiped the sweat from his face with his towel, then made his way up to his apartment. He hoped that Ochako and his mother were getting along. He wasn't really too worried about that, since he knew Ochako well enough, but he was worried about what his mom might do. He had no idea, since he hadn't ever had a friend over to his house. All he could hope was that she didn't embarrass him in some way. "Oh my God!" He heard Ochako's voice exclaim from the living room as he walked in. "That All Might onesie is so cute." Izuku's face blanched and he bolted for the door. When he opened it, he saw Inko and Ochako sitting at the kitchen table with one of his mother's old photo albums. "WW, what are you doing?" he squeaked, his cheeks reddening. "Oh hey Izuku." Inko smiled. "I'm just showing Uraraka here some of our old pictures." "DKU, oh my God." Ochako laughed, holding up a photo of him in an All Might onesie. "This is so cute." "Don't say that." The rest of Izuku's face flushed as he grabbed the picture book. And stop looking at this. It's embarrassing." "Ah, come on Deku," Ochako chuckled. "Don't be such a party pooper." "All right, you too," Inko said, standing up from the table. "I'm going to get your breakfast ready." "Thanks, Mom," Izuku mumbled. "Thank you, Inko," Ochako said brightly. She turned back to Izuku and said, "Your mom's real nice." "Glad you two got along," he sighed. "I was kind of worried about something like this from the start though." "Come on. It doesn't make me think you're any less cool, if that's what you're worried about." "I'm not," he sighed. "It's just embarrassing." "Well then, since I somehow keep learning secret things about you." Ochako racked her head for a second. "What other secrets can I know? A juicy inside scoop on the #1 hero? Something horribly illegal that you did once? Anything?" "Well, I'm not telling you anything now," Izuku grinned slightly. "Fine, geez," she pouted. "Then, can I see what your room is like?" "My room?" Izuku questioned, raising an eyebrow. "Why?" "Well, I saw the sign with your name, and I'm kinda curious about how nerdy it is inside." She chuckled, grinning and scratching her cheek. "Why does it have to be nerdy?" he asked defensively. "Then prove me wrong," Ochako said nonchalantly, standing up and walking towards the hallway. "Unless it's totally an All Might shrine or something. Hey." Izuku ran in front of her and blocked the door. What if it is?" "Calm down," Ochako giggled. "I won't judge or anything. I just want to see." Please don't." Ochako just laughed and pushed the door open behind Izuku. She took 2 steps in before involuntarily bursting out in laughter at the amount of All Might around the room. "Uraraka," Izuku yelled, covering his beet-red face. "I'm sorry Deku," Ochako choked out as she tried to stop herself from laughing. It's even geekier than I imagined it." Izuku crossed his arms and looked away as she regained her composure. Once she did, she smiled at him and said, "But you know, I think that it shows your dedication to following your dream and becoming a hero. My room would probably look like a 13 shrine if my family could afford it, so I really don't think any less of you for it. Actually, I kinda think it's cool." "Really?" Izuku asked, looking back at Ochako whose blush had widened for some reason. "Yeah," she nodded, smiling wider. "Hey kids," Inko called from the kitchen. "Breakfast is ready." "Coming, Mom," Izuku called. He turned to Ochako. "Come on, let's go." "Right," Ochako grinned. After eating, Izuku and Ochako worked out a little bit in Izuku's home gym, though she wasn't able to keep up with him. She ended up leaving because she wanted to take a shower, though Izuku kept going after she did. Eventually, he took a shower and spent the rest of the day studying and then lazing. "That Uraraka girl was nice," Inko said as they watched TV that evening. Izuku looked up from his phone. "Yeah, she is. Hey Mom, why did you have to embarrass me with the photo?" "Oh, come on," Inko laughed lightly. "That's my job as a mother. Besides, she liked it." "Still, it was embarrassing," he said, looking back down at his phone. After a few seconds, Inko spoke up again. Izuka sweetie, you never told me that she calls you by a nickname. Oh? I didn't think it was relevant, he shrugged. I see. She nodded. Well, I like her. She's welcome here any time. Oh, that's good, Izuka said, looking up from his phone again. She said she wants to work out again tomorrow, and maybe Sunday. Oh, that's fine, Inko smiled. The next 2 days went similarly overall, with Ochako being unable to keep up with Izuku in both the run and weightlifting. They also did some makeshift quirk training on Sunday. She never brought up Izuku's lack of friends or Katsuki's abuse, deciding that she already knew more than she rightfully should and he was probably happy to avoid the topic. They did talk about the USJ attack though, especially as it became a headline over the weekend. When Monday rolled around, the class was somewhat talkative. Everyone was still a bit animated because of the events of the previous Thursday and were talking with their neighboring students. Hey, did you see the news over the weekend? Toru asked Mashareo from across Mizo. Yeah. The tailed teen nodded his head. All of us were on screen for a second. I didn't stand out at all though. That's true, Mizo said, and Mashareo couldn't tell if he was simply agreeing or being sarcastic. Well, it's kind of hard to stand out if you're invisible, isn't it? He chuckled. The media made a huge deal out of it, Denki said, smiling a little too widely. I was pretty surprised by it, Aijiro shrugged. UA is famous for pumping out high-level pro heroes, Kyoka sighed as she fiddled with her earphone jack. Of course it'd get a lot of publicity if it got attacked. True, I guess, Aijiro said with a nod. But who knows what would have happened if the teachers showed up a little later? Zero sighed. Those punks weren't so tough, Katsuki scoffed. Right, Kirishima? Yeah, right, Aijiro smiled at the blonde. Bakugo and I took out the landslide zone without trouble. Yeah. Well, the collapsed zone wasn't too tough once we followed Midori's plan, Mina said. But All Might was awesome, Sato said excitedly. He pushed those villains back like fodder. Yes, it's obvious how marvelous his strength is, Fumikage said matter-of-factly, nodding his head. Everyone, Momo called out, standing up at her desk. I'd appreciate it if you'd quiet down. It's my duty as class president to keep things in order in the absence of the teacher, after all. Speaking of, Mina whispered back to Tsuyu. Who do you think might teach homeroom, Tsuyu? Well, Aizawa-sensei is recovering from his wounds in the hospital, Karo, the frog-like girl said with her finger held up to her chin. So they'll probably give us some pro-hero or UA staff member as a substitute. Morning. Aizawa's bored voice droned from the doorway. The whole class simultaneously looked up at their teacher, who had both arms wrapped in casts and his face wrapped in bandages. Aizawa-sensei, you're back already? Multiple students exclaimed. Tenya raised his hand and shouted, I'm glad to see you are doing well, sensei. I don't know if that qualifies as well, Ochako said worriedly from behind the engine user. My personal welfare is hardly relevant, Aizawa sighed, because your battle is far from over. Our battle? Katsuki asked. What does that mean? Izuku muttered. I can't imagine it's more villains, right? UA's sports festival is going to be here before you know it, the pro-hero said. That's such a normal school thing, multiple people exclaimed with a mix of relief and exasperation. Is that smart right after the villain attack? Kyoka asked. Couldn't they attack again? Mashareo asked as well. The upper management of UA thinks that this can be a way to show our confidence in our crisis prevention and security, Aizawa said, muffled by the face bandages. We'll have 5 times the security that we've had in the past. Besides, the sports festival here at UA is too big of a chance for you. We won't just cancel because of some pesky villains. It's one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were a huge event that the whole world went crazy over. But, after major population reductions when Quirks first appeared, they're just a shell of their former glory. Japan now turns to this event, your sports festival, in place of that old event. And of course, pro-hero agencies will be scouting all of us, Momo commented excitedly. That's how pros will hear about us, and we'll become sidekicks when we graduate, Denki said, holding a thumbs up to Kyoka next to him. Some people don't have what it takes to move up, and they get stuck as eternal sidekicks, she sighed. That's stupid people like you, Jamming Wei. Denki lowered his head in defeat. Of course, joining a popular heroes agency will net you a lot of experience and publicity, Aizawa said. Time is limited. If you want to be a pro hero, then this'll be your chance to open your future. 1 chance a year, so you'll have 3 chances to show the pros what you're made of before graduation. None of you can afford to slack here. Got it? Yes, sir, the class confirmed. The day's classes passed, and lunchtime rolled around. As the students were finishing packing up in the classroom, they talked about the sports festival. Man, even though all that villain stuff went down, I'm getting pumped, Eijiro exclaimed. No kidding, Shiro agreed, bumping Eijiro's shoulder. If we catch the attention of the pros, we'll have taken our first step towards becoming pros ourselves. It was definitely worth coming to UA, Sato said, hitting his fist into his palm. We rarely get chances like this, so we can't afford to miss it, Fumikage said, closing his eyes and nodding his head. Hey Ojiro, Toru said excitedly. I'm really nervous. I need to stand out at the sports festival. You need to try extra hard to get their attention, Mashireo said as Toru cheered for herself. Oh, just what'll I do? Yuga asked Koji dramatically. I stand out enough just by attending. Sorry, but I'm afraid the scouts won't be able to look away from me. Koji stepped back, trembling in fear of the loud and outrageous Yuga Aoyama. Right? Yuga asked excitedly, leaning into Koji's face. The silent boy replied with a rapid nod. Shoji, you're lucky, Denki sighed. Your strength stands out on its own. Doesn't matter if I can't show its usefulness, Mizo replied. Well, Jamming Wei will definitely stand out, Kyoka chuckled as Denki stuttered for a retort. Wow, everyone's getting so into it, Izuku marveled, looking at his classmates. Of course, aren't you as well? Tenya asked the vice president. We enrolled here to be heroes, so of course we'd get fired up at this chance. Despite his words, Tenya was incredibly stiff. Ida, you have a unique way of getting fired up, Tsuyu croaked. It's weird. Don't you feel the same, Midoriya? Tenya asked, ignoring Tsuyu's comment. Of course, Izuku grinned. I can't wait to get myself out there. But you know, Hitoshi sighed. It's a big incentive for the general studies kids as well. Based on performance in the sports festival, people can be moved in or out of the hero course. My plan was actually to get in through the festival, but I was transferred in by surprise. Deku, Ida, Ochako said darkly from beside them. Let's do our best at the sports festival. Uraraka, your face looks so determined it's scary. Izuku chuckled while Tenya looked at the gravity girl with confusion. Uraraka, you look really… Well, not Uraraka, Mina said. Is something wrong? Nothing, she yelled, before pumping her fist in the air. Everyone, I'm going to do my best. Izuku, Tenya, Tsuyu and Mina pumped their fists and agreed. Yeah, while Hitoshi abstained from the event. Ochako swiveled to face Sato, Shiro, Eijiro and Fumikage. I'm gonna do my best. Why yeah, they said, putting their fists up as well. I don't get you, Eijiro sighed. Your personality is all over the place. Izuku understood though. He knew how much being a pro hero meant to her, and what it meant for her family. Of course she'd give it her all in the sports festival. Her face did seem a bit too aggressive for some reason though. Uraraka, what happened to your face back there? Tenya asked as they walked down the hall. Eh? What do you mean? She tilted her head at the engine Quirk teen. I think it was just her determination showing, Izuku said. It was a little scary though. Eh? It was? Ochako looked confused for a second before chuckling. Sorry, guess I'm just pumped up. I mean, this is our chance to make our dreams come true. How can't I get a little competitive? There you are, young Midoriya. All Might boomed as he suddenly appeared at an intersecting hallway, causing all three students to flinch in shock. All Might, what is it? Izuku asked, trying to calm his heart rate. Would you, All Might held up a lunch bag. Care to join me for lunch? Oh my gods! Ochako burst out laughing. He asked like a maiden. Izuku looked at Tenya and then Ochako, who both nodded to him. Yeah, definitely. As he followed the symbol of peace to the teacher's lounge to eat, Ochako and Tenya proceeded to the cafeteria. I wonder what All Might wanted with Deku, Ochako mused. I heard that Midoriya jumped out to help All Might during the USJ attack, right? Tenya said. That could be it. Why yeah, he did that, Ochako chuckled. But it might be about… She cut herself off as she remembered that Izuku wanted her to keep quiet about his training with the number 1 pro. What is it? Tenya asked. Sorry. I'm not actually allowed to talk about that. Hey. What? Is there some secret between the two of them? Tenya asked. I mean, she muttered, looking away. Forget I said anything. Shoto Todoroki looked back at the two of them as they talked. I thought it was strange when he jumped out, but a secret between Izuku Midoriya and All Might. Huh. The scarred boy thought. Interesting. An hour? Izuku asked, looking up at All Might. Yeah. The skeletal man confirmed with a sigh. That Nomu was tough and I overstretched my limit again. I can push it to about an hour and 45 minutes, but then I'd shorten my time limit again. Aye. Izuku let the information sink in for a second. I'm sorry, Boa haha. Toshinori laughed, spewing blood as he did so. Don't apologize when there's no need. Geez, we really are similar, huh? Here, drink up. He passed Izuku some tea. Oh, thank you, Izuku said as he took a sip. To be frank, I don't have too much longer as the symbol of peace, the skeletal hero sighed. And no way. Izuku looked down into his cup. Young Midoriya, do you know why I trained you? Because you saw potential in me? The green teen guessed. Yes, but more specifically. Toshinori turned and faced his protege. As the symbol of peace, I do more than just fight crime. I'm called a symbol for a reason. Even if another hero takes up the mantle of number 1, there aren't many people with the spirit necessary to bring peace like I have. Izuku Midoriya, I believe that you have the spirit to succeed me one day as the symbol of peace. What? Izuku's eyes opened wide and his jaw dropped. When we trained, you said that you want to save people and show them your fearless smile. You still want that, don't you? Why yes, Izuku nodded his head. Then now is the time to show that. All Might stood as tall as he could. The UA Sports Festival is watched by not only pro heroes, but the whole country. It's a big event. This will be your debut as a hero in training. The next symbol of peace. Not All Might, but Izuku Midoriya. I want you to tell everyone watching that you are here. I am here? Izuku stuttered, attempting to process everything that was happening. How? You know how the sports festival system works, right? Of course I do. Then you understand that it's the best place to sell yourself to the masses and pro heroes, All Might said. Of course, Izuku nodded excitedly. And I'll do my best to stand out, so that your faith in me doesn't go to waste. All Might let out another hearty laugh. That's what I like about you, kid. You know, there's a difference between those who are trying to do good and those who are aiming for the top. That slight difference in attitude will have major effects on how far you go in society. That's what plus ultra means. Never be satisfied. Push to the limit, then keep pushing. You know? Yeah. Izuku smiled and nodded. Plus ultra. W.O., Ochako said in surprise. There are so many people. It was the end of the day, and as Class 1A was preparing to leave, they were met with a dense crowd of students outside of the classroom. TCH, must be here to scope out the competition, Katsuki scoffed. We were involved with that villain attack, so of course these extras would like a sneak peek at the main event. Kakin, don't say that, Izuku sighed. Whatever, he said as he approached the wall of people. Get the fuck out of the way, cannon fodder. Bakugo, Tenya yelled at the blonde. Please refrain from being so insulting to those we don't even know. Don't know? A voice called out from the crowd, as multiple people seemed to be pushed out of someone else's way. That might be true for some of the people here, but I'm not one of them. Multiple people gasped as a short boy with people's spheres on his head pushed through to the front of the crowd. It's him, Ochako shouted, pointing at the boy who was transferred out of their class on the first day. She turned and whispered to Izuku and Tenya. What was his name? It's Mineta, right? Izuku asked. Minoru Mineta, he confirmed with a grin, pointing his thumb up at himself. I thought a lot about my loss in that quirk test. I guess it taught me that I have a long way to go. But they're moving people in and out of the hero course based on this festival. If you weren't good enough a couple of weeks ago, what the fuck makes you think you're good enough now? Katsuki grumbled. I wasn't taking this seriously enough before, Minoru said somewhat confidently. I'm sure you guys have gotten a little better, and you even have some hands-on experience, but I've been working hard myself. General studies is easy, so I have a lot of free time, and I've been using it to practice. I'm getting back into this class, even if I have to boot one of you out. Izuku was actually pretty glad to see Minoru's resolve. He worried when the people-headed boy was transferred that he might have been devastated, but he actually used the failure as fuel to improve himself. Still, Izuku had gotten attached to his current class and didn't necessarily want to lose anyone. HEY 1A? A boy with silver hair and thick eyelashes that looked more like growths around his eyes yelled as he climbed on top of the crowd. I'm from 1B next door. We heard you rumbled with some villains, so I came to see what the hype was about. But all I'm seeing is this arrogant bastard. He pointed at Katsuki. You all better represent the hero course well. While most of the 1A students were shocked by the sentiments of the people in the crowd, Katsuki just walked through, shoving people out of the way. Come on, Bakugo. You're just making enemies for us, Ajiro shouted. Fuck if I care, the blonde shrugged. I'm aiming for the top. What they think doesn't fucking matter to me. Damn it. That's so straightforward and manly, Ajiro said quietly, clenching his fist and holding back tears. Well, he's right about reaching for the top, Fumikage conceded. Don't let him pull you in, Denki sighed exasperatedly. He's just making more of them hate us. Everyone in Class 1A and even those outside of it were determined to win. They all prepped for the festival in their own ways, outside of school or during their hero training, and Ochako joined Izuku to exercise a few more times. School itself settled into a standard boring, aside from the festival preparations, and the 2 remaining weeks before the event flew by before anyone even realized. The sports festival begins. Everyone, finish whatever preparations you must. Momo called out to the 1A prep room. We'll be going out soon. You're in a good mood, Yamamo, Mina pointed out. You excited too? Of course I am, the creation user said. This'll be our next big step in becoming heroes, after all. I wish we could have used our hero costumes, Mizo sighed, uncomfortably shifting his large shoulders under his PE uniform's torn sleeves. It's not allowed for fairness, Mashireo sighed, before looking down at his tail, which had also torn through his uniform. I get what you mean, though. Izuku was pacing, clenching and unclenching his fists nervously. He was as nervous as anyone else there, maybe even more so. He rested his hand on his chest and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. He looked around at his classmates. Everyone was socializing, trying to calm down, and giving each other pep talks. Even Katsuki was talking with Rikido and Denki, which was odd for him to see. Midoriya. Izuku looked over and saw Shoto approaching him with one hand in his pocket. Todoroki? What is it? He felt multiple sets of eyes land on him and the recommendation student. You're pretty strong, Shoto said, shifting on his feet. Capable, I mean. Thanks. But objectively speaking, I'm better, he said, looking up into Izuku's eyes. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Izuku's eyes widened, and he tried for some excuse but none came. Shoto looked into his eyes for a moment before continuing. I'm not going to pry about that, but just know that I'm going to beat you. Are you sure about that? Izuku grinned, finally finding his voice. What's that? Denki turned to the two students who were staring each other down. A declaration of war from the strongest guy in class? Ajiro grabbed Shoto's shoulder. What the hell is up, man? Don't pick a fight just when we're about to go out there. Shitty hair, Katsuki growled as he walked up to the group. There isn't a damn thing wrong with picking a fight. The only thing out of place here is the fact that he's challenging the wrong fucking guy. Deku, icy hot. I'll beat both of you and win this whole damn thing. You can try, Kakin, Izuku grinned. Come on, seriously guys, Ajiro exclaimed in exasperation. Whatever, Shoto sighed, turning and walking away. Deku, you'd better make it to the finals so I can crush you one-on-one, Katsuki grumbled before scoffing and walking away. When he got back to his group, the ashy blonde hit Denki upside the head. Ouch! What was that for, Bakugo? He shouted, grabbing his head. For saying Icy Hot was the strongest guy in class, you fucking moron. Yai Iowa, present mixed voice echoed down 1A's entrance tunnel, prompting the students to assemble. Let's get this year's sports festival underway. The one time of the year when you get to see UA's talented students brawl it out for glory. For the first years, we are definitely starting with the most anticipated class. They already faced villains this year and came out on top. You know who I mean, everyone. Let's give it up for 1A of the hero course. Class 1A walked out of the tunnel and into the stadium. The blinding sun beat down on them, and it took their eyes a few seconds to adjust. The seats above them were packed, and most of the students began to realize that their popularity would be much more intimidating in reality than from behind a screen. Whoa, what a crowd! Izuku marveled. Of course, we're expected to perform our best in front of all these spectators, Tenya said, nodding his head. Yet another way UA is training us to be top-notch heroes. Man, I think they're giving us too much credit, Ajiro said excitedly. But we won't let it get to us, right, Bakugo? It just pumps me up, Katsuki grinned darkly. And then Class 1B, also from the hero course, Present Mike yelled over the stadium. Damn it, why are we playing second fiddle? The silver-haired teen complained loudly. We passed the same damn entrance exam. TetsuTetsu, save it for the competition. A boy with short blonde hair said calmly from beside him. We can show them then, eh? Right, Monoma. TetsuTetsu grinned, slamming his first into his palm. Can't wait to show 'em what we're made of. Next are classes 1C, 1D, and 1E of General Studies, Present Mike announced. Then 1F, 1G, and 1H of the business course. The students finally finished lining up and assembled in front of a small stage, upon which stood the referee for the first year's sports festival. She cracked the whip loudly, before yelling, It's time for the athlete's oath. That's the R-rated heroine, Midnight, Izuku sighed uncomfortably. Is she even allowed to be on a high school campus? Fumikage asked. Multiple people were talking along the same lines, and Midnight cracked her whip to shut them up. Pipe down, kids. The student representative for the first years is Izuku Midoriya. It's Deku, Katsuki and Ochako exclaimed in unison, and Izuku smiled sheepishly at them before beginning to walk up to the stage. Must be because he placed first in the entrance exam, Hanta mused, prompting Katsuki to mumble something about rescue points being bullshit. The hero course exam, that is, a girl from General Studies corrected him. She's right, Hitoshi sighed. Izuku had prepared for this. He'd done his research and prepared his oath, basing it roughly on the old Olympic athlete's oath. He still felt nervous, but he decided to just close his eyes and pretend he was alone in his bedroom as he recited it. He stepped up to the microphone, took a deep breath, then began, I swear, in the name of all of these students, to put forward my best effort to compete fairly in this festival. May the best student win. He bowed stiffly, was met with applause, then made his way back to his class. Oh my God, he said shakily, breathing heavily and clutching at his rapidly beating heart. That was nerve-wracking. You did great, Deku, Chako gushed. All sportsmanlike and stuff. You shoulda just said you were determined to win, Katsuki scoffed. That's what I'd have done. I'm glad you didn't say that, Aijiro laughed. That would have just made everyone hate us more. Without delay, let's find out what the first event is. Midnight pointed up at a screen. Why is everything without delay here? Chaco sighed. The screen started scrolling through different events like a randomization wheel. These will be the qualifiers. This is where the majority of you will be sent home crying. And the first event, Theus. This isn't without delay, Kyoka said. She's totally stalling. This, Midnight announced as the words obstacle race appeared on the screen. An obstacle race, Izuku thought, beginning to ponder strategy. The portion of the stadium's wall that the students were closest to began opening up, forming an archway to the outside. It's a race between every first-year student of UA, Midnight shouted over the group of students. It's a 4-kilometer course around the stadium. As you students may know, this school preaches freedom in all things. That means that as long as you follow the course we laid out, any move is fair game. Everyone, get into position. Already? Ochako exclaimed. It's really without delay. Izuku looked over at her as he heard her voice, and his brain made the realization. Uraraka, come here, he called to her. She made her way over through the crowd of people that was still shifting as they fought to get the head start. What's up, Deku? She asked. As soon as Midnight says go, make both of us weightless. On your marks, Midnight called. Why? Ochako tilted her head. She said that anything is fair game, he said. See it. That means that teamwork is allowed, he continued, and nobody can beat our teamwork in a race. Ochako's eyes widened in realization. Goo! Ochako pressed her hand onto Izuku's shoulder, then made herself weightless as well. As they floated above the frantic mass of students, Ochako hesitantly grabbed Izuku by his arm. She wasn't familiar with the feeling of moving so fast, and wasn't sure what to expect. Ready? Izuku asked. Yeah, she nodded, smiling at him. Let's win, Deku. Izuku grabbed the two of them with his quirk, enveloping them in a shared bright green glow before firing forwards. They flew over the heads of the rest of the participants who were getting stuck in the starting gate, and they flew over Shoto and the rest of the students who were out of the gate with him. When Izuku saw the giant faux villains from the entrance exam, he brought them up and over the mechanical monstrosities. What's this? Present Mike exclaimed. I haven't even started commentating, but these two are already past the second obstacle. Ochako peeked from her eyelids for a moment and looked down over a seemingly bottomless cavern as they went over. She quickly closed her eyes again after that, starting to feel nauseous just from the sight. Or maybe that was just from using her quirk on herself. Either way, she gripped Izuku's arm a little more tightly. Izuku was a little uncomfortable with Ochako holding his arm, especially since he knew they were on national television. He understood why she was, though he couldn't shake the thought that it really wasn't necessary. He looked down as they passed over a large flat area of dirt, before looking up and realizing that they were already approaching the end of the race. I don't believe it, Present Mike shouted. These two finished the race so quickly that we didn't even have time to pull up their files. But we don't need to if we want to know who got first. The first year's representative is Izuku Midoriya. The other one is Ochako Uraraka, and both are in my class. Aizawa muttered from next to him the commentary booth. Thanks, mummy man, Present Mike exclaimed. Uraraka, Izuku said as he set them down on the grass. You can release your quirk now. Yeah. She opened an eye, then quickly let go of his arm. Pressing her finger pads together, she whispered release, before letting out a huge exhale. We won, Uraraka, Izuku said, looking up at the thundering crowd. Yeah. Chaco sighed. Uraraka, are you okay? He asked, noticing her labored breathing. After taking a deep breath, Ochako straightened her posture and smiled. Yeah, all good. Just some nausea from using my quirk on myself. Does using your quirk on yourself really affect you that much? He asked with wide eyes. Sorry, I could have gone a little faster. No, it's fine, she said quickly. Really, it wasn't too bad. Present Mike was swapping between screaming about Izuku and Ochako, and Shoto, who was apparently doing something amazing against the large robots. But we have the footage from the high-speed camera. Let's see that finish one more time. Izuku and Ochako looked up at the screen where the footage of them crossing the finish line was being played in super slow motion. Ochako thought Izuku looked really cool. His eyes were set forward and a determined look was on his face. Then there she was, holding onto his arm for dear life and squeezing her eyes shut. Geez, I wish they wouldn't play it over and over. Izuku chuckled uncomfortably. Why yeah? Ochako nodded. Pretty soon, Present Mike reluctantly moved on from their record time and returned to the race that was still underway. Izuku and Ochako sat in the shade against the stadium's wall and watched as Shoto crossed over the large ravine they had seen. Katsuki followed right behind him, letting loose countless explosions as he propelled himself forward, and then the rest of the students began crossing. The camera followed the two frontrunners as they reached the minefield. Katsuki caught up to Shoto and tried to hit him with an explosion. Then the two began scuffling. Kaken is just slowing both of them down, Izuku muttered. This way, someone else could possibly overtake them both. Not that anyone else seems close enough to take advantage of it. But still, in any other situation it would be inefficient. Heroes should always keep their priorities straight, so doing something like this instead of pursuing the objective probably lowers his chances of getting a lot of offers for internships despite his impressive quirk. Deku, Ochako giggled, shocking him out of his muttering spree. You're muttering again. Sorry, he said quickly, blushing a little bit and looking away in shame. I don't really mind, she said. Just wanted to let you know. In third place, Present Mike shouted, getting Izuku's and Ochako's attention again. Katsuki Bakugo, followed closely by Shoto Todoroki. Kaken beat him, huh? Izuku smiled. Good for high. Deku, Katsuki yelled as he panted and made his way over to the pair. You fucking cheater. Using Round Face's quirk instead of just your own power. Midnight said that anything was fair game, Izuku shrugged. I don't see how teamwork would fall outside of that, Shinji. Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt, and Ochako protested, Bakugo, let him go. Shut up, he growled at her, before looking back to Izuku. You didn't win this with your own power, so I won't acknowledge it, Deku. You haven't gotten another win on me yet. He let Izuku go, and as he walked away he added, I'll win the next damn round. Sure thing. Izuku chuckled nervously as he pulled at his shirt to get a wrinkle out of it. Deku, are you all right? Ochako asked, stepping a little closer to him. Yeah, I'm fine, he smiled at her. That's just Kaken being Kaken. The other students began making their way into the stadium, almost all of them out of breath. Izuku and Ochako were both surprised to see Tenya come in as late as he did. He walked up to them, then leaned down on his knees, panting. Ida, you all right? Ochako asked. I can't believe I lost a race of all things. With my quirk, he exhaled. It's clear I have some progress to make. He's fine, Izuku chuckled. It looks like all of the students have finished, Midnight announced after a few more minutes. Let's check the results. The rankings popped up on the screen above them. Izuku and Ochako were first and second respectively, followed by Katsuki in third, Shoto in fourth, someone from 1B named Ibara in fifth, then the rest following. Izuku was particularly surprised by the fact that Minoru made a better time than many Hero Corps students. He finished in 18th place, just behind Mina. Only the top 42 will move on from this event, she continued. Don't worry if you didn't qualify, we have other ways for you to get some spotlight. Now, this is where the media folks start bouncing in their seats with excitement, so give it your all. It's time for the next event. The screen began scrolling through the names of different events once again, but it was taking longer this time to reveal what the second round would actually be. I already know what it is, of course, Midnight teased. What, are you dying of suspense? Well, next up is this. The words Cavalry Battle popped up on the screen. Students began whispering to each other, contemplating what exactly it would entail. You participants will form up in teams of your choosing with 2 to 4 people per team. The rules are simple. Take other groups' headbands while protecting your own. But there's one special condition here. Each of you have been assigned a point value based on your performance in the first event. So we'll earn points like in the entrance exam? Rikido asked. Sounds simple enough. Ooh, and the point values will be determined by the members of each team, Toru said excitedly. An irritated Midnight cracked her whip and shouted, Just shut up. I'm about to explain it. Geez. Anyway, yeah, your point values will be added up as a team, and the individual scores will go up from the bottom scorer. 42nd place has 5 points, 41st place gets 10 points, and the pattern continues upward. But there's one little exception. The first place student is worth 10 million points. TT10, a million? Izuku stuttered, eyes widening as every other student turned their gazes on him. Midnight let out a chuckle. So the idea is that the students that performed well last round will be at a disadvantage. This game is a little chance for payback. She let it sit in the air for a bit before continuing. Anyways, this thing will be 15 minutes long. The rider of your group will wear the headband, which displays your team's total point value. The objective is to take as many points from other teams as possible, and enemy headbands you get must be worn around your neck or higher. And don't worry if you lose your own, because that isn't a disqualification. Quirks are allowed, so it goes without saying that this'll get a bit vicious, but maliciously attacking another group with the intent of toppling them is a disqualification. It's also a disqualification if your rider hits the ground. Alright everyone, you have 15 minutes to organize into teams for headband distribution. The students began rapidly rushing around, talking to other students about team combinations, while Izuku was on the verge of a mini panic attack. Who's going to want to be with me if I have so many points? Getting the 10 million point headband will be an instant win for any of the other teams, so we'll have a huge target on our backs. I'd love to be with Uraraka, but she'd be better off forming another team. Her headband has a high enough score to give her team an advantage while not being a huge target like mine. So that's probably a safer bet for her. Deku, you're muttering, Ochako chuckled. Yua, sorry, he squeaked, before realizing that Ochako was still standing with him. Uraraka, why are you standing here? Shouldn't you be finding a team? Oh, sorry, she exclaimed, waving her arms and backing up. I just thought we'd be on a team. Sorry for assuming things. You'd want to be on my team even with my huge point value? Izuku exclaimed happily. Yeah, of course, Ochako said, smiling widely. We already have enough points to win, so we just need to run, right? But everyone's gonna be after us, Izuku said. But our quirks work so well together that won't matter, you know? Besides, even if it was more difficult, she said as a blindingly bright aura seemed to appear around her. I'd rather team up with a friend any time. Midoriya felt something in his chest tighten. His breath hitched, and his face contorted into a squeezed mess. What happened to your face? Chako laughed. You got so ugly all of a sudden. You're just so bright that I can't look at you? Izuku sighed, shaking his head before looking back at her. But I was actually hoping to team up with you anyways. Do you think you can use your quirk on me for the full 15 minutes? Maybe under other circumstances, she sighed, scratching her head. But since I used my quirk on myself earlier, I'm already kinda tuckered out. Alright, then I can't just fly around the whole time, so we should run away until you're recovered. I know just the person to give us some more maneuverability. Ochako followed Izuku as the green-haired boy looked around borderline frantically. But soon enough, the pair found Tenya Ida, and Izuku explained the plan to both of them. An impressive plan, as expected of you, Midoriya, Tenya nodded. But I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. Ever since the entrance exam, you've repeatedly proven yourself to be better than me. I value you as a friend, but that is also the reason that I cannot follow you now. I see you as a rival as much as Bakugo and Todoroki do, so I'll also challenge you. He walked over to Shoto's team, which also consisted of Momo and Denki. Ida, Ochako sighed quietly. Right, this is no time for loyalty between friends, Izuku thought. This is the time to think about survivability. Or self-improvement, I guess, in Ida's case. Everyone has to do what they need to in order to become great heroes. Deku, what are you mumbling about? Ochako asked. Coming up with a plan? Not really yet, he sighed. We need at least one other member. If we just have a little bit more mobility, it'll compensate for the amount of time you can use your quirk. But who? Midoriya, Ochako, Tsuyu croaked as she approached them. Mind if I join you? Karo. Tsuyu, Ochako cried and hugged her friend. Azui, really? Izuku smiled widely. Call me Tsuyu, she reminded him, seemingly ignoring Ochako's embrace. You guys have a target on your backs, but with your quirks that doesn't matter, Karo. I think this is the best way into the next round for me. That's actually just what we needed, Izuku said. Uraraka can't use her quirk the whole time, so having some more mobility is good. Glad to help, Karo, she said, her tongue lazily hanging out. Do you think we need someone else? Well, Izuku tapped his chin. I don't know if it's necessary, do you? Who would have thought that the top two finishers would be together on a team? A loud voice suddenly screamed from behind the three students, startling both Izuku and Ochako. They turned and saw a pink-haired girl with large round goggles just before she jumped forward and grabbed Izuku's shirt. Team with me, mister. First place. You're a bit close, he chuckled nervously, leaning away from the girl. Who are you? Mei Hatsum Support Course, she answered as she took a step back. Listen, I know we don't know each other very well, but teaming up can be mutually beneficial for us. You're being really straightforward about this, Izuku observed. Being with you guys guarantees that I'll get some spotlight, she said excitedly, pumping her arms and encroaching on both Izuku's and Ochako's personal spaces. And being in the spotlight guarantees that industry higher-ups will be able to see my super cute babies in action. And then it's guaranteed that they'll take notice. Wait, cute babies? Industry. What are you? Ochako started to ask before Mei turned on Izuku and forced him back, still rambling rapidly. Ah, she's more interested in him. She seems to have a very one-track mind, Karo, Tsuyu added with a nod. In the support course, we make a ton of equipment for heroes to use, Mei continued, before dumping out a bunch of support devices. Nobody knew where she dumped them out from. I've got plenty of my babies here, so you'll definitely be able to make use of some of them. Izuku picked up what appeared to be a jetpack, before his eyes widened and began sparkling. Could this be based off of the pack that Airjet uses? Yup, she grinned, and I made a few of my own modifications too. Wow, I love that hero, he exclaimed. His hero agency was even in my neighborhood. Before he moved, at least. They're getting along well, Tsuyu said offhandedly. Yeah, Ochako nodded. They got friendly pretty fast. All right, Izuku said, standing up. We should be able to effectively evade for the whole time. The more skilled teams will probably wait to catch us off guard. So we should save Uraraka's quirk for the second half. Except Kaken, but he's one out of so many teams here. We can use some of Hatsum's support equipment. Babies, she corrected him. Sorry. We can use her babies to help the three of us keep up with Azui's AG. Call me Tsuyu, Karo. Sorry, he sighed. Anyway, Hatsum's babies and Tsuyu's natural agility will give us the ability to evade the other teams at first until Uraraka is confident in her ability to keep me afloat the rest of the time. Can she float you, though? Tsuyu asked. Would that be a disqualification? Midnight Sensei only said that it'd be a disqualification if the rider hits the ground, Izuku recalled. So this strategy should work. Your 15 minutes are up, Midnight called from the stage, stretching her arms. We'll send employees around to get your team scores. Well, your plan doesn't give my babies as much spotlight as I was expecting, Mei sighed. But it's a good plan and I'll have more time to show off in the next round. Yeah, you're really good at making plans, Deku, Ochako agreed, mainly smiling at Izuku but occasionally glancing at Mei. Hey Eraser, wake up, Present Mike said, nudging the bandaged hero beside him. All 12 teams have assembled, and it's time to start. Are you ready? Please, shut up, Mike, Aizawa groaned. But some of those teams are interesting. Izuku stood on top of their horse. Tsuyu was hunched forward in the front, holding her hands back for Izuku to stand on. Ochako was on his left flank, holding his ankle and foot to steady and support him along with Tsuyu, and Mei was on his right flank doing the same. Izuku was wearing the jetpack, while Ochako and Mei each had a single thruster boot on their outside legs. Izuku wrapped the headband around his head, labeled 10,560,000, and looked down at his teammates. "Are you guys ready?" "You bet Deku," Chaco cheered. "My babies are always ready," Mei said loudly. "Karo," Tsuyu offered with a nod. "Uraraka, try not to use your quirk at all until I fly," he said, to which she nodded. He sighed. 15 minutes. Let's do it." "All right, everyone," Present Mike announced. "Got your strategies down pat? Too bad if you don't. Because it's time to get this thing underway. Here's the countdown to the Cavalry Battle Royale. 3, 2, 1, start." As soon as the starting bell sounded, multiple teams made a beeline for Izuku's team. Of the first two that he saw heading from the front, one was headed by a black-haired Class B student with a second headband below his score 1, while the other didn't have a rider that Izuku could see. That must have been Toru. "They're coming right away," Tsuyu croaked. "What should we do, Midoriya?" "We gotta go," Izuku replied. "Uraraka, Hatsum, get ready with the boots when Azui jumps." "Yeah," Chaco nodded and smiled. "Yes," Mei exclaimed. "Let's show off my babies." "Call me, wait, the floor," Tsuyu exclaimed, trying to move her legs. "Ah, we're sinking," Chaco said. "My babies won't work if they're embedded in the ground," Mei shrieked. Izuku's eyes followed the seemingly fluid ground to the feet of the Class B rider's front member, who must also have been from Class B. "It's that guy's quirk," Izuku said, reaching from the jetpack's trigger. "Hold on to me, so you don't get torn away." He felt all of them tighten their hands around his legs, and he also grabbed them with his telekinesis for extra support. He pressed the button and the jetpack ejected force straight down, pulling the students from the sludgy ground and launching them into the air. "Whoa, that had a lot of force," Izuku exclaimed, before looking down and seeing Kyoka's earphone jacks speeding at them from Toru's team. "Azui, can you handle Jiro's jacks with your tongue?" "Karo," she said before grabbing the earphone jacks with her tongue and throwing them down. "And call me Tsuyu." "Thanks, Tsuyu," he grinned. "I was just focusing on mobility, but having some defense is also important. Thanks a lot." "Karo." "Hatsum, we're landing," Chaco said. "Activate the boots." Izuku used his telekinesis to slow their descent, and the boots were able to stop them from landing roughly by letting out a jet of air. "Aren't my babies just the cutest?" Mei asked animatedly. "I made them to be cute." "Yeah, your babies are great, Hatsum," he said, smiling back at her. "They're really helping with our mobility." "I know, right?" she said, jumping up and down slightly. "They only worked that good with his telekinesis," Ochako muttered, looking away. "They're not all that great." Suddenly, the ground next to Team Izuku cracked and opened as vines erupted, forming a wall. One of the vines shot towards Izuku's head, but he ducked and pushed it away with his quirk. "Everyone, get away!" Izuku shouted down to his team. "Wait! My boot is stuck in something," Ochako exclaimed. Izuku looked down and saw that Ochako's boot was on top of a purple sphere. "That looks like—" he started, before realizing that the wall of vines was leaning down towards them. "Everybody hold on!" He grabbed his team again with his telekinesis and reactivated the jetpack, firing them away just in time to avoid getting wrapped up by the vines. Unfortunately, the purple ball ripped the boot apart. "My baby!" Mei shrieked. "Sorry, Hatsum, but we needed to escape," Izuku said. "You didn't escape shit," Katsuki shouted as he launched over Izuku's group. He propelled himself straight at them, and Izuku was about to throw him off course with his telekinesis when the vines reached up and wrapped around the blonde. "What the fuck? Hey, is a rider allowed to leave their horse formation?" a voice asked somewhere in the distance. "It doesn't matter," As long as the rider doesn't hit the ground. Midnight called. One of the vines wrapped itself around Katsuki's headband and ripped it off, before rapidly pulling back. Izuku's eyes followed the vine to a girl who had the vines as hair. They stood up in a large bulb-type shape on her head, which was strange because she placed fifth in the obstacle race and Izuku was sure her hair was down. It was also strange because the silver-haired student from 1B was holding the hair/vines up from behind. Neither of them were wearing a headband, so he could only assume that they had a rider inside of her hair. This thought was only further supported by the fact that Katsuki's headband was pulled inside of the mass of vines. Meanwhile, the vines that were ensnaring Katsuki threw him off to the side, only for him to be caught by Ciro's tape and brought back to his group, which consisted of the explosion and tape users, of course, Mina and Ijiro. As Izuku landed, he saw something snap in Katsuki's expression. The blonde said something to his team before they began chasing down the two Class B students and their mysterious rider. "All right, Deku," Ochako said up to Izuku. "I think I'm good to use my quirk for the rest of this round." "Ah, we gotta stop showing off my babies?" Mei sighed. "Let's not waste any unnecessary time, Karo," Tsuyu said, "or else we might regret it." "All right, Uraraka," Izuku smiled down at her. "Make me weightless." She touched her 5 fingers to his leg, and he gave Mei her backpack before he lifted off into the air and went high up. "So, did we just win?" Mei asked. "Maybe," Ochako said before glaring at Mei. "I hope you didn't just jinx it though." "Those kinds of things aren't real, Ochako," Tsuyu said with a Karo. "Maybe," she shrugged. "That makes things troublesome." They heard Shoto sigh from nearby them. "He's too fast when he's weightless. I don't suppose we could force Uraraka to release her quirk." "I suppose we could," Momo responded, looking towards Uraraka and her companions. "We're about halfway through," Present Mike announced over the field. "Just to let you know." "Tsuyu, Hatsum, let's run," Ochako yelled as Shoto's team began to move towards them rapidly. "Grab onto me," Mei said with a smile as she strapped the jetpack around herself. "Let's use my baby to get out of here." Once Ochako and Tsuyu wrapped their arms around Mei, she clicked the button. But instead of activating like it had before, it just sparked and fizzled. Looking back at it and still smiling, the support course student mused aloud, "Did it short-circuit? Or did I just forget to refuel it all the way?" Ochako looked over at the other team and saw that they were almost upon them, before yelling, "Tsuyu, jump!" The frog girl did as requested and leapt away, heading in the opposite direction as Shoto's team. They landed a good distance away with assistance from Mei's one boot, and Ochako saw their classmates discuss for a moment before heading off in a different direction. They must have been after easier prey. "Safe," Ochako sighed as she let go of the other girls. "For now, Karo," Tsuyu said. "Even if we don't have the headband, we can't let our guards down." "Right?" she sighed again, before looking up in the sky to find their rider floating too high up to clearly make out. "Where's Midoriya?" she heard someone ask from her left. Turning, she started to say, "I don't," before freezing. Her mind felt hazy. Her body was unresponsive. She couldn't speak or hear anything, until she heard a voice speak, clearly breaking through the otherwise deafening silence. "Uraraka, release your quirk." Tsuyu shook Ochako's shoulder a moment later, releasing her from the haze, and informed her. "Don't answer anything Shinso says, Karo. It's how he activates his mind control." The gears and cogs in Ochako's head began turning once again, and she remembered where she was and what she was doing. She remembered what Hitoshi had asked her to do, and when she looked down at her hands, she realized Tsuyu had shaken her awake too late. The sports festival continues. Izuku flew from his team, covered in the bright glow of his quirk. He felt the breeze against him, and it felt liberating to say the least. Somehow, it always felt liberating when he was affected by Ochako's zero gravity. He had never thought that his quirk felt restrictive until he knew what it felt like to use it in those circumstances. He felt so free to fly, unlike normally when he could only use his quirk on himself for moments at a time before collapsing from exhaustion. Izuku didn't know why it was difficult, but it just was. In the same way that it was difficult for Ochako to use hers on herself, he mused. He glanced down at the field below him, barely able to make out the fact that several teams were caught in a wave of ice. He was more than high enough, even higher than the top of the stadium, but he hadn't thought to stop until then. He thought he might lower himself a bit. After all, it'd be difficult to hear when the event was over, and he didn't want to make Ochako use her quirk any more than necessary. Just when he began to lower himself, though, he felt gravity begin to pull on his mass, and his quirk strained against it. In reflex to the sudden force, he released his quirk and began falling. What happened? Izuku asked aloud as he looked down. He only looked for a moment though before he had to squeeze his eyes shut because of the air hitting them. Uraraka must have deactivated her quirk. But why? He peeked from one eye to see how far up he still was, and he was surprised that he had fallen so far in what seemed to be only seconds. He used his quirk to slow himself momentarily in midair, and he looked down to try and find his team. He was still a bit too high though, so he shut his eyes and fell again. He used his quirk again and looked down, and was able to make out a team that was making its way directly under him, though he couldn't make out any features that confirmed that it was actually his team. As he felt a sharp pain in his side, he squeezed his eyes and dropped again. He chanced a small peek from his left eye to confirm that it was indeed his team, since he might not have been able to use his quirk more than one more time on himself. Satisfied with the thought that the brown blurb that he saw must have been Ochako, he let himself drop for another second before using his telekinesis again to halt. He looked down and realized that he had stopped about 10 meters above his team, and lowered himself down before plopping on top of them. Ha! He sighed out as they held him up. Deku, you all right? Ochako asked worriedly. Sore, he said, slowly standing himself up in the horse formation. What happened? Sorry, Shinso made me release you, she apologized. And I used my quirk, Zoom, to find exactly where you were up there, Mei said. Thanks guys, he sighed. We should hurry with whatever we decide to do, Karo, Tsuyu said. Shinso isn't far behind, and who knows who else might come after us. Izuku glanced up at the leaderboard. They were still in first, of course. Team Todoroki was in second, Team Monoma was in third, and Team Mineta was in fourth. He grinned a little bit, both at the fact that Minoru was making it and that Katsuki wasn't. Uraraka, you're good to use your quirk on me again? He asked, looking down at her. Yeah, let me? Maximum torque. Recipro burst. Tenya's voice interrupted as Ochako went to touch Izuku's leg. There was a burst of wind as Shoto's team sped past and the heterochrome-haired teen grabbed the 10 million point headband. What? Izuku stuttered, staring wide-eyed at the other group. Team Todoroki takes the 10 million, Present Mike shouted. What was that? Nobody on that team displayed that kind of speed before. Ida, what was that? Shoto asked as he looked back at Team Midoriya and tied the headband around his neck. I put my engine's torque and RPM into overdrive to maximize my speed, he explained, also looking back at Izuku. It unfortunately stalls my engines momentarily. I haven't shown this technique to anybody yet. Deku, Ochako said, prompting the team's rider to look down at her before she pressed her fingers to his leg. Let's get those points back. He nodded his head before looking at Shoto and stealing his gaze. Shoto blinked as Izuku rocketed past them before careening up into the sky. He felt some kind of panic at the speed and activated his flames, although he couldn't do it until after Izuku had passed. He didn't realize what had even happened until he touched at his neck and felt that none of his headbands were still there. Izuku had grabbed them with his telekinesis as he passed and taken them with him. After shaking his left arm in disgust and deactivating his old man's quirk, he looked up at the scoreboard. Team Midoriya was in first place, Team Monoma was in second, Team Mineta was in third, and Team Shinso was in fourth, though their score was just barely above the score on Shoto's headband. Katsuki finally caught up to the team that had taken his headband. They were pretty fast for extras, since the vine bitch maneuvered with said vines. The way she used the vines as extra limbs was borderline impressive, but it still wasn't shit compared to the Katsuki Bakugo. He leapt forward and stuck his hand inside of her shitty vine cocoon and let rip a decent blast which forced it open. Ow! What the hell? The purple midget yelled as he clutched at his head. "Oi, you're giving me those headbands," he yelled at the extra. "Now! Wa?" Katsuki didn't exactly have time to socialize with the purple midget as the metal guy was reaching and jumping up at him. So he reached in and grabbed all of the headbands from his neck, then blasted off back towards his group. In that one moment that Shoto glanced up at the leaderboard, Team Mineta was knocked off of the board and Team Bakugo replaced it in third. "Todoroki, I apologize," Tenya said to him. "I was useless in the end." "It's fine," he shook his head. "I really should have seen it coming." "Well, what's the plan now?" Denki asked. "I suppose first place is unobtainable now," he sighed. "Let's go handle the nearest team." He glanced around. Many teams were immobile because they had already been frozen. One or two teams were disqualified by losing their rider, and a few were wandering aimlessly without any headbands. Then, his eyes landed on Team Shinso and Team Monoma, who were approaching each other. 1 minute left, President Mike called out. "Does everyone know how Shinso's quirk works?" he asked his team, and received affirmation. "Don't answer anything he says then. Let's get those points." His team ran towards the two others as Team Monoma's rider seemed to be handing over the headbands from his neck to Hitoshi. But before they could, a vine came out of nowhere and grabbed them from the blonde's hand. Shoto tried sending a wave of ice to catch it, but was too late and only caught the other teams. Well, if it isn't Scarface," Hitoshi grinned. "Where's your name up on that leaderboard?" Shoto reached out and tapped Hitoshi's shoulder with his ice pole, forming ice that spread to cover the lower half of his face. While Hitoshi yelled something unintelligible from beneath the ice, Shoto grabbed the headbands from his neck and the one from his head. Meanwhile, Katsuki was screaming bloody murder while trying to catch Izuku in midair. Time ran out before anything else could happen though, and Katsuki and Izuku made their ways back down to their respective groups. "That was amazing, Deku," Shako gushed. "The way you flew past Todoroki and got the headbands was great. Herc." She barely stopped herself from puking as she deactivated her quirk. "Uraraka, are you all right?" Izuku asked in a small panic. "Why yeah, I'm fine," she said with a wobbly smile. "Good job, Karo," Tsuyu said. Team Midoriya was able to retake the 10 million and they bagged first place, President Mike yelled. And in second place, Team Mineta came back in the last few seconds. In third, Team Bakugo. And Team Todoroki also came back at the last second to take fourth. "Fucking third place," Katsuki grumbled. "Disappointing," Shoto sighed. "But the next round is the important one." "That Midoriya," Denki grumbled. "First he's all buddy-buddy with Uraraka, and now he got to get carried around by all those girls. What the hell?" "We did it," Minoru exclaimed as Ibara let him down from her hair. He turned to her and tried to summon tears. "See, can I have a hug?" "Of course," she said as she leaned down and embraced the short boy, completely oblivious to any ulterior motive. "Yeah, take that Class A," TetsuTetsu yelled at Team Todoroki and Team Bakugo. In fifth place, President Mike continued, "is Team Monoma. We need 16 people for the next round. So can Team Monoma pick one representative from their team to advance?" Nito was promptly nominated to move forward, and the students were dismissed for lunch. Izuku stood across from Shoto in the empty entryway at the side of the stadium. The heterochrome-haired teen had pulled him aside as the students were walking towards the cafeteria, and they had made their way here. Neither one had yet spoken, and Izuku was getting a little unsettled by the tense feeling in the air. After a few moments of silence, Izuku spoke up, "So Todoroki, what did you want to talk about?" After another second, he sighed. "The dining hall will be packed soon, and I'd rather sit with my friends when I eat." "You were fast," Shoto said finally. "Too fast, faster than Ida. You surprised me, overwhelmed me, and you made me break my pledge." "Your pledge?" Izuku asked, shifting slightly. "My father is Endeavor," he sighed, looking down. "He's a powerful man, but he's a bastard, and only thinks about becoming stronger. He's worked hard to make a name for himself as a hero, but All Might has always been a roadblock to him. He couldn't ever beat him, so he came up with an idea." "Why are you telling me about this?" Izuku asked. Have you ever heard of Quirk marriages? Why yeah, he nodded. My father, he wanted to create offspring that could surpass All Might even though he couldn't. With his fame and fortune, he got my mother's family to agree to the marriage. All because he wanted her Quirk. He raised me to surpass All Might as a hero. My only purpose was to fulfill his ambition. I hate living like this, being used as a tool. You know, I don't think I can remember a time that my mother looked happy. Izuku tensed uncomfortably. She gave me my scar, he said, making Izuku's eyes widen. After so much, she couldn't tell the difference between my left side and my father anymore. She poured boiling water on my face. And I don't blame her for it. He ruined my family's lives. To spite him, I pledged to become a great hero with only mother's quirk. A pledge I broke when you pressured me, and I wasn't fast enough to even do anything with it. I can't break this pledge again. If I can win this festival without using my left side again, then I'll have succeeded in taking his ambitions away. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say to that, Izuku sighed. It's all right, Shoto said as he turned to leave. And it's all right if you don't want to tell me what's going on between you and All Might, but the fact that he's behind you is all the more reason to beat you without his quirk. Todoroki, your life is just so unfair, Izuku thought. I don't want to take this from you, but… Todoroki, he called before Shoto could leave. I won't just let you win either. I can't understand what it's like for you, but I'm here because there are people who believe in me. I want to win this to repay their confidence in me. And yeah, especially All Might. So I won't lose to you. Unknown to the two students, Katsuki overheard their conversation. Hey there everybody, Present Mike announced. For everyone that's been eliminated, this isn't the end of the festival for you. We have recreational activities for everyone to have fun with. We even have cheerleaders who flew out here from America. But then we're on to the final event of the festival. A one-on-one tournament. Man, I'm excited to get up on that stage that I see every year, Eijiro exclaimed. Is it always a tournament? Mina asked. No, Zero said. It's always some one-on-one event, but the format always changes. Last year was sword fighting. Ahaha. Okay, Midnight said as she walked up on stage holding a box. We'll decide the bracket via lottery. After that, we'll get right on with the festivities. Of course, you don't have to participate in them, since you might want to save your strength for the tournament. Now, let's begin with the first place team. All members of Team Midoriya, please come up on stage. After all was said and done, the matchups were: Match 1. TetsuTetsu versus Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 2. Mei Hatsum versus Nito Minoma. Match 3. Izuku Midoriya versus Tenya Ida. Match 4. Mina Ishido versus Shoto Todoroki. Match 5. Minoru Mineta versus Hantasiro. Match 6. Ibara Shiozaki versus Katsuki Bakugo. Match 7. Tyu Azui versus Denki Kaminari. Match 8. Ochako Uraraka versus Eijiro Kirishima. Ah, Midoriya, Tenya said as he approached Izuku. We'll be facing off in the first round. Yeah, let's do our best, Ida, he said with a grin and a thumbs up. Uraraka, Eijiro hissed through his teeth. That'll be a toughie. Let's have a good match, she said, jumping up beside him. Kaminari, I don't have much of a chance, Karo, Tsuyu said. Ah, don't be so glum, Denki chuckled uncomfortably. I'm not glum, just realistic. Ah, Todoroki, Mina exclaimed. He's like the hottest guy in class. Maybe I'll be a little playful with him. Hehe. Shiozaki? Katsuki tilted his head as he tried to think of who that was. Ah, that'd be me, Ibara said as she waved at the blonde she'd be facing. So it's Vine Hair? He thought. Whether the students were psyching themselves up or trying to calm themselves down, or conserving energy or participating in the events, they all prepared themselves for the final round in their own ways. The wait was over before they even realized, and they all crowded into the stands to watch the first match. Denki leaned down and whispered in Izuku's ear, Midoriya, how do you do it? Do what? The green-haired student asked, looking at the blonde in confusion. You were carried around by a group of girls, he hissed. I'm feeling like this is a betrayal of our friendship, dude. What? I wasn't thinking about that. Izuku stuttered, blushing slightly at the realization. I'm calling bull. You're a red-blooded male too. There's no way you didn't realize, he insisted, poking Izuku's shoulder. So what is it? What do you do that makes you so good with girls? Nothing really, Izuku insisted. Come on, bro code. You can't keep all the girls for yourself. Help a guy out. I can't, he insisted again. What are you guys talking about? Ochako asked, sitting next to Izuku on the opposite side. While Izuku was unable to come up with a response, Hitoshi, who was sitting next to Denki's interrogation, sighed. It's something irrelevant and annoying. Don't worry about it. Ochako blinked a couple of times at the brainwasher, before Denki leaned back from Izuku grumbling. Hey guys, Mina said as she arrived with Toru and sat next to Denki. What's going on? Nothing. Denki crossed his arms as Aijiro chuckled uncomfortably next to him. Oh, Yamamo's up first, right? Toru said. I'm excited. Me too. I hope she does well. Mina cheered. Yeah, Ochako agreed. Who is she up against again? TetsuTetsu. Izuku said. I think he's the one with silver hair from 1B that challenged us in the hallway a few weeks ago. I saw him use his quirk during the obstacle course. It's pretty manly, Aijiro said. What is it? Izuku asked, turning around towards him quickly. I don't know what it's called, but his skin turns silver and hardens, he shrugged. Actually, it's kind of the exact same as my quirk in terms of applications. I can't help but want him to win this a little bit. Kirishima, Tenya called, leaning out from behind Ochako and chopping his hand. You should not root against fellow 1A members, let alone your class president. I know, man, but that's like acknowledging that I'd lose against her. No self-respecting man would. Would you all be quiet? Hitoshi asked. My headache is bad enough without you all. Alrightio, Present Mike shouted out to the crowd, thoroughly rattling Hitoshi. Let's start the first match of the first year's final round. First up from Class B, the juggernaut with steel skin. TetsuTetsu. TetsuTetsu walked out onto the ring accompanied by applause from the crowd. He was slamming his fist into his pain and grinning widely. Next out onto the ring is a girl that's as smart as she is beautiful. The Class A president, Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo looked composed as she walked out, a determined look on her face. Present Mick's introduction and the cheers of the crowd did little to throw her off. Oh, Class A's prez? TetsuTetsu said aloud with a confident grin. Just the right way to start off. I'll do my best to represent my class in this fight. Good luck, Momo called as she lifted her arms, her face still unmoving. Let the first match begin. Momo jumped back towards the edge of the ring as she began creating a shield and staff in her hands. When TetsuTetsu reached her, she rolled to the side of him and smacked him in the back with her staff, causing him to stumble a few feet before catching himself right at the edge of the ring. Present Mike announced. Yaoyorozu almost knocked TetsuTetsu out in one blow, but he saved himself. Didn't feel a thing, he chuckled as he turned and ran at her again. He threw his metallic fists at her a few times, sending sparks off of her shield as she backed up under his volley. Momo realized that she had just missed an opening to ring him out. She could get the chance again if she just got to the edge again and then tripped him. But when she glanced back, she realized that he was pushing towards the corner. TetsuTetsu is pushing the Class A president back, Present Mike shouted. He probably realized that he was in a bad position last time, she thought as she retreated to the corner. I won't be able to roll out of the way if he corners me. But you're running out of space, Class A prez, TetsuTetsu said, bringing up both of his arms to slam down on her shield. But when he struck, she pushed up to counter his force and knocked him off balance. The metal-on-metal impact rattled her head, but she pushed past that and slammed her staff into his legs. He fell forward, and she caught him with her round shield and pushed him over it in a roll. TetsuTetsu lands out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu wins, President Mike yelled. Yeah, Yamamo. Mina cheered along with most of the rest of 1A. Hey Deku, Ochako said, turning to her friend. Did you see? Gay. Izuku was currently muttering too fast for her to understand and scribbling quick yet legible notes in his notebook. Deku? Ochako asked again. Midoriya, shut up, Hitoshi groaned exasperatedly. Aya! Izuku looked up quickly with wide eyes. Sorry Hitoshi, what did you say? Nothing, I just wanted you to shut it, he sighed. I wanted to see what you thought of the match, Ochako giggled. Oh, sorry Uraraka. Well, Yaoyorozu wasn't very efficient with her movements, and she could have ended it way faster than she did. I'll chalk that up to the fact that TetsuTetsu's quirk was an unknown variable, but it still stands. Then he went into full stutter mode, and TetsuTetsu made even more mistakes. If he was a little faster at the very beginning, then he could have caught her off guard. But he was also being cautious of her quirk. After she made the shield and staff though, he should have assumed that she knew how to use them and been cautious instead of just wailing on her. Besides that, Yaoyorozu could have made more effective tools in the first. Shut the fuck up Deku, Katsuki shouted from behind Ijiro. Sorry, Izuku said with a nervous chuckle as he scratched his neck. Why the hell am I sitting here? Hitoshi asked himself, sinking as far down into his seat as he could. Ochako pouted, a little upset that Katsuki had interrupted Izuku's analysis. She thought it was interesting to listen to, and quite impressive that he could think it out so thoroughly so fast. Hey, don't be such a party pooper. Mina cast a grin at Katsuki. It's fun to watch. Midori, why do you mutter like that? Toru asked, leaning forward across Mina. I'm sorry, it's just a habit, he said, continuing to scratch his neck. Don't apologize, Deku, Ochako giggled from next to him. But really, with analysis skills like that, you could be a detective, Denki said. Ooh, that sounds super manly, Ijiro said. But Toru has a point. How did you get so good at that? Please everyone, do not hound him for answers so much, Tenya asserted while repeatedly chopping his arm. Good students should respect each other's privacy and… It's fine Ida, thanks, Izuku laughed. I guess it's because I've always liked heroes a lot, and when I was little I started taking notes on the best heroes out there. Over time, I started analyzing their quirks and ways to counteract them. Thinking about quirks and heroes like that kind of became a hobby of mine. Notes? Toru asked, before pointing her arm at his notebook. Like those? Oh yeah. Izuku looked down at his notes. Actually, I made notes on everyone in our class. It's especially useful in this festi. You made what? Tenya, Denki, Ijiro, Mina and Toru exclaimed in unison, making Hitoshi flinch although he elected to ignore them in the end. Oh, did you finish them? Ochako asked, to which Izuku gave a nod. Midoriya, I am your friend, Tenya said. And while I have no issue with this personally, you should not do something such as take notes on your classmates without their permission. It can be viewed as an invasion of privacy. No man, it's totally cool, Ijiro argued. It's really smart since we're all competing to become great heroes. He'll have an edge on everyone else in class. Hey, can I see your notebook? Mina asked with a wide smile. Well, sure. Great. Mina quickly snatched it from Izuku's hand and started flipping through the pages. Whoa, you really got notes for everyone. And you even sketched us accurately too. You're such a good artist, Toru squealed excitedly. She pointed to a page where Izuku had actually drawn an empty UA uniform. Hey look, there's me. Wow, you have notes even though my quirk just makes me invisible. Hey, where's my page? Ijiro asked, grabbing at the notebook. After getting to his page, he laughed. Wow, you are a good sketch artist. Let's see. Varying my level of hardness to conserve energy? Can I do that? Most of the notes are speculation because I obviously don't know everything about anyone's quirks, Izuku explained. Sorry if I got something wrong. No, don't apologize. Ajiro laughed. It's just, I've never tried. Mina took the notebook back and looked at the front cover before gasping. This is notebook number 14? You have 13 more? Toru exclaimed. All filled out. Yeah? Izuku asked more than answered, as he had no idea what was going on anymore. What's going on? Momo asked as she sat down in the seat Toru had saved for her. Look at this, Mina and Toru exclaimed as they presented the notebook to Momo. Actually, could I have that back? Izuku asked. Not yet, Mina said as she looked for Momo's page. Look, here are some notes on you, Yamamoto. Everyone's so loud. Hitoshi rubbed at his temples. As the group behind him continued looking at his notebook, Izuku gave up and slumped forward with a sigh. The contestants of the second match are ready, President Mike announced. First up, from Class H of the support department, it's the mad inventor Mei Hatsum. How apt, she said as she walked out onto the ring and waved up at the execs of the big support companies. Next is the most competitive guy from Class 1B. Really, he's a borderline 1B supremacist. Nito Monoma. I have no issues with support course students, Nito said, brushing a stray hair from his face. But I'll walk away with the win here. I got no problem with that. Mei grinned, reaching to a microphone on her headset as Nito's expression shifted to one of confusion. Let match 2 begin. Nito hung back at first to see what Mei would do, and Mei activated the microphone, which was apparently hooked up to the stadium speaker system. The entire match ended up being a sales pitch for her support items, as she used them to swiftly avoid any attack from the blonde. Not that he was able to do anything with his copy quirk anyways. Once she was done presenting all of her prepared babies, Mei took a bow and left the ring, letting Nito automatically move on to the next round. How dishonorable, Tenya said as he chopped his hand. This festival is meant for those who are serious about winning to compete against each other. Not really, Izuku said. This is a platform for UA students to get recognized by the higher-ups of the hero industry. It may be an opportunity for hero students to be spotted by pros, but it's an equally big opportunity for someone like Hatsum. She also wants to succeed in her field, after all. Ah, I see. Of course UA would take all of its students into consideration. Thank you for correcting me, Midoriya, Tenya said. Izuku hummed and nodded at his friend, when Midnight suddenly called, Would the competitors for round 3 please come to the preparation rooms? I suppose that's us, Midoriya, Tenya said as he stood up. We should both adequately prepare ourselves. Yeah. Izuku nodded and stood up. Let's go get ready. Hey! Ochako said up to them before they left. She smiled widely. Both of you, good luck. Give it your all. Right? Izuku nodded. Of course, Tenya said with a small smile. The two of them walked off and Ochako leaned back in her chair. She felt conflicted. She knew she should have felt impartial, but it was difficult. Of course, she didn't want either of them to be eliminated in the first round, since that would lower their chances of getting many internship requests, but she knew that one of them had to lose. She'd feel guilty if she rooted against Tenya, considering he was one of her closest friends, but she couldn't help but feel partial to Izuku. Uraraka? Who are you rooting for in the next match? Ajiro interrupted her thoughts. Oh yeah, Denki said. They're both like your best friends, right? Ah yeah, she sighed looking down. I dunno. I kinda want them both to win, but you'd rather it be Midori, huh? Mina whispered from right next to her ear. What? Ochako shrieked and flinched back from the pink girl, her own skin suddenly rivaling her friend's. What? Ajiro stood up and looked down at the girls in concern. What did Ishido say? And nothing, Ochako asserted before turning around and looking down at the field. Izuku sighed as he finished stretching before taking a sip of his water. He glanced at the exit before him that led into the center of the stadium. Ida. He inwardly sighed. I wish we didn't get paired for the first round, but I have to win. for what I said to Todoroki and for my mother and for All Might and for everyone else who helped me to be here right now. And to meet your challenge as well as I can. Let's get into match 3 of this tournament. Present Mick's voice rang through the stadium. First up, it seems like this kid's the one to watch. He got first place in both the first and second events of the festival, on top of clearing that obstacle course in record time. The vice president of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked onto the ring and looked up at the crowd. The sheer volume of attendance was still intimidating, but he managed a smile and a wave. Next is probably the second most diligent student in this school, and he's allowed to be, because he's fast enough to have that kind of spare time on his hands. Also from Class 1A, Tenya Ida. Second most diligent. Tenya pondered as he walked up onto the ring across from Izuku. When they were both in position, he said, "I wish you the best of luck, Midoriya." "Same here, Ida," Izuku said with a nod. "All right, are you both ready?" Midnight asked, glancing back and forth between the teens, who both nodded. "All right then, match 3, begin." Minoru and his team. Minoru had made it through the obstacle race, and with decent placing too. After being kicked from 1A by Aizawa, he had realized that he was being rather straightforward and short-sighted in his quirks application. He had worked on that ever since, and was now able to more effectively use his power to make his way through the race. It mainly consisted of throwing his balls on the ground and then leaping forwards from them, but it worked. Now though, he had a bigger problem. Who the hell will team with me? He looked around and saw everybody joining into groups. They were mostly sticking to their own classes, and the few people he knew from general studies that had also passed the first event had already joined together as well. Shit, well, nobody from 1A would want to team with me, that's for sure. I gotta find someone from 1B with an opening for me, and hope they're competent. Otherwise, I won't be able to show everyone how much I've improved in round 3. "Are you looking for a team?" a girl's voice asked from behind him. Minoru turned and looked up to see a beautiful girl with vines for hair. His mouth dropped open, before he collected himself and replied, "Yes." He tried to rein in his first gut reaction, something else he had thought to work on after getting booted from the hero course, as heroes needed popularity and public approval. And once he was sure he had mentally prepared himself, he asked, "Could I join yours?" "Of course," she smiled brightly. "You're the one from general education that confronted 1AA a couple of weeks ago. Yes?" "Yeah, that was me," he nodded. "Well, is it true that you were kicked out of that class?" "Yeah," Minoru sighed. "On the first day, Aizawa-sensei tested out the physical applications of our quirks. He switched me out with someone from Gen Ed because I got last place." "How upsetting," she gasped. "That's the kind of guy teaching that freaking class?" A tall boy with silver hair and thick eyelashes shouted as he appeared by them. "No wonder that class is rotten." "TetsuTetsu, please don't be so intolerant," the girl with the vines said. "Sorry, Shiozaki," he grinned. "Wanna form a 3-way team?" "3-way," Minoru inwardly yelled. "They're testing my resolve." "I think that'd be great," she said before turning to Minoru. "What do you think?" "It'll be great," he smiled, before extending his hand. "I'm Minoru Mineta, by the way." "I'm Ibara Shiozaki, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." She smiled brightly as she took his hand. Her hand is so soft, he realized. "And I'm TetsuTetsu, the boy announced as he took Minoru's hand next. Then he leaned in uncomfortably close and said, "Let's get those wanna bastards." "What exactly do you have against them?" he asked. TetsuTetsu scoffed. "Heh, they got a ton of spotlight after that villain attack, so everybody's been fawning over them like they're the only hero class here. We passed the same exam. We just gotta show them all that we're just as good, if not better. And that applies to you too, right, Mineta?" "Yeah," the Gen Ed student nodded. "So, what sort of formation should we use?" "I have an idea about that," Ibara said. "We can take advantage of, no offense, your stature, Mineta. You could be the perfect rider, and TetsuTetsu's strength too." "Yeah? Let's hear it," TetsuTetsu said. "Mineta, Would you have any objections to being inside of my hair? Ha! Mineta yelled. Am I dreaming? What did she just say? I can make a cocoon with my vines to protect you and the headband, and TetsuTetsu can act as our rear guard. Then I can grab other headbands and give them to you under the cocoon. Great plan, TetsuTetsu grinned. Let's do it. Yes, Minoru whisper yelled, pumping his fist before looking up at Ibara. Sounds good to me. Oh, and what's your quirk? She asked. Pop off. These balls on my head come off. They can stick to any surface or person, so it's great for immobilizing. They don't stick to me though, they just bounce off. Oh, and they regrow after I take one off, although my head starts bleeding if I use too many. That can be useful. We can immobilize people and then take their headbands. What a wonderful quirk. Ibara clasped her hands and smiled brightly once more, so bright that Minoru had to look away. She's so genuinely nice. I almost feel bad for the way I'm thinking about this. Almost. They're making it very difficult to stop my nature from coming out. I mean, they're literally putting me inside of her hair. I might need to do something to touch her in some way later. I just hope she doesn't hate me for it. The sports festival keeps continuing. Begin, Midnight announced. Tenya stood back, which surprised Izuku until he realized that the engine quirk teen was outside of his own quirk's range. He was waiting on Izuku to make the first move, which he was glad to. Izuku ran forward, attempting to get close enough to Tenya to use his telekinesis. But when he reached the center of the ring, his classmate began running in a circle around him. What is he doing? Izuku thought as Tenya became simply a blurred circle around him. If I move in any direction, he'll be in my range. But if I use my quirk on him at that speed, the momentum will probably instantly break my hold and he'll have a chance to attack. He's thought this through, huh? Still, I have to do it. It's better than waiting for an attack from behind. Izuku ran outwards towards one of the ring's edges and used his quirk to stop Tenya in his tracks. Like he'd predicted though, his hold was broken immediately. Tenya grinned up at him before firing directly at him. Izuku couldn't do much in that split second except brace for the impact as he was kicked head-on in less than a second. He was able to bring up his arms, which protected his core from the impact, but he was still launched a good distance and rolled to a stop near the edge. He stood, not quite out of bounds but dangerously close, and looked up at his friend. Tenya was waiting again. No doubt he assumed that Izuku didn't have much of a recharge period after his quirk's hold was broken, which was correct. Izuku was indeed able to use his telekinesis again, but if Tenya thought that he could just pull the same move again, he was dead wrong. Izuku ran back into the center of the ring and Tenya was quick to run in circles again. If Izuku didn't make his move quickly, he was sure that Tenya would use his reciprocal burst to catch him totally off guard. So he had to put his makeshift plan into action soon. He stepped towards the edge so that his friend was in his quirk's range, and reached out. He tried to focus as fast as he could, because he knew it'd only be a few seconds before he got kicked, and was able to find his target just in time. As Tenya was about to turn and attack, Izuku used his telekinesis to grab onto his shoe. His quirk's hold was instantly broken again, but the damage had been done. Tenya tripped and flew forwards parallel to the ground. That didn't last long though, because his engines were still firing and they drove his legs down into the ground. The friction acted as a natural brake, and he slid to a stop at the edge of the ring. That was close, he exclaimed. But Izuku had expected that. He began running towards Tenya as soon as he had tripped him up, and by the time the blue-haired Ten had begun to stand, Izuku was able to push him over the boundary line with his quirk. Tenya Ida is out of bounds, Midnight announced. Izuku Midoriya wins. Yeah, Ochako cheered, before blushing and covering her mouth when she remembered that she was supposed to be neutral. See? I told you she'd be rooting for Midori, Mina said, elbowing Toru. Cough it up. Ugh, fine, she sighed, handing Mina $5. I was sure she wouldn't take sides. I was thinking the same thing, Momo mused with a nod. Oh my god, please stop, Ochako muttered as she buried her face in her hands. Huh? You say something, Ochako? Mina asked. Nothing, she shouted indignantly, looking up at them with her cherry-red face. Hey, it's fine. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Mina laughed. Says you? Ochako sighs, looking back down. Can Mina Ishido and Shoto Todoroki report to the preparation rooms for round 4? Midnight called. Ah, gotta go, Mina said as she stood up. Wish me luck. All of the girls in the immediate area collectively said good luck as she walked away. Isn't she too cheerful about this? Denki asked. She's up against the strongest guy in class. Oi! Katsuki leaned over from behind Eijiro and hit Denki on the top of his head. What the fuck did I say about calling him that? Damn it, sorry, he said as he rubbed his head. Nah, she's got a pretty good counter for Todoroki's ice. Eijiro grinned at Denki. That's how she was able to get a spot on Bakugo's team after all. Yeah, Katsuki nodded. Raccoon eyes can melt right through. Raccoon eyes? Denki, Kyoka, and a few others asked. He's been calling Ishido that ever since I introduced them, Eijiro sighed. It's like he remembers nobody's names. Shut up, shitty hair. See, like that, he exclaimed. And my hair isn't even that different from his. A few nodded in agreement, egging on the ticking time bomb that Katsuki Bakugo was at the moment. I see. They heard Tenya's voice approaching them. I wouldn't have thought that such a straightforward attack would have worked on someone that can strategize like you. You overthought that way too much, Izuka chuckled. If you just kept the pressure on me, you would have won easily. Midoriya, I will take this advice to heart. Don't bow, there's no reason. Ah, you're back, Momo called, looking back at the pair as they approached. Good match. You both did really well. Ochako smiled as they sat down in their seats on either side of her. But Midoriya was the better contestant today, Tenya said. I have not forgotten my words earlier, however. I still see us as rivals, and I will work to surpass this speed bump on my journey to heroism. Not likely, Izuka grinned, because I'll be working to stay in the lead just as hard. Of course I've taken your growth into account as well, Tenya said with an arm chop. I will certainly need to grow at a much more rapid pace than you to overtake your progress. I don't think it's that simple, Izuka chuckled. Ah, look at you guys, Toru exclaimed, being such good sports about it. Of course, there should be no animosity held in a competition in which both competitors gave their best effort, Tenya said matter-of-factly. I'll never get over how you talk, Ida, Ochako said. How is that? Momo asked. Well, you talk the same way, Yamamoto. Like rich people. Are rich. Momo blushed slightly and looked away. Well, I do suppose that my family is rather well off. See? They're totally rich, Ochako said to everyone else. Yeah, I can see that, Eijiro chuckled. Nah, that's just sophisticated rhetoric, Denki shrugged. It has more to do with one's manners and personality than it necessarily does with other factors such as wealth or upbringing, KHG. Shut the fuck up, dunce face, Katsuki said after hitting him on the head again. You're trying too hard. It's annoying. God, stop doing that, dude, Denki said as he rubbed his head. Ochako turned back around and glanced at Izuku next to her, who was looking at his notebook. Where did he keep that thing? They were wearing their gym uniforms, which didn't have big enough pockets. Not that thinking about it was important. So Deku, who do you think is going to win this match? She asked. Without hesitation and without looking up from his notebook, he replied, Todoroki. Really? She titled her head. Kirishima and Bakugo said that her quirk is a good counter against his ice. It is in small amounts, but Todoroki should be able to launch way too much ice way too quickly for her to melt, he said, flipping a page of his notebook. But we might get a better look at his max output here. Oh, she said and tilted her head. All right, everyone, present mic announced. Time for the 4th match of the tournament. Everybody say Yewa. The crowd cheered even louder than they had been already, and most of the UA students paled as they remembered how different their reaction was during the entrance exam orientation. First up is one of the most distinctive faces you'll see today. Her personality is just as colorful as her skin. It's one, Mina Ashido. Mina walked out and greeted the crowd as cheerily as she could, smiling widely and waving in every direction. Truth be told, she was beyond nervous. Shoto was definitely one of the class's heaviest hitters, and she was, well, not. She was confident that she had a better chance against him than most of their classmates. In fact, it was the sole reason Eijiro was able to get her a spot on Katsuki's team. She'd thank him again later. Next up is also one of the most distinctive faces you'll see today. One of the students who got into 1A by recommendation, and also the son of the flame hero Endeavor, it's Shoto Todoroki. Shoto had a disinterested look on his face, which was normal for him. But Mina was determined to do something to break his composure in some way. "Hey to do!" she called, waving at him before winking and striking a pose. "Let's have fun together, all right?" He quirked an eyebrow, but otherwise showed no reaction to her teasing, and that got on her nerves, so she decided that she was going to take it more seriously. "Are both of the contestants ready?" Midnight asked. Upon their nods, she announced, 3, 2, 1, begin. Shoto opened with a blast of ice going straight towards Mina, which didn't exactly surprise her. What did surprise her was the scale of the glacier he had unleashed. Her body was completely encased in the giant wave, and she was freezing. "Brrr," she shivered. "You're so cold." "Ashido, are you able to move?" Midnight asked after processing what Shoto had just done. Well, I mean," Mina tilted her head back and forth. "If I say no, then I lose." But a stream of her strongest acid shot out of the ice, and she started using it to melt herself out. Once she was free, she laughed and stood up above them on the ice. "If I said yes, then that would have ruined the element of surprise, right?" Shoto narrowed his eyes and shot another blast of ice at her. Instead of letting it catch her this time, Mina shot a stream of her acid forwards and melted a hole straight through to the other side. She washed the stronger acid out with a coat of her weakest acid so that it wouldn't melt through her clothes, and went through it like a slide. She slid out at Shoto's feet and, since she had incredible agility, was able to hook one of her legs around one of his. She stood up on her other leg, tripped him, and shoved him down on the ground. "Now's the time to really get under your skin. Try to keep cool with this," she thought giddily as she leaned down and placed her hand on the middle of his chest. "I can't exactly immobilize you, so how about I settle for melting your shirt off, hot stuff? What do you think?" Shoto's eyes bulged, and he thrust his hand against her stomach before firing a pillar of ice straight up. The force was enough to knock the wind out of her and launch her out of bounds. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Shoto Todoroki wins. "Gay!" Mina gasped for air. After a few seconds, she sat up and looked over towards Shoto, who was walking away. "You are so damn cold," she grunted as she fell back down dramatically. "She put up a better fight than I thought," Izuku mused, scribbling in his notebook. "She must be able to make pretty strong acid." Realistically, though, Todoroki could have ended it at the beginning by pushing her with his ice instead of trapping her. And it would have been easy for him too. That was a huge amount of ice. I guess it might be harder to control the force that he hits her with at that range, so he didn't use it to strike her until she was closer, but that just means that she really had no chance from the get-go. Unless she would be able to use acid that can harden, then she would have been able to immobilize him when she was on top of him. She probably would have discovered it by now if she could though, so I wouldn't. "Midoriya, do you want me to duct tape your mouth shut?" Hitoshi asked, turning to the green-haired boy. "Ah, sore." Izuku froze. "Much better," he sighed, turning back around. "Shinso." Ochako nudged Izuku's arm and pouted at Hitoshi. "Don't do that." "Ah, I." Izuku blinked a couple of times and turned to look at Ochako. "Thanks." "Yeah, for sure," she smiled. "So, you're gonna be up against Todoroki in your next fight, huh?" "Yeah." Izuku sighed, looking down. Then he smiled up at her. "Well, I've had a good run this year. There's always next year's festival, right?" "No, there's this year's festival," she pouted. "You gotta do your best and give it your all. Overcome the circumstances. That's what heroes do, right?" "Yeah." Right, that's right. He smiled genuinely again. I'm gonna try my best to win. Yeah. Ochako pumped her fist. Then Izuku joined her. Would Minoru Mineta and Hantashiro please report to the preparation rooms for match 5? Midnight announced. I'm not gonna try to be too hard on him, Hanta said from a few rows back as he stood up and stretched. I kind of feel bad for him after everything that happened. Don't just assume you'll win, Izuku called after him. He's been working hard so he can get back into the hero course. Hanta smiled back. The hero course hasn't exactly been letting us slack off, Midoriya. We've probably improved way more than him. Then he turned and left. That's, Izuku sighed, probably not true at all. Deku, Chako asked. What is it? What's Zero thinking? He said as he turned back around. Most of what we've been doing is regular exercise and then the occasional hero training. Plus, we've only been here for a month. We've really learned almost nothing from class that could help us here. But we have practical experience, Tenya said. The attack on USJ was awful, but we became stronger because of it. That is something that Mineta doesn't have. Still, Zero is overconfident, Izuku said. He'll lose if he goes into this with that kind of attitude. You think so? Ochako tilted her head. Hey Mina, Toru exclaimed as the pink girl returned the stands. Good job, you did really well. He's cold, she said simply as she sat down and looked at the ground. Well, that's his quirk, Momo said. Not that, Mina sighed as she shook her head. He's just cold. Izuku glanced up as Shoto returned to his seat a few rows back. He thought back to their conversation. He's just focused, he realized. So cold, Mina shouted suddenly in frustration, shocking everyone in the immediate vicinity. I got this. I've definitely got this. Minoru chanted mentally in preparation room A. Hantashiro, if I remember right, he can shoot tape from his elbows. Kinda a coincidence that we both have sticky quirks, but I have to prove that I've gotten better. I need to become a hero. He stood up and stretched his arms above his head, before bending over on each side to crack his back. Then, after the intercom told him to, he made his way to the entrance tunnel. All right, let's get this going. Present Mick's voice echoed through the tunnel. The first one up to the plate in match 5 is a general education student. Actually, he was in the hero course, but got swapped out for someone else in Gen Ed because his teacher's a major pain in the... Shut it, Mike, Aizawa groaned. Whatever, mummy man, Present Mike laughed. Here's the kid, Minoru Mineta. When Minoru made his way out, he was met with a mediocre amount of applause. Still, he didn't let that discourage him and waved at the crowd. Next is a student who stayed in the hero course, Present Mike called. He's got weird-looking elbows and a one-of-a-kind smile. Hantashiro. Weird-looking, huh? Hanta grinned as he walked out with his hands in his pockets, to much more applause than Minoru. He took them out and bent down, smiling widely at his shorter opponent. Well, these elbows serve a purpose. Mineta, Zero, are you two ready? Midnight asked. Hanta nodded, followed by Minoru. Well then, round 5 will commence in 3, 2, 1. Begin. Hanta immediately shot tape towards Minoru, who threw a ball on the ground and used it as a trampoline to jump to the side. Hanta aimed to follow him with his tape and Minoru, for lack of a better way to phrase it, grabbed another one of his balls. He threw it to the side and hit the tape, knocking it out of the air and sticking it to the ground near one of the ring's edges. Hanta disconnected the tape that was now rendered useless by Minoru's ball and switched elbows. Minoru rolled under the next shot of tape, thanking the gods for his short stature as he did. He saw Hanta yank on the tape, but by the time it would have trapped him, Minoru had already bounced away with another ball he had put down. He's trying to trap me in the tape to immobilize me. Huh? Minoru thought as he landed. He looked to the piece of tape he stuck to the ground earlier and grinned. That's a good idea. Listen, Mineta, Hanta sighed, still grinning. I feel bad for you. Really, I do. But I mean, all you've done is dodge. You're gonna tire out sooner or later, and I haven't moved a single centimeter. What's that? Minoru asked. Trying to get me to throw the match or something? Something like that, he shrugged. Minoru popped off one of his balls before lobbing it at the tape user, who lazily stepped to the side. The hero course student in question just shook his head and sighed, still never losing his smile, then fired another piece of tape. Minoru rolled to the side and hit the tape with one of his balls, condemning it to a long-term relationship with the cement ground. As Hanta went to switch elbows again, Minoru beat him to the punch by throwing a wide volley of his purple head spheres in his general direction. Hanta only had to sidestep a few of them, since it seemed like most of them missed their marks. "You're that bad at throwing?" Hanta chuckled before shrugging again. "Maybe you don't belong in the hero course after all." "Maybe," Minoru panted with a grin as blood trickled down his forehead. When Hanta shot more tape, the short general education student popped one more ball from his head and dove towards the end of the nearest piece of tape that was stuck to the ground. He attached the ball to the free end and threw it at Hanta before the hero in training could maneuver his current tape to wrap Minoru up. With barely any time to think of how to react to his own tape being thrown at him, Hanta took a couple of quick steps back only to step in something squishy. He realized that he had stepped in one of Minoru's balls, and looked back to see that almost the entirety of the ring behind him was covered in the purple spheres. It wasn't just bad luck that he had stepped in one. He would have stepped in one no matter where he went. "Oh, shit!" He cursed as he realized that Minoru hadn't just been missing his shots earlier, then quickly bent down to remove his shoe. But he was too late. The tape Minoru had thrown hit his shoulder. Then Minoru grabbed 3 other pieces of tape, anchored them down on one end with his quirk, then threw them each around Hanta along with one final ball. They wrapped around him and the ball sealed the cocoon of tape. "Hanta Zero, can you move?" Midnight asked. "HNG. I can't, Hanta grunted as he struggled, before finally hanging his head and sighing, "No, I can't move." "The winner of round 5 is Minoru Mineta," Midnight announced. "Yes." Minoru pumped both of his fists in the air and then looked up at the commentary booth. "How about that, Aizawa-sensei?" "Eraser, you kicked this kid out." Present Mike laughed. "Why'd you do that?" "He wasn't nearly this creative with his quirk before," he droned. "Getting kicked from the class obviously showed him that he needed to improve, and I'm glad he took the initiative. Not to be blunt, but it was probably the best way to motivate him." "Deku, you were right," Ochako exclaimed. "Zero lost." "He didn't take what I said into consideration at all," Izuka sighed. "But I don't really mind that Mineta won. I think he could make a great hero if he gets back into heroics, you know?" "Yeah," Ochako nodded. "His quirk seems useful, and his strategy wasn't bad," Tenya said. "I'd have to agree with you, Midoriya." "Hey, Bakugo," Kyoko complained as Katsuki got up and pushed past her without paying her any mind. "Don't just shove past like that." "I'm going to the prep room," he said, ignoring similar complaints from Tsuyu, Fumikage, and Mashireo as he moved past their legs. "About fucking time I get to let off some steam." "What's with him?" Mina asked. "He's just amped up," Izuka said. "It's been a while since he's gotten to have a one-on-one match with someone, so he's probably frustrated that his turn wasn't earlier." What are they doing?" Ochako asked, pointing down at the ring. The rest of the class looked and gawked when they saw that the ring was being taken apart. Any piece of cement with a ball on it was being completely removed, and Hanta was still standing in the middle as multiple employees tried to fix his sorry state. They had to use wire cutters to remove the tape that was trapping him. Then he removed his stuck shoe. He left the field with 2 balls still stuck on his shirt, which had short pieces of tape hanging from them. "I think they can't get Mineta's balls off of the stage or Zero," Izuka said, getting a little chuckle out of Denki. "Hey Jammingway, what are you laughing at?" Kyoka asked. He said balls," the blonde teen snickered. "Ack." Kyoka jabbed the side of his head with one of her earphone jacks and shook her head with a sigh. "What are you, 6? Deku, what do you?" Ochako looked to Izuku and found him furiously muttering and scribbling in his notebook. Really, she wasn't even surprised anymore. With a poke, she said, "Hey Deku, you home?" "Huh?" He looked up at her with wide eyes. "Did I do it again?" "Uh-huh," She nodded with a smile. What do you think they'll do about Zero? Ah, well, since they're removing the parts of the ring with the balls, I assume their adhesiveness is stronger than heavy machinery can handle. So all Zero can do is very carefully remove his shirt and put another one on. Assuming their stickiness lasts a while, anyways. I guess so, Ochako said, before giggling. I kind of feel bad for him. Yeah, I'd hate to be in his position, Izuka mused. Ahem. Midnight cleared her throat. Please be aware that we are not postponing the next match. It will only take Cementos a moment to fix this. As she spoke, the last few spots of concrete that had balls stuck to them were chinked away. Then Cementos walked up to the edge of the ring and placed his hands down on it, smoothing it out almost instantly. All right, now with that done and out of the way, let's get these guys out here for match 6, Present Mike shouted. First up is Class 1B's assassin. Every rose has its thorns, right? Well, here's the beautiful but deadly Ibara Shiozaki. Ibara walked out and raised her hand, yelling, excuse me? I apologize for interrupting, but might I ask what you meant by assassin? Present Mike seemed to be at a loss. I thought it'd be good commentary. Well, I haven't come this far to hurt others. She frowned as she looked up. I am here simply because I seek victory. I'm sorry, Present Mike said quickly, and the crowd could almost hear him bow through the microphone. Whoa, she seems nice, Chaco said. A true example of an exemplar hero in training, Tenya agreed. She's like the exact opposite of Kaken, Izuka chuckled. Is she really wasting time on shit like his phrasing? Katsuki thought, itching to walk out onto the ring. Her quirk is strong, judging from what I saw in the last round. Those damn vines are tough and can go underground. Plus, they don't seem to be very flammable, considering I blew the fuck out of them earlier and they were unscathed. Good. I'd fucking kill her if she gave me a weak fight after all this damn waiting. Next up, Present Mike finally called. He's been something of a celebrity since getting caught by a villain in his middle school days. He's the guy with an explosive personality and a face that only a mother could love, Katsuki Bakugo. Oi! Katsuki shouted as he walked out, loud enough to mostly silence the cheering audience. The fuck did you just say about my face? I completely messed up with the intros this round, didn't I? Present Mike sighed. Yeah, you did, Katsuki screamed. Well, I'm sorry, he sighed again, before whispering under his breath. It's not like it wasn't accurate. I heard that, Katsuki shouted. I'll fucking kill you later, Present Mike. What? I know I pressed the mute, but... The voice hero exclaimed before there was a click. Don't mind me, Aizawa sighed before there was another click. Bakugo, Ibara said, causing the blonde to snap his head toward her. You have an awfully vulgar attitude and tongue. It's unbefitting of a hero. Her eyes hardened into a glare. I'll have to remove you from the running. What? Katsuki had a hard time processing what he had just heard. Him? Unfit to be a hero? I'll kill you, Vine bitch! He shouted as his hands popped with explosions. Midnight didn't seem to know exactly what to do with the commentators gone. Aside from mixed nonsense and all that, are you two ready? Fuck yes. Katsuki grinned and chuckled slightly. I am prepared, Ibara said, clasping her hands in front of her chest. All right then, Midnight nodded. We'll begin in 3, 2, start. Katsuki started just about how you'd expect. He blasted towards Ibara as fast as his explosions let him. She knelt down and her hair dug below ground, only to pop back up as a protective wall in between her and Katsuki as he let off an explosion. Katsuki blasted up and over the wall only for several vines to shoot up and trap him in midair. Oh, cut this shit out, he shouted as he pulled and blasted at the vines. Truly vulgar, Ibara said with a shake of her head. A hero should be graceful and reverent. Fuck you, he said with a grunt as he finally blasted free of the vines. He propelled himself straight down at Ibara, but the wall she made earlier broke apart into hundreds of vines that grabbed him again. Trying to hold me with these shitty things again? He glared at her. You may be able to break out of a few, but… Ibara's vines surrounded and clamped down around Katsuki's whole body, like a cocoon. Can you break out of that? The cocoon of vines landed on the ground, and the only part of Katsuki that wasn't covered was his face. He grunted and the entire vine entrapment vibrated as he let off explosions inside of it. Bakugo, can you escape? Midnight asked. Give me a second, goddammit, he shouted. Damn, these shitty vines are tough. Fuck it. Finally, the entire cocoon expanded and blew apart with intense force. The blast left a smoldering crater and a pillar of smoke in its wake. You are truthfully impressive in terms of power, Ibara said as her glare hardened. All the more reason to stop you here. Fucking hell, Katsuki sighed as he stood up and patted himself down. There were holes in his shirt and pants, and his clothes were a little bit on fire before he snuffed it out with his hands. Wiping a bit of sweat from his brow, he grinned. You're not just some extra, huh? Extra? Is that how you refer to those weaker than yourself? No, just the ones who are so weak that they don't matter, he smirked. All life matters, Ibara asserted. It is the job of heroes to protect and nurture those who cannot protect themselves. If you believe that weak persons do not matter, then you are not only vulgar, but lacking in the basic principles of heroism. Nah, real heroes are the ones who never lose. That way, they can beat the villains before even worrying about the damn extras, Katsuki said with a grin as he stood up straight. Listen up, Vine bitch, you should feel honored. I was planning on saving this for the endgame, but I really can't think of another way to end this anytime soon. You're gonna see one of my best moves. What are you? Katsuki blasted straight up into the air until he was a good 30 meters high. Then he blasted straight down at Ibara. As he gained downward momentum, he angled his palms so that he began to spin. As he did so, his blasts created a flaming cyclone that followed him towards the vine's user. Oh no! Ibara exclaimed as she brought up a massive wall of vines in front of her. See if those damn vines will help you against this, Katsuki snarled as he brought up his right arm. When he reached the wall, he thrust it forward and shouted, Howitzer impact! As he let rip his strongest blast. The whole stadium shook like it was the epicenter of a small earthquake. There was a huge fiery blast that caused a black plume to rise up and left the arena shattered. One doesn't think of shatter when thinking of what can happen to cement, but it was about the best way to describe the massive amount of cracks going throughout the ring. Katsuki stood hunched over with his left hand on his knee, and his right arm hanging at his side as he panted. In front of him was the vine wall still standing. Still standing, although there was a giant hole straight through the middle and the rest of it was charred and on fire. Finally, Katsuki panted. It's on fucking fire. Ugh. Midnight grunted as she stood up. She had been knocked back by the shockwave. Ibara Shiozaki is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo wins. Katsuki looked through the hole in the vines and saw his opponent sprawled out on the grass outside of the ring unconscious. Uraraka. I knew this guy would win, Present Mike suddenly shouted after being absent from the rest of the match. I mean, he's got a face that anybody would love, so who wouldn't root for him? Fuck you, Katsuki screamed as loud as he could. I had no idea he could do that, Izuku said, staring down at the ring with wide eyes along with most of the other students. Looks like it damaged his arm. That's so damn manly, Ajiro said excitedly. Maybe I should stop calling Todoroki the strongest in class after all. Denki shuddered. Bakugo might really kill me. If he had something like that up his sleeve, he was probably saving it for when he needed it, Izuku muttered, taking out his pen and notebook again. So her vines must be strong. Now that I think about it, he had to try pretty hard to get out of her vines when she trapped him, and they didn't seem to be too flammable up until the end. I wonder if there's some threshold. It doesn't take much to set him off, huh? Mina noted, already recovered from her loss against Shoto. Yeah, Toru agreed. I think it's impressive, Ochako giggled. It's weird, Denki said. I'm starting to agree with Shinso that… Wait, is Shinso asleep? Ochako leaned past Izuku and saw Shinso laying across 2 seats with his eyes closed. I think he is. The sports festival's continuation. What happened to the ring? Hanta asked as he returned, wearing a white t-shirt and still only 1 shoe. Bakugo made a huge explosion. Toru exclaimed excitedly. It was all like, boom, and then it went wah, and we could feel the heat and the shockwave went whoosh, right over us. Right. Hanta stared at the invisible girl for a second. Were they not able to get Mineta's spheres off of your shirt? Momo asked to fill the silence. No, those things apparently just stay stuck for a while, he sighed and shrugged. I'm more upset about my shoe than my shirt though. Well, maybe you shouldn't have been so overconfident, Izuku said. I pretty much told you that this would happen. Well, I guess so, he chuckled. Well, I was still able to show myself to the pros for a round. Hanta turned and made his way back up to his seat. Izuku turned down to look at the field again, where Ibara was being taken away via stretcher and Cementos was flattening the ring again. Well, now that excitement is out of the way, Midnight announced with a sigh. Would Tsuyu Azui and Denki Kaminari please report to their preparation rooms? All right, I'm up, Denki said with a grin as he hopped up. Ooh, I'm pumped up. Good luck, Kaminari Karo, Tsuyu croaked as she walked by. You too, Tsuyu. Kaminari walked out of his row of seats before heading to his prep room. Hey Deku, Ochako asked as she turned to Izuku. Who do you think will win? Well, Kaminari is pretty much a human stun gun, Izuku sighed. Azui can't touch him without being zapped, and if she hangs back he can use his indiscriminate shock ability. Don't know if there's a way she can win. Maybe, Ochako said. Also, call her Tsuyu. It's gonna take a while to get used to that, Izuku chuckled. It's been a month already, Deku, Ochako noted. Plus, she's been telling us to call her Tsuyu since day 1 of class. Yeah. He looked away and scratched his cheek. I really have no excuse. I think it is perfectly understandable, Tenya offered. It is improper to refer to others by their given names unless you are particularly close. So I believe Midoriya's preference to call her by her surname shows that he is polite by nature. Thanks, Ida, Izuku sighed. I don't get what the issue is, Aijiro said from behind them. What's the big deal about calling her Tsuyu? I like Tsuyu way better than Azui anyways, Mina said with a bright smile. It sounds super cute. It does, Ochako nodded in agreement. Oh, and Midori, Mina said. I think you're wrong about Tsuyu losing. Gotta believe in girl power. But you lost, didn't you, Mina? Toru asked. But I knew I'd lose going into it. Mina lazily waved her hand. What exactly does that have to do with girl power? Kyoka asked from behind. Mina giggled. No, I don't. She sighed. Shouldn't Bakugo be back by now? Momo asked as she looked around. It looked like he hurt his arm with that huge blast, Izuku said. He's probably checking with Recovery Girl. That makes sense, the creation user mused. I don't really mind if he doesn't come back for a little bit, Toru said. His bad mood really ruins the vibe around here, you know? I know, right? Ochako agreed with a firm nod. I kinda disagree with you guys, Mina said. It's kinda exciting. You never know what'll set him off. How's that a good thing? Ochako exclaimed. I mean, he's got some temper issues, Aijiro said with a thought. But he's pretty manly, you gotta admit. Doesn't he keep hitting you and jamming way on the head? Kyoka asked. Yeah, but I don't mind. Aijiro grinned. But Kaminari's thick skull isn't exactly as literal as yours is. She giggled. You know what? I actually might like Bakugo a bit because of that. It's always funny seeing Jammingway get clubbed. A sadist, Mina mused. Huh. Kyoka looked down at the pink girl. Oh, never mind. She smiled. All right. Present Mick's voice filled the stadium once again. Let's get match 7 started. This girl's definitely got the composure of someone who's lived through just about everything life has to offer. Although, she's really an absolute animal. Give it up for Tsuyu from 1A. Was that introduction really any better than Shiozaki's or Kaken's? Izuku chuckled. At least he didn't call her ugly, Ochako chuckled. And he's technically not wrong. Once Tsuyu was out, Mike continued, the next contestant is also from 1A. Whoa, there are a lot of people from 1A, huh? You could say that this guy has the spark of greatness in his eyes. Denki Kaminari. Greatness? Kyoka, Mina, Ijiro and Ochako asked in unison. Damn right, I have the spark of greatness. Denki chuckled to himself. Man, present Mike. What a guy. Denki walked out onto the ring and made eye contact with Tsuyu, who was staring at him blankly. Actually, kinda creepy. Man, why was I matched with her? She's too off-putting. Plus, I'm not one to beat up on girls. Well, it's not too bad. Since she isn't really my type, I won't feel too bad about it. Are you two prepared? Midnight asked. Yeah, Denki nodded. Karo, Tsuyu said. The frog girl began waving her arm back and forth, which kinda weirded him out, but Denki decided she was probably just nervous. Begin, Midnight announced. I'll finish this in an instant, Denki called as he enveloped himself with lightning. I hope this doesn't hurt too long before you lose consciousness. 1.3 million volts. Indiscriminate charge, he yelled as the lightning began shooting out from him. It was a predictable move, if a stupid one, for the blonde to make, in Tsuyu's opinion. She swiped her arm forward, and the poisonous secretion she had been building up flew out in between her and the yellow flash. Tsuyu's secretions conducted electricity fairly well, so the charge stopped there and never reached her. Way! Denki exclaimed cheerfully as he put out his hands in thumbs-ups. Tsuyu shook her head slightly as she wrapped her tongue around his waist and tossed him out onto the grass outside of the ring. Denki Kaminari is out of bounds. Tsuyu wins, Midnight announced. It's already over, folks, Present Mike announced. I repeat, it's already over. Go Tsuyu, Chako cheered. Yeah Tsuyu, girl power, Mina yelled. Woohoo, Toru cheered alongside her. What the hell? Hitoshi groaned, putting a hand on his head as he sat back up. Shinso, you're awake? Ijiro asked. What got you up? A lot of high-pitched cheers, he muttered as he rubbed his temples. That woke you up, but Bakugo's huge explosion didn't? What explosion? Hitoshi asked. More importantly, Midoriya. The mind controller turned to the green-haired boy, who was furiously muttering again and writing hurriedly in his notebook. I had no idea she could secrete a liquid. I suppose I never really asked the specifics about her quirk, but assuming all of her abilities are frog-based, that opens up a lot of possibilities. There are poisonous frogs, frogs who can camouflage themselves into their environment. I'm pretty sure some kind of night vision is standard issue, and I really don't know too much about frogs. And it's really lucky that her secretion can conduct electricity so well. There's no way Kaminari. Midoriya, I will hurt you, Hitoshi deadpanned. Oh, you're awake, Izuku noted. Yeah. Now can you shut up? Izuku didn't reply that time. Oi! Did Dunce Face lose? Katsuki asked as he walked back to the stands. Oh, hey Kaken. Izuku was the first to greet him, but then noticed that his arm was wrapped in bandages. Oh, how's your arm? Fucking fine, nerd, he shouted before walking back to his seat. That Vine bitch didn't do shit to me. Hey, don't just call other people names like Vine bitch, Kyoka grumbled. Yeah, it's pretty rude, Toru agreed. Oh yeah? Anyone who's so sensitive that they care about that shit isn't gonna be able to handle the shit that comes with being a hero. Well, he's right, Ijiro said. Gotta have thick skin, you know? Ahaha. But it is kinda excessive, Bakugo. What's that, shitty hair? Katsuki raised an eyebrow. You wanna go? Sorry, but get in line. The hardening hero in training laughed. I've gotta beat Uraraka and then Tsuyu first before I fight you. Oh yeah, the next match is you and Ochako, Mina exclaimed, before turning forward and putting her hands on Ochako's shoulders. Girl, do me proud. Ashido, come on, Ijiro sighed. Are you really gonna root against me? No way, Kiri. She smiled brightly at him. I want you to do me proud too. Then who are you rooting for? Toru asked. Can't say. I want 'em both to win. That's not how it works, Ashido, Momo sighed. That doesn't mean I can't want it to, Mina pouted. Ochako Uraraka and Eijiro Kirishima, Midnight called, getting Ochako's attention. Please come down to the preparation rooms. All right, she said as she jumped up. I'm off. Good luck, Uraraka. You can do it. Deku grinned with a thumbs up. Hey, yep. She returned the thumbs up. I also wish you well in your match, Uraraka. Tenya agreed. Thanks, guys. Ochako smiled as she made her way to the tunnel next to the stands. Hey, Uraraka. Eijiro walked down next to her. I won't be holding back just 'cause you're a girl, you know? I'd beat you bad if you do, she giggled. When they reached the hallway where they needed to go their separate ways, Eijiro held out his fist and said, Good luck. Yeah, you too. She smiled and met his fist with her own. As Ochako walked to prep room A, she saw and congratulated Tsuyu on her win. It wasn't a very long exchange, however, since Tsuyu was bringing Denki back to the stands by using her tongue like a leash. As she resumed her walk, Ochako smiled to herself. You can do it. That's what Deku had said to her, right? It's the same as what she said about his nickname back before they started going to UA. Deku. She sighed internally. Yeah, I can do this. If he's behind me, then I've got this. She smiled with renewed resolve, and she entered the prep room. She didn't feel that she had much to prepare, so she spent the time calming herself down and hydrating. Eventually, though, Aizawa's voice droned over the intercom for her to proceed to the entrance tunnel. All right, Present Mix's voice echoed down the corridor. We've already had some exciting matches in this first tier of the tournament, but this is the last of the set. Match number 8. The first student to come out is a girl who's definitely out of this world. The one with the powers of gravity in her side. Class 1A's Ochako Uraraka. Ochako steeled herself and walked out into the stadium's center. The roar of the crowd was intimidating, but everyone else had faced it. Deku already faced it and won, so she had to do her best as well. To face it and accomplish her dream of becoming a successful hero and supporting her parents. She needed to do well and get recommendations with good pro heroes to reach that dream as quickly as possible. The other contestant is the guy with thick enough skin to tough out just about anything. Also from 1A, Eijiro Kirishima. Hey, Uraraka. He waved with a smile as he walked up. You ready? You bet, she said with her own smile as she pumped her fist. He's not nervous at all. How about you? For sure, he grinned his toothy grin. Are the contestants ready? Midnight asked. Yup, Eijiro confirmed as he raised his arms. Ochako looked up and saw everyone in 1A cheering. Mina, Kyoka, Toru, okay. She didn't really see her purse, Tenya, and Deku. She turned to Midnight with a smile, confirming, I'm ready. Then let match 8 begin in 3, 2, start. Ochako started out by rushing at Eijiro, and he did the same. All she needed to do was get all 5 of her fingers on him. That was all she needed, but he knew that too. She reached out for him, but apparently he saw it coming as he repositioned his arms and grabbed her wrists. Ochako couldn't break from his grip, so she planted one foot on his chest, pulled with her arms as hard as she could, and raised her other leg to kick him in the chin. He was able to activate his hardening at the last second, so her kick really did no damage, aside from hurting herself, but he was surprised enough that he slightly weakened his grip on her right arm. She kicked off of his chest, freeing her one arm, and landed shakily. Eijiro lifted her up by the left arm, which he still had a hold on, and began the motion to throw her out of bounds, but she was able to grab his wrist with her free hand. When he let go, she kept her hold on him, and as she flipped and landed on her feet, he also flipped upwards. She heaved him over her shoulder towards the edge, but the redhead was able to throw his arm down and embed his hardened hand into the cement, stopping him from going out of bounds. He pulled himself down so that he was kneeling on the ground, held only by the hand that was inside of the ring. Phew, man. Aijiro panted as he wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. I lost gravity already, huh? You're holding yourself to the ground, Ochako said with wide eyes. Yeah. Can't let a little weightlessness catch me off guard, he chuckled. But I really wasn't expecting that throw reversal. Pretty manly. You're pretty manly yourself, Ochako said, now having recovered some breath. But one of us has got to win. She ran at him, but he pushed up at her from the ground. Ochako wasn't quite quick enough, and he grabbed her shoulder as he passed and pulled from behind. It was enough to ground him, and as he kept his grip, he reeled back his other hand for a punch. But now, Ochako reached back and grabbed the punching arm before it hit her with one hand, while she gripped the arm on her shoulder with her other hand. She pushed with the momentum of his swing, and was able to wrench him away from her shoulder before swinging him over her head and slamming his back onto the ring. Then she took his weightless body and, instead of throwing it along the ground, threw it upwards outside of the ring, where she released her quirk and let him fall out of bounds. Aijiro Kirishima is out of bounds. Ochako Uraraka wins, Midnight announced. The crowd exploded with cheers, and Ochako almost flinched at it. She was so in the zone that she had almost forgotten that they were fighting in front of so many people. She blushed and nervously waved at the crowd. Then her eyes wandered up to find Deku and Tenya cheering for her. That prompted her smile to widen and she pumped her fist at them. Yeah, Uraraka, Izuku cheered down at her. She did it. Yeah. Girl power, Mina shouted. Please, do not show favoritism among fellow 1A students, Tenya said. Especially you, Midoriya, as the class's vice president. Ah, well, I can't really help it, Izuku chucked as he scratched his cheek. Ida, you can't tell me that you didn't root for Uraraka. I'd never verbally root against a classmate, even if they're against another one, he firmly stated. I didn't root against him, but I'm glad Uraraka won, Izuku shrugged. Well, I'm kinda upset that they were paired together in the first place, Mina said. Like I said, I wanted both of them to move forward. But girl power, right? Toru cheered. Yeah, Mina said with a wide grin. And that concludes the first tier of matches in this tournament, Midnight announced before cracking her whip up towards the big screen. Here are the 4 matches in the quarterfinals. Match 1. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Nito Monoma. Match 2. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. Match 3. Minoru Mineta vs Katsuki Bakugo. Match 4. Tsuyu Azui vs Ochako Uraraka. Izuku glanced up at Shoto, who was looking straight at the field, before turning back around with a sigh. Shit. Denki, who was mostly recovered from his fried brain, sighed. I know Siro said he felt sorry for Mineta before their round, but I actually feel sorry for him now. Go easy on him, he requested as he looked up at Katsuki. If that fucker wants to be in the hero course, he should get a good idea of the competition. The explosive blonde grinned with a hint of a chuckle. He lost that test in the beginning of the year for a reason. Dude. Denki chuckled. Nito Monoma, Momo mused. That blonde one, I didn't get a chance to see his quirk in action, and he didn't use it in his match against Hatsum. I never saw him use it either, Izuku said. I wonder what it is. Did anyone here see him use it? He took my headband from behind, so he didn't even have to use it, Toru sighed. Be ready for anything, Yaoyorozu, Tenya advised. It's something that all heroes should be. Momo Yaoyorozu and Nito Monoma, Midnight called. Please go to the preparation rooms. Well, I'm off, Momo said with a smile. Wish me luck. You don't need luck, Toru said. You've got girl power, Mina finished for her. Right. Momo chuckled slightly as she left. Think we're pushing this thing too far? Mina asked. No way, Toru exclaimed. Yeah, Kyoka said at the same time. Probably, Karo, Tsuyu agreed with Kyoka. But girls, Toru gasped at them. We gotta stick together. And then that slam was really manly, Aijiro exclaimed as they walked towards the stands. Kirishima, you already said that, Ochako replied. Well, what about that throw at the end? Now that was manly. That's the third time you said that one. Well, what about how you made me weightless in the middle of my throw? He asked. You haven't said anything about that one, Ochako said, trying to remember what had already been said. Well, that was super manly. Thanks, she laughed as she scratched the back of her head. You're really enthusiastic, Kirishima. Uraraka, congratulations, Tenya said as soon as they exited the corridor, before quickly adding, Kirishima, my condolences for your loss. What loss? It's not like anyone died. The macho man laughed. True. I am glad you are not taking this loss poorly. I mean, it's more than most other people got to show, he shrugged. I suppose you're correct, Tenya said. While that exchange was going on, Ochako moved back to her seat, where she received good job-s from Deku, Mina, and Toru. So Yamamo's up against that blonde guy? She asked. Yeah, Deku nodded. We don't know what his quirk is though. Ochako confirmed her understanding with a nod, but in her mind she thought, if Deku doesn't already know that guy's quirk, then he'll probably take notes on it. He doesn't have his notebook out right now, so he'll have to take it out from wherever he's keeping it. This is my opportunity to see where. The first contestant for match 1 of the quarterfinals is 1A's Momo Yaoyorozu, present Mike announced. No witty introduction? Aizawa asked as Momo walked out. I already introduced these guys, mummy man. I charge extra for seconds. Mike laughed. Anyways, the other competitor is Nito Monoma of 1B. Ochako's eyes stayed firmly on Deku as she waited for him to grab his notebook, not being distracted by the announcer's banter or the students that walked out onto the ring. What is it, Uraraka? Deku asked, turning to see her staring at him. Sorry, it's nothing, she said quickly, looking back down at the field with a definite blush. When she glanced back at him, though, he was already holding the notebook out with his pen. Nito eyed Momo with a grin. You can create things. Isn't that right, wanna president? And what can you do? Momo responded. TSK. That's need to know only, sweetie. Midnight raised her whip. All right, the match shall begin in 3, 2, start. She brought it down with a crack. Momo began in the same way she had with TetsuTetsu, jumping back to allow herself the time to make her tools. But Nito was faster than his fellow 1B student, having a lighter frame, and was able to get to Momo and grab her wrist. Great! He exclaimed as he jumped back. Momo was clearly confused as to why the blonde had run and grabbed her just to retreat again, but shook it off and finished creating a staff and shield for herself. All right, how do you work this thing? Nito asked as he swung his arms back and forth. Just like, gimme a stick. No? What are you doing? Momo asked. How the hell does your quirk work? He shouted. Why would you need to know that? No reason, he said indignantly. What is your quirk? Momo tilted her head. Never mind, he announced. I'm not helping someone from 1A, and I don't need your help either. If I can't use your quirk, I'll just knock you out myself. He screamed and ran at her, but she smacked him in the face once with her staff, putting him off balance, and he tripped and fell out of bounds behind her. Nito Monoma is out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu wins. What was that? Present Mike yelled. Monoma just flailed his arms and got knocked out. Monoma. Momo extended a hand to help him up. Good match. Get away. He slapped her hand away. You think you're better than me? Huh. I'm as good as anyone from 1A, even better. He laughed almost hysterically. What is your quirk? She asked again. I don't need your help, he said as he walked away. So he can copy other quirks? Izuku repeated what Itsuka Kendo had told him, his head raised up above the partition between their classes. Yes, that's what I said, she nodded. But why wasn't he able to copy her creation, I wonder? Yaoyorozu said that she needs to know an object's makeup in order to create it, Izuku explained. And they're made from the lipids in her body, so even if Monoma knew what an object was made of, He probably wouldn't be able to make it unless he loaded up on junk food. Ah, I see. Itsuka hit her first into her palm. So it was just a bad matchup for him, huh? Yeah, guess so, Izuka nodded. He waved and said, anyways, thanks for the info, before dropping back down and walking past Shinso to return to his seat. What did they say? Ochako asked when he sat down. He has the ability to copy other people's quirks, Izuku said. It just didn't work because of how Yorozu needs knowledge of an object before creating it. Copying quirks? She asked. How's that work? Apparently, he just needs to touch someone and he'll have their power for 5 minutes. That's cool and all, but that fight was so lame, Mina sighed disappointedly. But Momo won, right? Toru said. I guess so, Mina pouted as she crossed her arms. Ashido, if you want to see a cool match, then the next one is probably going to be one of the coolest of the day. Next is... Mina's eyes widened as she gasped in realization. Midori, give Todoroki a good hit for me. Right? He chuckled uncomfortably. I am up next, I guess. Listen, Deku, Ochako said as she put a hand on his shoulder. You got this, all right? Yeah, he nodded. I can do it. Yaha, she smiled. You've got this totally in the bag. That's an overstatement, he laughed. But I can do this. Yeah, she continued encouraging him. Midori, Mina said as she grabbed his shoulder and leaned down next to him. You gotta beat him, all right? I'm, gonna do my best. He smiled awkwardly as he leaned away. Hey, Mina? Ochako started before being cut off. Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki, please report to the preparation rooms, Midnight announced. I guess I should go, Izuku said as he stood up. Good luck, Deku. You get him, Midori. Yeah, thanks. He smiled at Ochako and Mina before walking down to the hallway. So Ochako, Mina whispered, what were you gonna say before Midnight called for them? Ochako tilted her head. You know, when I put my hands on Midori and leaned in real close to him, she grinned. Nothing. Ochako looked away. Are you sure you weren't going to tell me to back off of your Deku? Mina rested her hands on Ochako's shoulders. That prompted the zero-gravity user to look back at her, exposing the pink blush on her face. Seeing the skin tone, Mina exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, we're twinsies." Shut yoop, Ochako whined as she clapped her hands on her cheeks and turned away again. Are you okay, Uraraka? Tenya asked from beside her after noticing her red face. Do you have a fever or something? I'm fine, she sighed as she slumped forward. Oh, there you are. A gruff voice caught Izuka's attention while he was headed for the entrance tunnel. Endeavor? He exclaimed as he turned to face the large man. Why are you looking for me? Your quirk is an interesting one, he said. My Shoto, he has a duty to become a hero even greater than All Might. Oh yeah, you're Todoroki's father, Izuku said, narrowing his eyes. I am, he nodded. I think you may have a good chance at pushing him to the edge of his abilities. You then that Bakugo boy, so I want you to put up as good of a fight as you can, so that he sees the need to use all of the tools at his disposal. Sorry if I'm a bit blunt, but that was all I had to say. Wait, Izuku said as Endeavor turned to leave. Your son has no duty to surpass anyone, and for the record, even if he does surpass All Might, he won't be the #1 hero. I will. Izuku turned to leave before Endeavor could respond, and walked to the entrance tunnel. Then, it was only a couple of minutes before he was called out. The first student out onto the ring is 1A's Izuku Midoriya, Present Mike announced. Izuku walked out, the crowd's roar swelling as he did so. He glanced up at the stands where all of his friends were cheering. Mom's watching this from home. Huh, he realized. I'll try to make her proud. And maybe try not to worry her too much. The next one to come out onto the ring is Shoto Todoroki. Shoto walked out with his eyes down at the ground and his hands in his pockets. When he did look up, his face looked bored and uncaring. He stopped and stared Izuku down. Todoroki, I won't hand this match to you just because you have a sob story, Izuku said firmly, though his phrasing seemed to catch the heterochromatic teen off guard. We all have aspirations, and I have an obligation to follow mine through. You never had a choice whether you'd win or lose, Todoroki said. Sorry about your aspirations. Are you ready? Midnight asked. Yes, Izuku said as Shoto wordlessly nodded. All right then, match 2 of Tier 2 starts in 3, 2, start. Shoto, big surprise, opened by shooting a huge wave of ice out at Izuku. The telekinetic hero in training was prepared, using his quirk on himself to fly up and over the wave before it could grow to full size. He landed on the downward slope and started sliding towards Shoto. Along the way, he kicked back and forth to knock off multiple jagged protrusions of ice, ending up with 8 decent shards that were falling with him by the time he was halfway down. He used his telekinesis to launch 6 of them at Shoto, who brought up a shell of ice in front of him to block them, although they still had enough force to stab into and crack the shield. Shoto pushed his right foot past the shell of ice and sent another wave up at Izuku, who was still sliding down his previous one and had 2 shards of ice in his arsenal. Instead of having to use his quirk on himself for a second time, Izuku was able to shift the momentum from his slide as he planted his feet and jumped out over the new ice wave. Not only did he have enough momentum to clear the wave, but he was heading straight for Shoto. When Izuku came down, he slammed his leg onto the ice shell, which had already been weakened by the ice shards he had launched, causing it to break in 2. Shoto's eyes widened in surprise, and Izuku fired one of his 2 remaining shards down at Shoto's left side. Shoto couldn't use ice with his left side, so he dove to the right and was able to escape with only a hole in his sleeve and a scrape on his arm. He shot a stream of ice at Izuku as soon as he righted himself, and the green teen wasn't able to avoid it as it encased him. Shit, my whole body is cold, Izuku thought, before covering himself with the glow of his quirk and breaking out. He picked up the shattered remains of his short-lived ice prison with his quirk and brought them up into the air around Shoto. He fired them all down at him, but the heterochromatic teen made a sphere of ice around himself as a shield. The shield stopped the attacks but was also broken from the force itself. Izuku and Shoto stared at each other, panting, as they both waited for the other to make a move. Shoto's right side was covered in patches of ice. He had a cut on his left, and he was visibly shivering. Izuku showed no visible damage and was holding his side where he felt the sharp pain of overusing his quirk on himself. The air felt still and dense, and was cold because of all of the ice. You're not looking so hot, Todoroki, Izuku said with a grin. You aren't doing so good yourself, Shoto replied. But at least that's not my own choice, Izuku shot back. You could easily warm up by using your fire, right? We already had this talk, Midoriya, Shoto said firmly. You know my reasons. Yeah, I do, Izuku said. And I thought about it and it's a pretty shitty reason. What did you just say? There was an edge to Shoto's words as he asked. I'm tired, Todoroki, because you're good enough to tire me out. But you aren't hurt just because I'm good enough to hurt you. You're hurt because you're choosing to handicap yourself. I'm putting everything I have into winning this tournament, and you're half-assing it like nobody's business. I'm using all of my mother's power, Shoto growled. That's all I can give this fight. No, it's not. Izuku was yelling now. What the hell are you even saying? Your mother's power? Your father's power? It's not theirs. What the hell is Endeavor gonna do? Come and say he needs it back. It's your power, you moron. You don't understand, Shoto insisted. What these powers mean, what they represent. It'll never go away. I do understand, Izuku yelled, causing Shoto to flinch. For the last 10 years of my life before coming to UA, I handicapped myself. I stopped myself from using my power out of spite, and I let my whole world be controlled by one asshole. I understand what it's like. But, while it's true that the past can't change, it's also true that you can never get rid of your quirk. And the only way to ever improve is to accept that. My past hasn't changed, but I decided to put all of my effort into everything in my life. Even where I was holding back before. I'll make something good out of it, even if it used to be something bad. Izuku glanced up at the stands and saw his friends. He made eye contact with Katsuki, who was scowling deeply as he watched. Midoriya, Shoto called, bringing his attention back to their fight. Steam was rising off of Shoto as well as the melting ice all around them, and flames sparked to life on the boy's left side. You could have won, but you just had to be honorable about it. He looked up at Izuku with a wild grin as the flames rose. Who says I won't win anyway? Izuku chuckled as he got into a stance to start running. Midoriya, I'll give you everything I've got. Do it. Izuku could hear Endeavor off to the side encouraging Shoto, but given the expression on his opponent's face, it wasn't interfering in their fight. It was just Izuku, Shoto, and the line around the ring. And then they ran at each other. More accurately, Izuku ran at Shoto while the half-hot, half-cold user became a flaming missile. Not ideal, Izuku thought as they were about to collide. But I got this. As Shoto let rip a blast of fire at him, Izuku used his quirk on himself to dodge to the left, Shoto's right, and as he passed, he rolled his hip as far up as he could before using his telekinesis to fire his leg at Shoto's midsection. He felt a crunch, which was unfortunately probably one or two of Shoto's ribs, before something he didn't expect happened. The air where Shoto had fired his blast, which had previously been cold and dense, rapidly rose in temperature, which caused it to expand at such a pace that it became an explosion. The shockwave blew both Izuku and Shoto towards the edge of the ring, but Izuku used his quirk to halt himself barely at the edge, while Shoto landed somewhat limply on the grass. Holy sh. Present mic was cut off. This is being aired nationally, Mike, Aizawa reminded him. The crowd erupted with cheers, and Izuku suddenly realized that he was, in fact, not in a flaming whirlwind of destruction, though the smell of something burning still filled his nose. He looked up at Ochako and Tenya, who seemed more concerned than happy, although he couldn't think why. What the hell is with you kids? Midnight shouted as she got up after being knocked over by the shockwave. Sorry, Izuku chucked before letting out a pained grunt and collapsing onto one knee, clutching his side. Oh, and kid, your hair is on fire, she giggled. Wha? Izuku swatted at his head to get rid of the flames. So that's what was burning. Midnight reclaimed her position on the referee's pedestal, before clearing her throat and announcing, Anmublos. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. Bonus. Deku's on fire. Oh, I hope Deku wins, Ochako said as she nervously clenched her fists. Below the students on the field, Deku and Shoto were staring each other down. I do too, Mina agreed. Todoroki needs to get knocked down a peg. Ochako still hadn't gotten over Mina's earlier comments. She shrunk down at her encouragement of the greenette, unsure what was or wasn't supposed to be teasing her anymore. Please, try to be indifferent when it comes to competitions between classmates like this, Tenya reminded them. But Ida, Ochako sighed. Hey Yamamo, Toru exclaimed at the 1A president as she returned to her seat from her match. Congrats on winning. You have once again done well to represent our class, Yaoyorozu. Tenya hand-chopped. Yeah, good job, Ochako said as she looked back and smiled. Even though that guy was a total pushover in the end, hey? I never even got to see what his quirk was, Momo sighed. Ochako spoke up. Oh, Deku said it was. Begin, Midnight yelled, and the zero-gravity user snapped her attention back down to the ring. Ochako felt a momentary panic as Shoto fired a glacier towards Deku, but was soon enough able to see him fly up and over it. Yeah, Deku, she shouted. The boy in question broke some of the ice apart as he slid down and threw the pieces at Shoto, who defended himself with an ice shield before launching a second blast of ice up the glacier at Deku. The green teen was easily able to jump over it and then kick down to break Shoto's defenses. Yeah, Deku. Ochako pumped her fist as he grazed Shoto with another ice shard. The heterochrome teen jumped back and shot some ice at his opponent, quickly cocooning him in it. It was only a moment though before Deku broke free and made the broken pieces of ice surround Shoto. Oh, all that ice floating looks pretty, Toru commented. Yeah, and dangerous, Mina exclaimed enthusiastically. Nail him, Midori. Deku shot the ice at Shoto simultaneously from all sides, but the recommended student was able to bring an ice dome up around himself for protection. The dome itself didn't survive the impact, though it successfully served its purpose. So close, Ochako punched the air. Uraraka, try not to play favorites so openly, Tenya scolded. It's not encouraging to our other classmates to know that we'll be rooting for Midoriya if push comes to shove. Aha! You said we, she exclaimed, turning to the bespectacled teen. So you are rooting for him. I won't admit such things verbally, he said firmly with a subtle nod as he adjusted his glasses. What are they doing? Toru asked. Are they just talking? Ochako looked down to see that, yes, it appeared that the two combatants were having some sort of heated conversation. She strained to hear anything, but the distance and cheering of the crowd drowned out even any muffled voices that they might normally be able to hear. But then, Deku stopped talking and looked up at them with a determined expression. Not specifically at her or Tenya that she could tell, but in their general direction. Then out of nowhere, a spout of flames exploded from Shoto's left side. He's using his flames, Tenya exclaimed. I didn't know he even had flames, Ochako said wide-eyed. To was holding back against me that much? Mina exclaimed. I'm gonna kill him. Ashido, Tenya started before. Shoto, a gruff voice shouted almost at present mix volume. Whoa. Looks like the number 2 hero Endeavor has got some encouragement for his son. Present Mike, speak of the devil, exclaimed. Gee, it's like he's a doting parent or something. Ochako looked to see, of course, Endeavor walking down to the front of the stands as he continued shouting. Have you finally accepted yourself? Finally accepted reality? It's finally time to realize your potential. Shoto, with my blood coursing through you, fulfill my ambitions. What's he talking about? Ochako tilted her head. I have no idea, Mina and Toru said simultaneously. Then, the fire raging around Shoto noticeably shifted, recalling their attention to the ring. He fired himself at Deku with incredible speed as Deku resigned himself to running towards his opponent. Then, Deku surrounded himself with his trademark green glow before ducking out of the way of Shoto's fire and landing a huge kick to his abdomen. My... Ochako and Mina screamed before there was a sudden shockwave of heat that rose up to meet them. What the hell is happening? Present Mike voiced the thoughts of most of the crowd. All of the chilled air was suddenly heated, so it expanded in an equally sudden manner, Aizawa said, still somehow calm. So, that's what it was, Toru panted, clutching at her chest. My heart is going so fast. And mine too. Mina agreed. That was unexpectedly intense, Momo said, sounding a bit calmer than the other students. I'll have to scold them for being so reckless, Tenya said. But, Ochako, for her part, was trying to see into the cloud of dust and debris that was kicked up by the shockwave, until she saw Shoto hit the ground outside of the ring. Holy sh! Mike began to exclaim. Aizawa interrupted. This is being aired nationally, Mike. The dust cleared enough so that Ochako saw Deku standing barely within the ring's confines. She would have started screaming with joy right then if it hadn't been for the fact that the right side of his P uniform was partially burned away, which revealed that his skin was covered in red burns, and that wasn't even mentioning the fact that Deku's on fire, Ochako screamed as she looked down at the field with wide eyes. As she exclaimed that, the whole stadium erupted in cheers for him. She kept staring worriedly down at him, even as he looked up at them and smiled as if he was perfectly okay. Midori doesn't even notice, Mina gasped. It's possible the adrenaline is covering the sensation, Momo hypothesized. Suddenly Deku collapsed and clutched his side, and it looked like the toll of his last move was making itself known. Midnight let him know that his hair was flaming, which he quickly patted away once he knew, before announcing that he had won the match since Shoto was out of bounds. Medical bots brought 2 stretchers down soon enough to take both of them to see Recovery Girl. I am gonna go see him, Ochako exclaimed as she stood up and made her way past Tenya. I'll come with you, Uraraka, he said, standing up and following her. Me too, Mina said. I'll come too, Karo, Tsuyu croaked. Wait, you never told me what Monoma's quirk is. Momo called, but didn't leave her seat to follow. Toru, the reliable girl she was, told the class president what Deku had said earlier. Hey Uraraka, wait, Tenya called. Don't run in the hallways. But Ochako decidedly didn't wait as she made her way to the infirmary at a quick pace. The sports festival still continues. Thanks, recovery girl, Izuku muttered as he wiped his face. Yeah, whatever. The youthful heroine sighed and shook her head. You really did a number on Todoroki, you know. Not that he didn't hurt you too. Ahaha. Yeah? Izuku laughed as he scratched the back of his head. The damn hair was still burnt. That part hadn't healed, and glanced at Shoto, who was occupying the bed next to him. Sorry about that, Todoroki. It's fine, the heterochrome said. In the last exchange of the match, Shoto had managed to hit him with some of his fire. At the time Izuku had only realized that his hair had gotten burnt, but in reality he suffered a few third-degree burns on his right side. He didn't feel it, probably because of the adrenaline, but the damage was now clear as he lay down, exhausted from the healing and overuse of his own quirk. Shoto had gotten 3 broken ribs and the cut on his arm, and he was about as tired from the healing as Izuku was, although he was being pretty quiet about it at the moment. DKU, Ochako yelled as she burst into the room. Are you okay? Be quiet. I have people resting here. Recovery girl huffed at her. Sorry, she whispered. But Deku, you were on fire. And I mean that in both ways. Uraraka, don't run in the halls. Tenya scolded as he walked in behind her. Midori, you beat him, Mina exclaimed as she came in next. Upon seeing Shoto lying down, she scowled and made her way to his bedside. And you, how dare you humiliate me by holding back like that? I am sorry, he asked more than said. It's not really that simple. All of you, recovery girl shouted as she bonked Mina, Ochako, and even Tenya with the cane. Either shut it or get out. This is an infirmary. I apologize, recovery girl, Tenya said quickly with a bow. We'll all be mindful of the setting. Good, she said with a strong nod. Then, pointing her cane at Mina and Ochako, she said, and I expect you girls to do the same. All right, Ochako said with a small bow. Humph, fine, Mina pouted as she crossed her arms. So, Deku? Ochako said, turning to the greenette and speaking much more quietly. How are you feeling? Tired, he said with a smile. But other than that, I'm fine. Good. I was worried, Ochako sighed in relief. And you were really cool, you know. How you fought. I mean, yeah. You were dodging even better than you did in the battle trial a month ago, Mina praised. Ah, well, I mean, he scratched his neck with a chuckle. I only won because Todoroki is an idiot, honestly. Midoriya. Quiet. Recovery girl shot Tenya down before he could even start. He's right, Shoto said. I think anyways, I have a lot of things to think about actually. Oh, well alright then, Tenya said. Not that you weren't a bit too blunt, Midoriya, Shoto clarified. But still thanks. I kinda couldn't think of another way at the time, Izuku said. So sorry. No need to apologize. Oh God, get a room. Mina sighed with an eye roll. This is our room right now though, Shoto said with a tilt of his head. Wait, you're right, Mina said with wide eyes. Anyways, you guys should be out there watching the next match, Izuku said as he looked back to the 3 guests. Plus, Uraraka, your match is after Kaken's. So go on, I'll be fine. Yeah, okay, she nodded. I just wanted to check up on you. I'll go back now. I'll also go, Tenya said, to support my classmate, before he turned around and quickly walked out. Bye. Oh, he's gone, Izuku sighed. Oh well, I'll see you later, Uraraka. Yeah, bye Deku. She smiled at him before turning and leaving. I'm leaving too, bye ye, Mina said as she left with Ochako. They're colorful, recovery girl said. Especially Mina, Shoto said. When he received questioning glances from recovery girl and Izuku, he explained, She's pink. Oh my god, Minoru screamed in his head. Bakugo is the super strong violent one. Why do I have to fight him? Why did Shiozaki have to lose to him? Minoru Mineta, please make your way to the entrance tunnel. The voice of Aizawa said over the intercom. Should I just give up? No, a hero never gives up. He mentally argued as he made his way through the hallway. The guy who always sticks it out to the end, even in impossible situations. That's the hero in most popular manga, right? Man, being the hero is taxing on my willpower. But I've got to show them that I can stand in there with the best. He reached the tunnel to walk out onto the field and took one more deep breath to calm himself. He was resolved. He wouldn't give up, even if he knew he'd lose, even if his safety had to be sacrificed. All right, let's begin the next match, President Mike shouted. The last match was exciting, but this one might be too. Minoru Mineta, the Hero Course turned Gen Ed student who beat a Hero Course student last round. Come on out. Minoru steeled his expression and walked out. The crowd's cheering was louder this time, which made him feel kinda proud, but he ignored it in favor of focusing on his quickly approaching match. Next up is Katsuki Bakugo. Please, can neither one of you destroy the ring this time? Great. Oi, purple midget, Katsuki called as he stepped up. You want to be in the Hero Course, right? Yeah, he confirmed with a grin. Blonde dick. Fuck you, Katsuki snarled. You're getting too excited. I'm gonna enjoy knocking you down a peg. You're the one on a high horse here, Minoru called back. Are both contestants ready? Midnight asked. Yes, Minoru yelled. Yeah, Katsuki roared. Then begin in 3, 2, 2. Start. Minoru had a plan. It involved using his balls as small trampolines to outmaneuver Katsuki, and trying to throw them and hit the blonde's hands to essentially disable his quirk. But no matter how well it would have worked, there was no way he could have dodged as Katsuki fired at him in the blink of an eye and… boom. The infirmary shook and Izuku thought that it might have been an earthquake for a moment. But then he remembered that it was Katsuki's match. Whoa. Mineta just got hit right in the face and was instantly knocked out. Present mixed commentary was played through the intercom. Well, at least Kaken didn't torture him for the length of a whole match, Izuku mused. Shoto nodded in agreement, but said nothing more. Izuku looked over and saw that his dual-quirked classmate was staring out of the window. He was obviously lost in thought. Well, he did say that he had to think about some things earlier. Todoroki, Izuku said, getting the boy's attention. What is it? I used my fire, Shoto said simply. Despite everything that happened, everything I decided, you got me to do it. But even after giving up all that, I still lost. Todoroki, when was the last time you used your fire? Today. I meant before today, smartass, Izuku exclaimed. 8 years, maybe more, he sighed. Quirks are physical attributes, just like muscles. If you're 8 years out of practice, of course it won't be as strong as it can be. You may have a stronger quirk than others, but you still need to practice to be able to use it. I guess you might be right. Of course I am. That's why I said it after all. Izuku chuckled. So you'll train to get stronger? I don't know if I want to, Shoto said, surprising Izuku. I only let go of my resolve because, in that moment, I forgot about my father. I can't just do that in the future. Is there any way? I know what I have to do, so don't worry about that, Shoto said. I just have to prepare myself. All right? Izuku smiled at him. I'll be holding you to that. Thanks, Midoriya. Shoto smiled barely noticeably before turning back around and looking out the window again. You two are both cleared to go now, Recovery Girl said. Or you can stay, at least unless I'll need more space for patients. All right. I need to see Uraraka's match. Izuku beamed as he got up to go. Todoroki, you coming? Not quite yet, he said. But I'll be there to watch your match, Midoriya. I'll be counting on it. He grinned before walking out. Izuku passed medical robots that were carrying Minoru's burnt and unconscious form to the infirmary, while he was on his way to the stands and sighed at Katsuki's apparent inability to hold back. He was up at the stands soon enough though, just in time to see Ochako and Tsuyu off. Both of you, good luck on your match. He smiled at them as they walked past him. Thanks. Good to see you up and around Deku, Ochako said as she waved. Glad you're fine, Midoriya. Karo? Tsuyu said simply as she followed the gravity girl. Midoriya, welcome back, Tenya greeted. You didn't miss much. Mineta was knocked out instantly by a single explosion before he could even move. Sounds like Kakin, he chuckled as he went to sit down. Oh, I don't know if I want Ochako or Tsuyu to win, Toru sighed. I know, right? Mina agreed. Well, whoever can do better against Bakugo, I guess. That'd be Tsu, Toru asked. I dunno, Ochako's smart, Mina said. I do think Tsuyu would have a better chance though. What do you think, Midori? Against Kakin, Tsuyu would probably have a better chance because she's more agile and can maybe use her tongue to attack while keeping her body out of harm's way, he mused. But in this match, I don't know who will win. Tsuyu is probably quick enough to avoid Uraraka's fingers while she can get attacks in. But unless that fluid she secretes can do actual damage on its own, they're still both essentially close-range fighters. Okay. Mina nodded while smiling at him. You said way more than you needed to, but okay. Ochako was waiting to get called out. After winning her first match with Eijiro, she was now more prepared to walk out than the last time. She was nervous to be fighting Tsuyu, who had become a pretty good friend in the month that they'd been at school, but she was definitely ready. All right, let's get this match, Joe Inge, President Mike yelled. First out into the ring is Tsuyu Asui. Time passed. And next is Ochako Uraraka. Ochako walked out and looked across at the frog girl, who was giving her a wide smile. She smiled right back. Good luck, Ochako, Tsuyu said. Karo? Good luck to you too, Tsuyu, she replied. You girls ready? Midnight asked. Yep, Ochako nodded. Karo, Tsuyu also nodded. All right then. 3, 2, 1, start. Tsuyu jumped at Ochako immediately, but before she reached her, she jumped to the side and around. She landed a kick on her back and then backed away as Ochako whirled around to get a hand on her. Hit and run tactics, huh? Ochako thought as she ran at Tsuyu. Won't work forever. Tsuyu jumped over her and wrapped her tongue around Ochako's wrist as she did. She yanked the arm back with her tongue before Ochako could get her other hand on it, and used it to throw her across the ring. Ochako slid to a stop at the edge and looked up to see Tsuyu already upon her. She pushed up and reached with her hands to grab her, but Tsuyu grabbed both of her arms by the wrists and held them up before moving to throw her out of bounds. Which she did, and Ochako hit the grass with a grunt before rolling onto her back. Ochako Uraraka is out of bounds. Tsuyu Asui wins. Midnight called out. Good job, Karo, Tsuyu said as she offered Ochako a hand up. See, congratulations, she sighed as she accepted it and stood up. Then, punching the air, she exclaimed, Man, if only I could have grabbed you. I know, that was the entire point of my strategy, Tsuyu said. Karo, the matches for the semi-final round have been set. Midnight called attention to the large screen once again. Match 1. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Izuku Midoriya. Match 2. Katsuki Bakugo vs Tsuyu Asui. Like I thought, Tsuyu's agility let her get around Uraraka's hands, Izuku muttered. I was holding out hope, but Uraraka wouldn't realistically have been able to grab her without more hand-to-hand combat experience. See, Mina said to Toru. I told you it's totally mutual. Totally mutual, Toru repeated, excitedly pumping her arms. What are you two going on about? Denki asked. Nothing that you'd be interested in, Mina said. Yeah, girl stuff, Toru backed her up. Like what gossip? Eijiro asked. You could say that, Mina grinned. Hey girls, mind letting me in on this? Kyoka asked, leaning down next to Mina. I'd also like to hear, Momo said. And not because I'm interested in gossip, but I see can't trust you all to keep secrets without my help. Obviously. All right, Kyoka, plug your earphone jack into the chair while I tell Yamamo, Toru suggested. All right? Kyoka nodded before plugging in. All right, so, Toru leaned towards Momo and lowered her voice. Midori and Ochako totally like each other. I can't believe you're spreading such private information, Momo announced. But, is it true? I mean, it makes sense if you think about it, Kyoka mused. But I'm not interested in relationships, so I don't really care. Oh, you're talking about relationships? Ajiro asked. Yeah, it's not my thing. Wait, are you talking about Midoriya and Uraraka? Denki asked. Kamina. Did you say my name? Izuku asked. No, Mina and Toru yelled. All right, geez, he mumbled, turning back around. Jamming way. Have some awareness? Kyoka said as she jabbed him in the head with her jack and pumped his head with a beat of her heart. Anyways, isn't it so cute? Toru asked. Oh, we should totally help them get together. I'd rather see them do it on their own though, Mina said, unless they really drag their feet about it. Momo Yaoyorozu, Izuku Midoriya, you're up next, Midnight called. Make your ways to the preparation rooms. Oh, guess we should get going, Izuku said as he got up. Good luck, Yaoyorozu. To you as well, Midoriya, she said with a smile. Shortly after they left, Tsuyu came back alone. Tsuyu, shouldn't Ochako be with you? Toru asked. She said she had to take a phone call, Karo, the frog girl replied. Great, Mina cheered. So, don't tell this to anyone. It's a girl's only secret. And apparently Kaminari, Kyoka sighed. I also heard, but I'll keep shut, Ajiro said with a grin. Will he? Toru asked. Yeah, he's the reliable kind of guy, Mina said. Anyways, about that secret. Hey Dad, Ochako greeted as she entered the prep room. Hey, how are you doing, baby girl? He asked excitedly. I'm good, she replied as she sat on the bench. Got a bruise or two, but I'm fine. Your mother and I saw the whole thing on television. We're so proud of you, Ochako. Thanks, Dad, she said with a smile. I wish I made it farther, but it's better than other people did. What are you talking about, sweetheart? You made it to the final round of the UA Sports Festival. That's plenty more than anyone else I know can do. But it would have been better if I won more than one match in the tournament round, she said. The pro heroes request interns based on our performances in the festival. Getting an internship with a good hero will get me some publicity and experience. So when I do go pro, I'll be able to get enough money to fulfill my promise quicker. Ochako, don't fret so much over us, he laughed. We're fine, honest. And even if business gets bad sometimes, we have enough to hold us together. Daddy, she sighed, putting her hand on her forehead. I'll keep my promise, okay? Fine, he relented. But take your time. I'm sure you'd rather spend some time with that boy of yours. Haha. And I wait, boy? What boy? Titi, there's no boy, she exclaimed. That green-haired one who carried you in the first round. Wasn't he that Midoriya kid who you said saved you during the entrance exam? Yeah, that was Deku, she confirmed, now regretting multiple decisions over the past month, including telling her parents that Deku had saved her. But it's not like that. Come on, really? He sighed. Don't you like him? And no, I don't. Come on, Chaco. Be honest with your old man, he chuckled. You even call him by a special nickname. So what if I do? She sighed exasperatedly. You know what? Even if I do, that's not as important as helping you and Mom. I need to focus on my hero training to achieve my dream and help you. I'm sure he'd support you in your dream if you were together. Dad, I'm not arguing with you about this, she insisted. I bet he'd say yes if you asked him. I'm hanging up. Oh, fine, he laughed again. I love you, Ochako, and try not to get so focused that you don't have fun. Okay? Okay, she sighed. I love you too, Dad. And say hi to Mom for me. Ahaha, will do. Bye Ochako. Bye Dad, she said before hanging up. Not 2 seconds later, the door to the prep room opened to reveal, speak of the devil, Deku. Ochako's eyes widened as she recalled what her father had said a moment ago, but she quickly mentally punched herself. Hey Uraraka, he said as he walked in. What are you doing in here? I was just talking with my dad on the phone, she said, looking down at the phone in her hands. He said he saw me on TV, and he's proud. You know, parent stuff. Right? Deku nodded. Well, you had a good match against ASU, too. Yeah. Ochako nodded with a small giggle at his self-correction. I wish I won, but I was able to show myself to the pros enough. And besides, I don't mind losing to a friend like Tsuyu. Yeah, I can see that, he chuckled. Yaoyorozu Midoriya, get to the entrance tunnels. Aizawa sighed over the intercom. Sorry, I took all your prep time. Ochako scratched her cheek with a giggle. It's fine, but I guess I'd better go, Deku said as he turned to open the door. Deku, Ochako called, prompting him to stop and turn back. I know Mina was saying all that stuff about girl power earlier, but you'd better beat Yamamoto and make it to the finals, okay? Yeah, sure thing, he smiled and nodded, a determined look covering his face. I'll win. Yeah, she nodded. I'll be watching and cheering for you. Thanks, he nodded before walking out. Ochako sighed when he left, immensely glad that he had walked in after the call. God, what am I doing with my life? She thought as she buried her face in her hands. I should go up to the stands so I can watch the match, she realized before standing up and hurrying out. I wonder why they were talking about me, Izuku thought as he reached the entrance tunnel. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he heard Ochako talking when he got to the prep room's door and decided to let her finish before he entered. Oh well, I'll ignore it. Gotta focus on my match. Let's start the semi-finals. The first student out is 1A's president, Momo Yaoyorozu. President Mike called, getting applause. After a second, he called, and next, funnily enough, is 1A's vice president, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked out and looked up at the stands. Shoto was sitting in his seat already, and Ochako ran out of the corridor to find her seat soon enough as well. Once she had, he returned his focus to the ring and Momo. Midoriya, good luck, Momo said as she readied herself. You too, he said. All right, you're both ready? Midnight asked. Yes, they said simultaneously. Then let the match begin in 3, 2, start. Momo started by making strange boots that could apparently anchor her to the ground between steps. Not that Izuku could have picked her up and thrown her out of bounds so easily unless she let him, but it was still a sound strategy. Izuku jumped at her, but she made a shield to block his punch, which he dented. Then he jumped away and pulled her shield with him using his quirk before throwing it at her. She rolled out of the anchoring boots to avoid it and remade a new pair as soon as she was upright again, then made what appeared to be some kind of wrist-mounted weapon on her right arm. Momo started running at him, though slower than she normally would be able to because of the boots. Izuku jumped and suspended himself in midair for a second to kick her, but she caught it in her left hand and created a pair of rubber handcuffs that bound them together. She shoved him to the ground and jabbed him with the wrist-mounted weapon, which was apparently a taser as it sent an electric shock through his body. What the hell? Izuku yelled as he instinctively shot his free foot up and smashed it across Momo's jaw. He stood up and tried to drag the class president to the edge of the ring with the help of his quirk, but she grabbed his ankle and tripped him just short of it. Not that he was making good headway anyways while his body was still reeling from the taser. Then, since he was close enough to the edge, he used his quirk to spin his body around on the ground, and he pulled her around with him until she was dragged across the boundary line. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins and progresses to the final match, Midnight announced with a crack of her whip. What? Momo asked. I lost. Ha! Good match, Yaoyorozu, Izuku panted. Can you unlock the cuffs? Yes, she said with a nod as she created a key and unlocked them. Is your jaw okay? He asked. Sorry, I hit you pretty hard. It's just a bit sore, she smiled. Nothing a trip to Recovery Girl won't fix. Besides, I should have guessed you'd react violently to an electric charge. Sorry about that, by the way. Yeah, it's fine, he sighed, laying down flat on his back. I just need a second. Is he okay? Ochako asked as the group looked down at Izuku on the field. Momo had walked off a few minutes earlier. I dunno, Toru said. He refused the medical robots. He's fine, Hitoshi sighed. He's just a little dazed from the electric shock. Mina tilted her head. How do you know that? Isn't it the exact same thing that happens to Kamari? He raised an eyebrow. It's Kaminari, Denki said. And yeah, he's right. Midoriya just needs a second. He's getting up, Tenya said. Thank goodness. Sure enough, Izuku was now making his way off of the field. He was walking fairly slowly, though. He still doesn't look too good, Ochako said worriedly. Worried about him? Mina whispered in Ochako's ear. Yeah, I am. Okay, Mina? She shouted at the pinkette. Ow, wow, my ears. Mina whined as she sat back in her seat. Mina, are you okay? Toru asked. Honestly, that's what you get, Kyoka said with a small shrug. Shut up, Hitoshi sighed. Katsuki Bakugo, Tsuyu Azui, you're up next, Midnight called. Please make your ways to the prep rooms. Good luck, Bakugo, Tsuyu croaked to the blonde. I don't fucking need it, Katsuki yelled as he followed her into the hallway. Good luck yourself, frog face. Oh my god. He wished her good luck in the most aggressive way ever. Toru burst out laughing. It's kinda adorable. I wholly disagree, Ochako said firmly. Why do you hate him so much? Mina asked. I mean, he's loud and obnoxious and kinda looks more like a villain than a hero most of the time, but he doesn't seem like that bad a guy. Ochako's shoulders slumped. She couldn't tell them what she knew, what Deku and his mother had each told her in confidence. So what could she say outside of flat-out lying? I don't think he deserves to be a hero. What? Toru exclaimed. Why not? Yeah, his quirk is built for it, Mina agreed. What? Did he say something particularly offensive? Ajiro asked. No, it's not that, she sighed. I'm sorry for saying anything. I can't talk about it. Why not? Denki asked. When someone knows some info that they can't share, it's called a secret, Mina informed him. No shit, the blonde said. Why is it a secret, though? It's not my secret to tell, Ochako sighed. Sorry, can't say anything else. It's fine, Uraraka, Tenya said. We will all respect your privacy. Well, fine then, Mina pouted. Let's not talk about Bakugo then. How about? Hey, Deku. Ochako greeted the greenette as he shuffled to the stands. Hey, Uraraka, he sighed as he sat down. Hey, what's wrong? Mina poked his head. I still feel tingly, he said. Bakugo's fighting Tsuyu next, Ochako said. Who do? Kaken, he muttered as he gripped the arm rests tightly enough to make his knuckles white. You okay? Ochako asked. Still tingly, he responded. He looked like he was shivering. Where's Yamamo? Toru asked. She left the field before you. Oh, she wanted Recovery Girl to check her jaw, Izuku said. She should be here soon. I'm already back, Momo said as she sat down, holding an ice pack to her cheek. And I'm fine. Good, Izuku sighed. Sorry again. Really, don't worry about it. She waved her hand. Hey, Deku, Ochako said. I didn't realize it until now, but you fought both of the students that got into our class through recommendation. Yeah, guess so, he said. Deku, you okay? Fine, why? You don't seem fine, Ochako tilted her head. I'm just nervous, he smiled at her. You know, I didn't think I'd make it to the last round. And on top of that. Bakugo? She asked. Yeah, he nodded. I'm trying to come up with plans, but there's only 3 or 4 viable ones that I can come up with. That's more than enough, she exclaimed. Besides, Tsuyu can still. BBBVVVVVVVVV. Izuku, Ochako, Mina, okay. Everyone present flinched as Tenya began violently vibrating. Aida, what's wrong? Ochako asked. Are you dying? Toru shrieked. Are you tingling too? Izuku tilted his head. Oh, that's just my cell phone, Tenya informed as he took it out. Oh, it's my mother. I'll need to take this. Okay, hurry back, Ochako said as he walked away. First up to the ring for the last semi-final match is Katsuki Bakugo, Present Mike called, and then Tsuyu Azui. Both students walked out to face each other on the ring, before answering Midnight that they were ready. Then the match started with a bang as Katsuki shot an explosion straight at Tsuyu. She jumped out of the way only to have to dodge 2 more consecutive blasts before being able to get close. She wrapped her tongue around his arm, but he swung her around by it and slammed her into the concrete before firing off another explosion. She skidded to a stop at the edge, where she shook it off before jumping forwards again. She dodged a few more explosions before jumping at him again. When he tried to hit her with his fist, she leaned back to dodge under it. But he opened his hand and blasted straight down onto her face. As her back hit the floor, she kicked up with her long leg and hit Katsuki in the chin. But he was able to catch her by the ankle, then used an explosion to spin around and throw her out of bounds. Tsuyu Azui is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo wins. Midnight called. The final match will be Izuku Midoriya versus Katsuki Bakugo. When Katsuki looked up at him in the stands with a wild grin, Izuku audibly gulped. It'll probably be harder to win if we aren't in a small hallway, Izuku sighed. Bonus chapter. Stain makes his move. It was supposed to be a routine patrol. There were no signs that a villain would attack. Then again, there rarely ever are. ARGH, came the sidekick's scream over Tensei's radio. Rebar, was that you? He asked quickly. Where are you? When there was no response, Tensei started doubling back on his patrol route. There were only so many places his sidekicks were supposed to patrol, so he shouldn't have had too hard of a time finding him. Then, as he was running, his peripheral vision caught a dash of red on the ground of an alleyway he passed. He quickly ran back and found the body of his sidekick, Rebar, laying limp on the ground covered in blood. And standing above him was a man who Tensei had hoped he'd never meet. Why you? You are the hero killer. Stain! He exclaimed. How dare you? This man is no hero, the villain said in his raspy voice. To protect just for purposes of wealth or gain. This man deserves a day job, he's no hero. Stain, you are under arrest, Tensei yelled as he rocketed at him. Stain ducked under a punch and attempted to drive his sword up at the hero. With a burst of his engine, Tensei dashed to the left, but Stain brought his leg up and kicked his head, knocking his helmet off. The Ida hit the ground and reached to activate his radio, but it was gone with his helmet. So, as he scrambled up against the wishes of his pounding head, he pulled out his phone to call his agency. He didn't get the chance, though, as he was kicked back down to the ground by Stain and dropped his phone in the process. The hero killer then planted his foot on the small of Tensei's back and ran his blade straight through his lower torso. Jach! He yelled in pain, trying and failing to reach back and grab the metal weapon. Ingenium, the turbo hero, huh? Stain mused as he slowly and deliberately pulled the sword out of Tensei's back. Then the hero felt his entire body go limp. What kind of hero are you? Why do you do what you do? The villain leaned his face down next to Tensei's, and the pro-hero could smell the raw stench of blood on his breath. Your family became extremely wealthy from being heroes. Humph, that doesn't sound very heroic to me. Tensei tried to struggle, but his limbs wouldn't respond. On top of that, he was dizzy and his vision was slightly blurring from blood loss. All might, now he's a hero, Stain continued. He's turned down plenty of rewards in the past. Fame, fortune, meaningless to him. He's a hero for the sake of helping others. Someone like you, who profits from your supposed good deeds, can never stop me. Only All Might, the one true hero, has permission to end me. Ingenium, where'd you go? One of Tensei's sidekicks called from nearby. I think I saw him go this way, another replied. I should take my leave, Stain mused. Take care, hero. And just like that, he was gone. Tensei could hear his sidekicks nearby, and then he saw two of them run up to his side in the alley. While they talked about calling an ambulance plus backup from the agency, he looked at his phone. Its screen was splattered with his blood, and a notification read, Tenya Ida 1 missed call. Tenya, sorry. He choked out before his eyes fluttered shut. The sports festival stops continuing. There was a 15-minute break in between the last semifinal match and the finale, but it wasn't helping Izuku relax at all. He was just getting more anxious as the minutes dragged on. And it wasn't just nerves for the match, but he was worried for a completely different reason as well. Tenya had suddenly said that there was a family emergency and that he needed to leave. Of course, he expressed that he regretted being unable to see the final round, but whatever happened seemed really important. There were plenty of things that it could have been, but Izuku had a bad feeling. At least Ochako was with him to help calm him down in the prep room. Really? I'm sure it's nothing, she said. I mean, it's definitely something. And he did say it's an emergency, but I'm sure it'll turn out fine. Yeah, probably, Izuku nodded. I wish he could be here though. So do I, she agreed. After a few seconds of silence, Ochako got tired of it and addressed the main issue. So this is more than just the finale of the sports festival, isn't it? Everything with you and Bakugo is coming to a head. Something like that, he sighed. After the battle trial, Kaken said that I wouldn't get another win on him again. He's probably been training like mad outside of school just because he wants to win this. I dunno if I can win. Ugh, stop with that, she sighed. You're way above him, Deku. You totally got this. I'm not way above him at all, he laughed. Thanks for the vote of confidence though, Uraraka. Did I stutter? She deadpanned. No. Ochako got up close and poked his shoulder. You, totally, got this. Okay? He tilted his head. Then, with a smile, he chuckled. You know, if Ida was here, he'd say not to root for me over another classmate. Yeah, she sighed. But don't worry about that. He'll record your fight and watch it on the TV. Probably, he nodded. Uraraka, I'm serious when I say that I don't know if I can beat Kaken. He knows me better than anyone, so he'll know that I have some sort of plan that makes him hard to plan against. You said that you have 3 or 4 viable plans though, she frowned. That was optimistic, he sighed, reaching back and taking his notebook out of the waistband of his PE pants. The more I think about it, the more I realize that he can get around them. Only 2 of my ideas really have any shot. I see, Ochako sighed. Wait a minute. Did you just pull your notebook out of your pants? Oh, yeah. He scratched his neck and laughed nervously. There wasn't anywhere else to put it, so. Izuku had been keeping his notebook in the backside of his pants. Not a pocket, but actually in his pants, held by the waistband. Why did that seem exactly like something he'd do? Well, anyways. Ochako trailed off, looking for anything that might distract her from the fact that Izuku had kept his notebook essentially pressed against his ass cheeks the whole time. Then she met a stroke of genius. Hey, I have an idea. I think I know a plan for you to beat Bakugo. You do? He asked hopefully. What is it? Ochako was smiling to herself as she walked back to her seat. Not only had Deku enthusiastically agreed to her plan, but he had said that he wanted to hang out later. Grab dinner or something like they had done before beginning their first semester. Alone, just the 2 of them. She internally freaked out just at the prospect. Of course, she knew it wasn't supposed to be a date or anything, just a get-together between friends to celebrate his making it so far in the tournament. But then again, he'd specified that it would be just the 2 of them. Not Katsuki, Shinso, Eijiro, Mina, and Natsuyu. Just the 2 of them getting dinner, which made sense because they were pretty much best friends due to their time socializing before the school term. But Ochako couldn't help feeling simultaneously ecstatic and nervous. Don't get all nervous. It's just like what we did during the break before school started, she told herself. Yup, just a couple of friends hanging out. Safe to say that she was thoroughly distracted from the odd revelation that Deku kept the notebook in his pants. Hey Chaco, What's with that dopey smile? Mina teased, jolting the brunette from her thoughts as she realized that she had already made it back to the stands. Something special happened during your one-on-one time with me, Duri? And no, Ochako pouted at the pinkette. Just tea-talked. Talked about what? Toru asked. Why no? First we talked about whatever might be going on with Ida. Then we talked about the match, the strategy and stuff. And that's it. No, it isn't, Mina exclaimed, throwing a napkin in the air, which landed on Denki beside her. That, and definitely had something else behind it. And no, it didn't, Ochako insisted. Watch where you throw your napkins. Denki was ignored entirely, and he elected to settle with a small grumble as he dropped the offending material under his seat. You're blushing really hard though, Toru said to Ochako. The brunette cried, slapping her cheeks. Come on, Chako, what happened? Mina begged. The suspense is killing me. How about you drop it? Hitoshi grunted from his spot 2 seats over from Ochako. You're being too loud. No way, not. Mina, who had been frozen by Hitoshi's quirk, received a nudge from Toru before continuing. Not until she tells us. Yeah, spill the beans, Ochako, Toru agreed. He invited me to dinner tonight, okay? She finally admitted. Oh my God, Mina shouted as she wrapped her arms around the blushing girl sitting below her. It's a date, Toru gleefully exclaimed. Shut up, Hitoshi sighed. It's not, Ochako insisted. We've gone together for food before. This isn't any different. How many times? Mina asked, suddenly serious. What? Ochako asked. How many times have you gone on dates? They're not dates. Answer the question, Ochako, Mina said. Twice, aside from weekends when we work out together. Ochako tilted her head. Why is that important? You're supposed to make the relationship official on the 3rd date, Mina yelled. It's the procedure. The procedure, Toru echoed. Stop. It's not a date, Ochako shouted. It totally is, Mina retorted. Shut up, please, Hitoshi said more loudly this time. No, Mina furrowed her eyebrows at the brainwasher. As the group continued fussing, Denki leaned over to Eijiro and asked, why are they arguing so passionately about this? It's important not to have misunderstandings in these situations, the hardening teen mused. But Ashido, there's no reason to assume it's a date. But Kiri, she whined. Besides, Ochako said. Deka W wouldn't want to go on a D-date with me. Everyone sitting in the row behind her laughed uncomfortably. As soon as Aizawa asked for Izuku to get to the entrance tunnel, he hopped up from the bench and started on his way. He was ready more so than he had been for his fight with Momo, and more than his fights with Shoto and Tenya. The almost full month since the battle trial had been leading up to this last engagement. Finally, on the national stage, he'd compete with Katsuki no holds barred, and one of them would be officially ranked as number 1. Of course he was nervous, but he was more eager than anything. And how couldn't he be eager to test out the plan that Ochako had come up with? Admittedly, it was identical to one of the 2 he'd been thinking about already, but it was really a good plan and he was more than glad to use it simply for the fact that she was the one who suggested it. And, speaking of Ochako, another reason that Izuku was in a good mood was that he was all set to hang out with her later. Neither one of them had been able to put much relaxation time aside while they were busy with school and preparations for the sports festival. And although they saw each other in school and during their weekend workouts, he really missed the couple of times that they were able to spend time together before their attendance at UA started. He smiled at the thought that they'd be able to just hang out again. When he reached the tunnel, Izuku took a final deep breath in preparation. He was fully recovered from Momo's taser, although he was thoroughly fatigued by his prior matches and healing from Recovery Girl. Then again, Katsuki had used that huge explosion to end out his first match against Ibra and had received some healing for his arm. Although his last 2 matches hadn't been much of a challenge for him in comparison, so he was probably already recovered. Yeah, Izuku was at a definite disadvantage stamina-wise. Hey, Eraser! Present Mike shouted. It's time for the final match. Aren't you excited? Absolutely ecstatic, Aizawa droned. Ah, need a nap. Ahaha. The voice hero laughed. Always, but I can never get one around you, Eraserhead sighed. Whatever. Are we ready? I think so. Audience, are we re-edity? The audience exploded with cheers, the volume making Izuku wince even in the tunnel. All right, he announced. First up, let's call these contenders out. I'll forego the announcement of their classes, because they're both from 1A. The first student out is the guy who we have all been watching. The student rep for the first years, the winner of both of the other rounds of the festival. The mean green fighting machine who's already become the hottest hashtag on Twitter within the past couple of hours. Izuku Midoriya. Wait, hashtag. Izuku asked himself, blanching as he realized he hadn't checked his social media since the sports festival began. Hottest hashtag? Despite his utter bafflement, he walked out onto the stage to thunderous applause. He looked up at the stands and saw his classmates cheering. But it wasn't just them or his mother or the pros or crowd or even All Might watching that was now putting pressure on his shoulders. Everyone in all of Japan now knew who he was, and they were all talking about him and this battle. And that almost put as much pressure on his shoulders as the death glare that he could feel from Katsuki in the opposite dark tunnel. But Izuku was best under pressure, especially when he already had a plan laid out. And all that pressure just meant he had to push harder so that he wouldn't disappoint. And the next student of the final match is another impressive contender, Mike continued. The third finisher in the obstacle race, although he was the first one to finish that had a somewhat reasonable time if you ask me. He also got third in the Cavalry Battle and has been dominating the tournament with his overwhelming amount of force. Give it up for Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki walked out, receiving just as much applause as Izuku had. But he wasn't fazed by the outsiders. His glare was completely focused on his opponent. Fun fact, President Mike said as Katsuki was walking up. Last year, these two were involved in an incident with a slime villain. Bakugo was captured as a hostage, and Midoriya saved him before All Might came in and captured the villain. Ain't that funny? It sounds like Midoriya has been winning over Bakugo for a long time. I wonder if he can keep... That's not true at all, Izuku and Katsuki shouted at the same time. Kaken has always beaten me until recently. This guy's been a total loser his whole life. Kaken, Izuku hissed. You damn moron. It's your fault for acting like a total wimp the whole time, Katsuki chided with a sneer. Seriously, it pissed me off to no end. Then I bet you've been having the time of your life since I stopped. Izuku grinned. Shut the fuck up, he shouted. Whoops, didn't mean to open that can of worms. President Mike laughed. Don't mind me, just looking for interesting commentary. Idiot, Midnight sighed with a shake of her head. All right, this is it. Do either of you have any reason for me to postpone the final match? No, they both said while staring at each other. All right then, Midnight grinned. With a shiver, she said, Ah, this youthful aggression is really invigorating. Ha, ahem, are you two ready to begin? Yeah, they both nodded. Great, she announced. The final match of the sports festival's first year's tournament starts in 3, 2, begin. All right, Deku. Katsuki grinned as small pops burst from his hands. Come at me. He fired at Izuku and released a large explosion that hurt him a good bit, though he was about to hold steady under the force thanks to his quirk. Izuku dove forward past the follow-up explosive right hook. Katsuki tried to catch him with another explosion as he passed, but barely missed that one. He kicked off back at the greenette and shoved his hand at him, this time sure he would hit, but then Izuku grabbed the hand with his telekinesis and pointed it at the ground. Katsuki's explosion sent himself flying straight up, but then he just rocketed back down at his opponent. He blasted straight down at Izuku, who could only take the blast head-on. However, he landed a kick to the explosive blonde's stomach as he did so. Gah! What the fuck? Katsuki shouted as he stood back up. Is your strategy to just wear me down, Deku? 'Cause that's a dumbass strategy. Katsuki ran at him again, and Izuku took a lowered stance before he attempted to roll out of harm's way. It didn't work this time, as Katsuki caught him with an explosion and proceeded to pummel him with several more, sending him rolling to the edge. Izuku froze Katsuki in place long enough to scramble up and away from the edge and then decked him across the face just as he was about to break free, knocking him on his ass. "Damn it!" Katsuki growled as he got up and glared at Izuku, who had already gotten to the opposite edge of the ring. "Just a little bit more," Izuku thought as he clutched his pained side and panted. "Damn, I'm even more worn out than I realized." Katsuki fired towards him again, powered by his explosions which were angled slightly downwards. Izuku anticipated another right hook, but of course Katsuki realized that he was probably expecting that and threw a left uppercut instead. As Izuku flew a couple of feet in the air from the blast, he used his quirk on his own leg and kicked his opponent in the chest, apparently knocking the wind out of him. Izuku landed on his backside and quickly got up as Katsuki tried to regain his breath, then surveyed the ring. He wasn't satisfied quite yet, so he ran up to Katsuki, who was trying to stand up, and kicked him back down. "I thought you were going to be number one, Kakin," Izuku yelled as he knelt down above him and cocked back his fist. Katsuki could hardly breathe, let alone talk, or more likely yell, but he was able to raise up his arms and ready a couple of explosions meant for his opponent's face. But that was exactly what Izuku wanted. As soon Katsuki had begun to raise his arms, Izuku grabbed his hands and pressed them down against the ring below them. The blonde wasn't able to stop it in that split second and fired the explosion straight into the ground, sending both of them flying up. They each used their quirks to land a bit more safely, and then glared at each other as they panted. "Ha! Deku!" Katsuki growled. "What the hell are you doing? Playing this so defensively? What's your plan?" "I'm just trying to conserve energy," Izuku lied. "After all, I'm more tired out from my matches than you are." "Even if that's true, you still have something up your sleeve," he said. "No way you're just playing this by ear." "But you're holding back too, Kakin," Izuku replied. "What are you up to?" "Just conserving energy," Katsuki grinned. "After all, I can't be too prepared for whatever you're scheming." "Well, I've caught my breath," Izuku said with a confident smile. "You ready to get back to it?" "Fuck yeah," Katsuki shouted before firing at him one more time. Izuku started running away from his opponent. Not that he would have been able to outrun Katsuki unless Ochako had made him weightless, but he was able to at least avoid any match-ending blows. And the explosions that did hit him as he ran around the ring were worth putting his plan into action. He used his quirk to pick up a decently sized chunk of the ring that had been broken out by Katsuki and slammed it into the back of his head to get him to stop pursuing him. "Arg, what the fuck?" he exclaimed as he vigorously rubbed the back of his head. Katsuki's hesitation before resuming his mad dash at Izuku lasted only about a second, but it long was enough for Izuku to collect the debris that had been blown up from the ring. He had put all of it under his quirk as he ran around, and put it up as a wall in between the two of them. He made the massive cement wall fall down towards Katsuki, but the blonde fired a massive explosion into it before it reached him. The explosion wasn't as big as the one he had used against Ibra, but it still shook the stadium. It broke much of the rubble from Izuku's hold, and vaporized more of it instantly. "Ha! Crushing me with rubble? That was your plan?" Katsuki laughed, wiping sweat from his brow. "You disappointed me, Deku. Let's finish this." But what Katsuki didn't know was that the wall of rubble that Izuku had attempted to drop on him had only been made up of some of the debris. The pieces of cement that were still under Izuku's control had already formed another wall just outside of Katsuki's peripheral vision. "Here I come, Dek." Izuku moved the wall as fast as he could, and it slammed into Katsuki from the side before he even had a chance to charge. The telekinetic hero in training kept the force up until the rubble had pushed the surprised Katsuki out of bounds, and then he let the wall collapse. "And that's it," Midnight announced. "Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is the winner of the first year's UA Sports Festival." The huge thunder of applause didn't do much to faze Izuku, who wasn't moving at that point. The entire thing was still processing in his head as he stared at Katsuki out of bounds. The blonde slowly stood up and dusted himself off, then looked at Izuku for a moment. He scowled, then the scowl deepened sharply. "Damn it!" he shouted before kicking a piece of rubble away. He shoved his hands in his pockets and turned away, saying, "Next time, damn Deku." "I can't believe it," Present Mike exclaimed. "He won all 3 rounds. Is there a Triple Crown title for him or something like that?" "No," Aizawa said simply. "Hey kid," Midnight said, shaking Izuku's shoulder. "They're gonna do the awards ceremony soon, so come this way." "Why yeah, okay," he nodded. You okay, Midoriya?" she asked. "Yeah, why?" "You're crying." "I am?" he asked. After wiping away some tears, he chuckled. "Why yeah, I guess so." "Now, let's move on to the awards ceremony," Midnight announced. 3 pedestals labeled 1, 2, and 3 rose up from the ring. On them stood Izuku, Katsuki, then Momo and Tsuyu respectively. "Presenting the medals," Midnight said, "is you know who." "I am," the booming voice of All Might announced as he jumped down and leaned in front of the pedestals. "Here with the—" "He's the one and only All Might," Midnight said at the same time. With an uncomfortable laugh she apologized. "Sorry, I spoke over you." "It's fine," he grumbled before clearing his throat and approaching the 3rd-place pedestal. "Young Yaoyorozu, young Azui, you have both demonstrated excellent skill in battle. I'm happy to say that you've both earned this." "Thanks, Karo," Tsuyu croaked as he placed the medal over her head. "Your quirk has many advantages, so don't be afraid to focus on those," All Might said as he gave her a small hug. "Being the best at one thing is sometimes better than being good at many things." "Karo, I'll not let this experience go to waste," Momo said with a slight bow as she received her own medal. "I'm sure you will find ways to grow in the usage of your quirk." All Might hugged Momo as well. "I can't wait to see how you'll improve." "Thank you, All Might." "And next, young Bakugo," All Might said as he approached the 2nd-place pedestal. "You definitely proved that you deserve to be here today. Wear this with pride." "Don't want it," Katsuki said as he leaned back to avoid the medal. "Huh? But it's kinda, why not, anyways?" "2nd place is just the first loser," Katsuki scowled. "If I didn't win the whole thing, then that's about as good as failing altogether." But you have to." All Might sighed as Katsuki still refused to let him put it over his head. "Then you should wear it as a scar. Let it remind you of how things went here, and inspire you to do better." "The lack of a 1st-place medal will be enough motivation," Katsuki scoffed. After a moment, All Might suddenly tried to force the medal over his head, and Katsuki started wrestling over it. "Oi, stop it. You wanna die." "Ahaha, preferably not." All Might laughed, before he finally got the medal over Katsuki's head and pulled him into a firm embrace. "Your strength is great, but you're quick to anger and got overconfident in the last moment. You have insane potential, young Bakugo. Let this improve you." "Tish whatever," he scoffed as he shoved All Might away. "I fucking got it." "Good." Next, young Midoriya, the number 1 pro hero, turned to Izuku. "You've definitely made your mark, young man. Ahaha, it's only your 1st year, and I can tell you have a shining career ahead of you." Izuku muttered as All Might slipped the medal over his head. "Thanks, All Might." "I'm so proud, young Midoriya," All Might whispered as he hugged him. "I knew there was something about you." "Stop, that's embarrassing," he chuckled. "All right," All Might announced to the stadium as he stepped away. "Here are your winners. But before the applause, I'd like to commend every student that participated here today. You all gave it your all and we could tell. Oh, I can already feel the spirit of competition pushing these sprouts to grow into mighty oaks. In that spirit, let's give one last cheer. You all know what I'm about to say, so let's say it together. 1, 2, 3. Plus Ultra." Everyone in the stands yelled. "Thank you all for your hard work." Wait. All Might were supposed to say Plus Ultra," Midnight sighed. But I just thought they put in so much work, you know?" "Ahaha, what an end to such an amazing sports festival," Present Mike laughed. "Yeah, it's over," Aizawa said. So everyone go home. Except the students. You all need to go to your classrooms for some more announcements. Deku, you won. Ochako squeaked as she met him on the way to their classroom. That was so great. Yeah, guess so, he chuckled nervously. The students had changed back into their regular uniforms, and Ochako consciously made sure that she saw the notebook safely resting within the confines of a pocket. Did your mom call? She asked. Yeah. She said she's going to make a big katsudon dinner, he laughed. I told her that you and I were going to get something, but she said that you should come over to our place for dinner. I told her I'd let her know. Why yeah, that's fine with me, she smiled. It's definitely not a date, Mina. Great. I'll text her, he said. Ochako glanced down at his phone and saw that he was on Twitter, which was filled with images of him. What's that? She asked. Oh, when Present Mike said that I was blowing up on social media, I got really scared of what they're saying about me, he chuckled. It looks all good, but it's still really embarrassing that I'm trending. It's just practice for when you're a famous pro, she laughed. Maybe, he laughed too. They entered the classroom and walked to their separate seats. Ochako was suddenly reminded of Tenya's family emergency as the seat in front of her was empty, while Izuku was ignored by the sulking Katsuki aside from a single grunt. That suited him fine, by the way, as he was too tired to deal with any arguments. Anyways, Eraserhead sighed after everyone got situated. You'll have the next 2 days off because of the sports festival today. When you all return, the internship requests from the pro heroes will all be accounted for, so be ready to receive those. That's really all there is, so you can leave now if you want. I'm going to be taking a nap. Congratulations, Midoriya, Hitoshi said as the class began to meander. Thanks, Shinso, he smiled. Seriously though, I wouldn't want to fight you, Hanta said. I mean, you could just grab my tape with your quirk. That's totally unfair. It really is, Fumikage nodded. But both of you guys were super manly in that finale, Aijiro said as he popped into the conversation. Midoriya, that strategy of waiting for Bakugo to scuff up the ring was really smart. Actually, Uraraka came up with that one, he chuckled. What? Katsuki whirled around, finally breaking his silence. Well, I was already thinking about something like it, Izuku said quickly. And the backup wall was my idea too, since I knew you'd blow up the first one. Damn, shitty Deku and round face, he grumbled before stalking away. How vulgar, Momo shook her head. Hey Deku, Ochako said as she walked over. Since we have the next couple of days off, are we on for working out? Yeah, he nodded. I'm definitely up for it. Oh, you two are working out? Aijiro asked. Self-improvement, I like that manliness. I might just get in some hard exercise myself. I mean, it never hurts to put in some extra effort, I guess, Hanta shrugged. Indeed, Fumikage nodded again. Anyways, I'll get going home now, Izuku said as he stood up. Ah, me too, Ochako said. After saying goodbye to their classmates and getting involved in a couple more small conversations on the way, Ochako and Izuku finally started walking away from class. They talked a little bit about the festival as they walked to the station, more specifically about the attention Izuku was getting online. Even as they walked, there were several people who stopped them to congratulate him on the win. Hey Deku, Ochako said. I'm fine with eating dinner with your mom, but everyone congratulating you makes me think. Do you want to go out and grab lunch to celebrate? Just the two of us. Oh, I'm fine with that, he said. It's not really lunchtime yet though. Man, the festival felt way longer than it was. So, how about we meet up later? I kinda want to go home and shower after that anyways. Yeah, makes sense, she chuckled. The two of them reached the station and talked for a little while longer. They decided on a time to meet up for lunch before Ochako's train arrived, and Izuku's arrived not much later. On the way home, there were even more people who stopped Izuku to congratulate him on the win. Information travels fast, he mused as he reached his home. Upon entry, he was picked up in a tight hug from his mother, who was so overexcited that she couldn't do much more than sputter fragmented remarks about how proud she was of her baby boy. He convinced her to let him go in under 5 minutes, which he thought was fairly impressive, and went to take a refreshing shower.